All right, good morning, everybody. Day 2 of our winter retreat this Tuesday, January 31st. Welcome, everybody. Morning. Welcome in the back, welcome online. All right, I'm calling this meeting to order. Roll call. Doug Masson.
Here.
Albert Yance.
Here.
David Harwood.
Here.
Melissa Pickett.
Here.
And Pete Greeny.
Yes, sir.
Everybody's in attendance, so let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Need some help. Oh, look at that. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so I guess at this point, we will turn it over to Tracy Brown, Director of the Blowing Rock TDA. Oh, wait, Shane wants to do an update?
We don't have to. I was going to just quickly run through what today's agenda was going to look like.
Okay, then.
Everyone kind of on track.
You weren't on the agenda.
I know, I apologize for not being on the agenda.
I have asked to
But I will-
revise this.
I will refer to the agenda. That way, anybody that's online doesn't have access to the agenda, at least readily available.
Okay.
At least know what's coming up today. Give everybody a little preview of what our day 2 is going to look like. So again, good morning. It is day 2 of our 3-day winter retreat. It is Tuesday, January the 31st, 2023. We will start, as the mayor was just saying, with the director of our TDA, Tracy Brown. Then our chief of police, Aaron Miller, will come up and talk all things paid parking. Several members of our wonderful police staff will be here to present a couple items, overnight premiums, K-9, electric vehicles. I put here Park Avenue. That was originally up under the paid parking section. We can discuss that anywhere throughout the paid parking. If not, we can discuss it right before lunch. Just some potential thought there on turning Park Avenue into a one-way street. And then we have lunch here today. It is Hellbender, I believe. Is that not correct? So that'll be served here around
stay
12
for that?
o'clock. You can. After lunch,
Talking.
After lunch, we have Chief Brown speaking to us on 24/7 ambulance service. Then we'll discuss our Green Hill Communication Building, some IT needs and plans, update on our town hall renovation proposal, a child development center proposal for our employees, and then we will plan on adjourning until 8:30 on Wednesday. Any questions on the agenda? Well, if none, then I will now turn it over to our director of our TDA, Tracy Brown.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you, Thomas, because I can't see. I can't get up out of this chair. I didn't prepare a PowerPoint for you because you all just recently got your annual report from us. And I'm happy to go over any of that with you. It's pretty exhaustive and a lot of good information in there. And anything you want to discuss in that, I'll be glad to go over. A couple of numbers real quick in terms of occupancy tax collection. And I'll start by saying the industry is sort of in flux right now. A lot of things are happening. Just tourism in general is in flux. You know, when's the last time you flew on an airplane? How was that? When's the last time you tried to get a reservation? Those kind of things have changed forever. Short-term rentals, Airbnbs, Vrbo, Flipkey, that's changed the landscape. And I don't think we're ever going back. Restaurants have learned how to do things differently by using OpenTable and reservation systems like that. They can know ahead of time what they need, how much staff, what it's going to cost them to do business that day. That comes out of the airline industry, demand pricing. That is now bleeding over into attractions. You can't go to Grandfather anymore and just buy a ticket. You need to make a reservation ahead of time. Tweetsy's doing the same thing. I suspect Charlie's going to be doing it at some point if we keep these numbers up. So just know that that's going on in the industry, not all over the world. In terms of occupancy tax revenue, right now, 21-22 or 22-23, we are down about 3.5%, 3.25% to the same period last year. Now, we're talking about the first 2 quarters. That really does not, it sounds like, we're starting to slip. But if you compare that to 2019, when we're in our regular, kind of normal year, we're still up 43%. So we expected this softening to happen, and it's coming on. Now, not to put Charlie on the spot, but he's a member of several different organizations within the industry, one being the Southern Highlands Attractions. You all just had an annual meeting, I think, up in Highlands.
Yes.
So I had dinner with Kathy and Chris Robbins and Charlie and Deidre the other night. And one thing our friends over in Gatlinburg, I know some folks think that's an ugly word, but what they're already seeing is a major slip, a major dip. They kind of expect, typically in this market, our recession and our pullbacks come later and they're softer. We don't do the kind of volume they do in Gatlinburg or Pigeon Forge or the Great Smokies. But they're already seeing a major pullback. So I think that's something we need to be looking toward or expecting, not necessarily major, but if most of you were at the economic luncheon, forecast luncheon with Dr. Harry Davis. And Watauga County in North Carolina is doing fine in tourism. We clearly are. But there is a recession coming, and in some sectors, it's already here. The biggest factor for tourism is going to be the economy and how people perceive the economy. Even the blowing Rockefellers got plenty of money in the bank, but when they see their stocks dropping and their 401k slipping, they pull back. Some of our high-end retailers will tell you, some of the richest customers they have will come in there and say, I just don't feel right about buying this right now. They have the money, they just don't want to do it. So it is a psychological thing. So we can expect that at least by fourth quarter of this year. That's when Harry says it's going to be a full-on soft recession, be going into fourth quarter. But we'll wait and see what happens there. That's some of the things that we're looking at. Some of the challenges that we're facing in the industry, of course, in this town, parking is number one. Let me back up just a little bit. We had a fantastic weekend this past weekend with Winterfest. Weather was perfect. That plays a major role in everything that we do. But it was great, and it was good to see people back out. There was pent-up demand. People wanted to be here, and they had a great time. Our comments throughout social platforms was just off the hook, really, really positive. We were thrilled to see the number of people here and the good times that they were having. But again, parking is a major issue. What I did notice, even though we appeared to be completely full in town and in downtown center, we were. But if you went out to the perimeter lots, there were plenty of spaces. So to address some of that, the TDA, of course, hired Destination by Design. They're going to help us with wayfinding, both vehicular and pedestrian. Kevin and I and Aaron met with them last week, and they're starting on preliminary drawings, and we met with them to discuss where signage should be and where we need to direct people from and to. And they're going to start on some preliminary designs, and then we'll start bringing more folks in to start hammering this out, and eventually, within the next few months, be able to come back to council with some recommendations and some designs. TDA's paying for that. We'll wind up paying for the fabrication and installation. We're probably looking at the end of the day, probably $300,000 to $500,000 when it's all said and done. But we'll have a good-looking product. It'll be branded for us. The vehicular stuff will probably be similar to what the county and Boone is already doing, so that we've got some cohesiveness there. And there's, some economies to scale. It helps to have some of that already in the can, as they say. Other things we're looking at and a little bit concerned about, labor shortage continues. I think Dr. Davis was telling us in Watauga County, our unemployment right now is about 3%, 3.2%. Only 6 other counties out of the 100 in North Carolina have a lower unemployment rate. We're doing great and we're staying busy. We need more workers. And an issue, for example, in the hotel industry is their room rate is starting to drop. This past summer and the year before, we were demanding the highest rates we've ever seen. A $120 room was going for $300 on key weekends. We've got rooms that just now come online with the Winkler properties that are $350 and up. We haven't seen those rates before. But now they're having to pull back because demand is dropping. At the same time, their rate drops 20%, they're having to pay their employees an extra 20%. So now you've got a real squeeze on the bottom line. What that means for our office is we're going to start being yelled at by the hoteliers about bringing more people here. And that has not been our motive or our mantra for the last couple of years. We didn't need to bring any more people here, and we didn't ask any more people to come here. What we've been trying to do is educate the folks that get here, and we've been, our budget, when you look at our fund balance and such, when we saw we needed to pull back, we pulled back, and we had extra funds coming into our revenues because demand was so high. We didn't spend it just because we had it. We're just letting it sit in the bank. And now we're going to spend it on things like wayfinding and branding and such because the cash is there. So anyway, that in the hotel biz, that's a real concern. Inflation, of course, recession, that's going to be a driving factor in demand. That's going to be causing folks to pull back a good bit. So, in the next couple of years, we may see a real drop in the number of people coming here. One issue that we have that I think we all know is our schedules and events, demand on public space. That's something I think the TDA recognizes, and we've suggested to council to really take a hard look at how we're scheduling things. In terms of what's happening around the region, attractions have had 2 of the best years they've ever had in the last couple of years. Skiing the last couple of years has been as good as it's ever been. Not necessarily with weather, but just crowds, just revenue. They've really had some fantastic seasons, a couple of seasons. On the Parkway, we've got the new superintendent, Tracy Swartout. Just met with her last week down in Dillsboro. She's fantastic. She was there at the economic luncheon. She's fantastic and she's young. First female to ever lead the Parkway. One of the youngest that have ever been there. So she's going to be here for a while. Typically, the Parkway has been a superintendent's job to die, where they come to die. They go to pasture from this one. And so I've been through 6 Parkway superintendents, and she's by far the most energetic and eager to get out there and do things. But she also has probably the biggest challenges that any superintendent's ever had. $500 million in deferred maintenance that she's having to tackle. Thanks to the Great Outdoors Act, she's got some money to work with. They're about 1,000 employees short of where they need to be. So she's got a lot of rehiring to do to bring on board. Our section through here, it's called the Highlands section. They're going to start paving, doing some road work using those Outdoor Act funds, about 75 miles from Grandfather up to Dalton Park in Virginia. That's going to take about 3 years to complete. And we will not have hard closures here where they block the whole road, but there will be a lot of lane closures back and forth. They will have hard closures to the north above Dalton Park, bridges being replaced. They've got serious issues up toward Roanoke, but those are landslides and road failures, things like that. So that's something we can expect over the next few years. In retail, things are good, depending, of course, the product. One thing our retailers need to get a handle on, and maybe not necessarily, it's their business, they can do as they want. But as Roger Brooks pointed out, the majority of the sales in retail happen after 6 p.m. Most of our retailers close at 5. Some of them stay open 6 or 7. We need to at least have them open later on Fridays and Saturdays when leisure travel happens here. But it also helps to spread things out a little bit. And even if the local wants to come in, I don't mean just Blowing Rock, but if somebody comes over here from Boone or Banner Elk to shop, have dinner, we don't need to try to squeeze all that in between 12 and 5. It'd be nice to have that kind of activity happening later in the day, and it gives us some nightlife too. Remember when we used to have the auction house and all? That was activity happening at night, and it kept people downtown. It was entertainment, and we just don't have that anymore. So we need to be working with the retailers. The chamber's been doing this, working on this for a while, and convincing them to at least on Fridays and Saturdays, particularly in season, when we're already full with our seasonal resident and we've got leisure travel happening. We need to be making accommodations for all that public. We talked a little bit about the hotels and what's happening there. Airbnb and short-term rental. That has been a hot topic all over. Everybody's talking about it. Some folks, like the county, it's the wild, wild west. 95% of all their revenue comes from short-term rental. When I say short-term rental, in this particular case, I'm talking about Airbnbs, Vrbo, FlipKey. But short-term rental is actually anything that is in lodging that is less than, in this case, 28 days, but in North Carolina law, it's anything under 90 days. So in Blowing Rock, I heard somebody say we had 500 and some short-term rentals. Not so. The truth of the matter is we have 257 short-term rentals. Where they got that numbers, I think they were using a free version of AirDNA, and they were counting things twice. In host compliance that we use in the Granicus platform shows us exactly who owns the property and where that property sits. And the fact of the matter is, if I own or you own a short-term rental, you're going to put it on Airbnb, and you're going to put it on FlipKey, and you're going to put it on Vrbo. There's 3 listings right there for one property. So every hotel we have in town is on Airbnb. They're not in that what we think of as an Airbnb property. It's a regular, Meadowbrook Inn is on it all day long. Every hotel here is on it. So when you look at the short-term rental side of things, or the Airbnb, Vrbo, and FlipKey side of things, that's making up now almost 50% of our revenue. Now, mind you, today, in the last year, we did $1.8 million in occupancy tax revenue. That's about $30 million in short-term rentals in sales. 15 years ago, we were doing $750,000. So we've damn nigh tripled what we're doing. And a lot of that's coming from that short-term rental, because where a hotel might cost you $200 a night, I rent a house like the Blake on Main Street, it's pushing $600 a night. And I can bring the entire family, not just a couple. And that's where we're seeing that big growth, is in those kind of properties that you can get big groups in and charge big money. So that's some stuff that we're looking at, or that's what's happening in that short-term rental stuff market. The last thing I'll touch on is the North Carolina Travel and Tourism Coalition. We talked about this at our TDA board a year ago. working with the fund balance we have, we were looking at having the board, and they signed off on it, asking the state legislature, first off, you all would have to sign off on it. But then going back and asking the state legislature with a group of counties and destinations, municipalities, to allow the TDA board to decide how that fund balance would be spent, rather than adhering to 2/3, 1/3. Right now, the way the legislation is written, anything, 2/3 of the funding has to be spent on marketing. 1/3 has to be, or can be, does not have to be, can be spent on tourism-related expenses. What does that mean? And they left that very broad. For us, it's been things like parking decks and sidewalks and flowers and properties that the museum sits on. In Jackson County, for example, they spend all 100% of their revenue, and they make as much as we do. Jackson County's Dillsboro, Louis, Silva, Bryson City. They spend 100% on marketing. That 1/3, 2/3 was written in the early 90s. So it's 30 years old. Things have changed. Hell, we didn't even have cell phones then. We didn't have the World Wide Web. We don't need to print. When I started 16, 17 years ago, we were spending about $20,000 a year just on stamps.
Wow.
Just on mailings, direct mail. People request information, we direct mail. $20,000 just in that. We don't do any of that now, because they got this right here. And we have fantastic social media. Over 100,000 people are plugged into our social media accounts. We use TikTok. China does not care what Blowing Rock is doing.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. I'm sure. They've been watching us on this forever. But my point being, the way we do business has changed dramatically since that legislation was written. Now, having said that, the North Carolina Travel and Tourism Coalition are folks appointed by representation throughout the state. Typically, it has always been Marriott, Biltmore, the Outer Banks, Charlotte, Raleigh, the big players. We're not even a blip on the radar. When you look at Buncombe County and Asheville, they have more marketing money than the state does. They'll do $35 million in occupancy tax revenue in one county. Now, they have always fought to save that 2/3, 1/3 formula, because that 2/3, you can do all kinds of stuff. For Asheville, it comes out in things like convention centers in downtown and sponsoring the Asheville Tourists baseball team. They spend big money like that, labeled up, lettered up fans and things like that. We don't do any of that kind of stuff. We're all about the leisure market. We have needs here that Asheville, Charlotte, and Raleigh do not. They already have, either through their CVB, their Convention and Visitors Bureau, or their regional tourism tax, or their general fund. They've already built their parking decks. They've already got the amenities that they need in terms of parks and such. We have needs that they don't. And that's where Western North Carolina and the rural communities in particular need to rethink that 2/3, 1/3. And there's a guy out of Rutherford County, Don Kaysen. He met with our board and made a very impassioned presentation, and laid it out there. They have needs that we don't in Rutherford County, because we've been in the business a lot longer than they have. They don't have the hotels and such. They don't have the amenities that we do. They don't have the attraction that we do, like the Parkway and such. I mean, there's only one Tweetsie. There's only one Blowing Rock. There's only one App Ski. We have those. We have a parkway with 2 exits running right through us. His point was, we need things that the big cities don't, and the big cities are the one driving this travel and tourism coalition. He's the one rural mountain community on there. And he's fighting a good fight to try to get the coalition to go back to the legislature and say, we want to look at changing this formula. Our thought was, through Nicole and others, it might be easier to ask the legislature to let the TDA have discretion over that fund balance. We didn't spend it this year because we didn't need it. It's sitting over here now. Where can we use it? There's plenty of places we can use it, and we know that. What Don's wanting to do is to get all of Western North Carolina, and eventually any other community that wants to be a part of it, to split it 50-50. Again, we don't need to buy $20,000 worth of stamps a year. We're not doing mailings like that. We don't need to buy print advertising like we used to. We don't need to buy broadcast media like we used to. If I go into something, if we buy an ad in something like Our State Magazine, a full-page ad costs you about $14,000. That's if you buy all year long. If I buy it once, it's probably going to be closer to $20,000-$25,000. We don't need to buy like that anymore. Because of digital marketing, we can go directly to the demographic we're looking at. So things have changed. So with that, so does this formula. It needs to change. I don't know that our board will sign off on it. I think they will because they see the needs that we have and that we're doing pretty good with what we've got right now. We're able to direct the monies and place it where we need in terms of marketing. We have no problem there. Where we do have need is putting it into things like parking. Yes, sir.
Tracy, I'm thinking back on Don's presentation to us back at the retreat, and he outlined a number of steps. How's he coming with that, with the legislature and things of that nature?
Thank you for that. We met last week down in Marion, 23 communities there. Of course, Boone was there, Beach Mountain, all of our neighboring communities. The North Carolina Travel and Tourism Coalition has allowed him to set up a committee. They fought it for a long time. He has his first meetings coming up with him, 2 meetings in February, and another one or 2 coming up in March. And hopefully he'll be able to come back with some good news and at least get that ball rolling. But it's going to take help from Ray. You know, we've got Ray's in that coalition, Travel and Tourism Board. And he's been in the business and he sees the need. It's convincing those legislators that these small communities should have say and not follow the guidelines that a behemoth like Charlotte is following. So he's making progress. I don't think this is going to happen overnight. I know it's not. It may be 24 or 25 before we see it.
Did you say what he's pushing? Is he pushing for a 50-50 split?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes. And the meeting last week was to convince us all that we need to be singing from the same hymnal. And at least at that meeting, it looked like that's the way it is. There was some talk about Asheville a while back, people up in arms about homelessness there and that tourism is pushing all of the housing market out of whack, which is happening here. Why are you going to rent long-term? You can make twice as much money, 3 times as much renting it short-term. We got guys buying property up here left and right just for that reason. Got several properties in town just for that reason. That's throwing things out of whack. Anyway, Asheville raised Cain at their TDA, and I say Asheville, I mean the community. And then, of course, the elected officials followed suit. and said, you guys are spending too much on advertising. You got too many people coming here. We got to make a change. They were using a formula that was 35 years old, and they were one of the first to have a TDA, Buncombe County was. They were using an 80-20 rule, 80% toward marketing, 20% to tourism expenses. Now they have gone to the law we follow, which is the 2/3, 1/3. They made that change just to be in line with everybody else in the state. Yeah, that's Asheville and places like that will probably fight the 50-50. But Asheville doesn't have nearly the needs we do.
I think the whole thing with talking with some down there, they're looking at is revamping the whole enchilada, because if you look at it anymore, a lot of different towns are going and asking for permission to spend TDA money on this and TDA money on things that weren't really inclusive in it.
Right.
So they're running into so many towns coming out with that. I look at the whole system exactly being revamped.
Well, that's part of the reason the law was set up the way it is naturally to keep a town council or a county commission out of those coffers and have some separation there. And then go back to council or commission or whomever and ask, what do you all need? How can we help? Or you go to a TDA or CVB and say, hey, these are the needs we have. We need funding. Are you willing to help us? Just like we're doing with the lighting of 321 and mowing the grass out there. You all wanted that. Staff asked for it. TDA approved it. So right there, we're doing, I don't know, $200,000 a year out on the, maybe that $200,000 ought to go toward a parking deck a year. And let the town pick up mowing the grass. That's the kind of change we need to be talking about. And if we could get this formula switched, we'd have more funds to do that with, to do more things that we need done.
I don't know if you're done with your presentation.
I'm just talking.
Okay.
Whatever, as long as my back stays in line.
In a hopefully post-pandemic world,
Yes.
what is Blowing Rock's brand now? And is there a desired demographic from a TDA perspective that we're
Yes.
chasing?
Yes. And we're looking to hire an agency now. We've got RFPs or RFQs ready to go on hiring a marketing agency to take a look at branding. And we have scheduled funds in this year's budget to do a rebranding exercise. Because during COVID, coming out of COVID, again, things have been in flux. And we have absolutely been outdoor driven. That's what's caused all this to blow up. Where we were turning people away, Charlotte was suffering. They had 10,000 people out of work down there in the hospitality industry, just in the Charlotte region. So they all flocked to these outdoor destinations. Our branding is absolutely outdoor. It's high-end, it's outdoor. Our target demographic has always been educated female, 35 to 54. Now, we also go after, not in a hard way, but the senior market for and targeting soft adventure. Soft adventure is things like museums, things like driving the parkway, things like walking around Bass Lake, things like art in the park. It's an adventure for somebody to come here from Raleigh, get to see the mountains, but they don't want to actually go and hike Glen Burnie Trail. They can't do it. That's where hard adventure, we'd go after a younger demographic, which is your Gen Zs, your millennials. We do go after some of that, but that's going after hard. Like right now, skiing, that's hard adventure. And that's going to be a younger crowd.
Got a question for you, Tracy.
Yes, sir.
Signage rollout, wayfinding. What are you looking at time-wise and completion?
We're probably looking at least a year before it actually, stuff goes in the ground. Aaron?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember Eric talking to us about a timeline for signage?
I do remember the conversation, and I've been asked that question, but I can't remember the answer. So,
It's not going to happen tomorrow, Charlie. I can tell you.
construction, we talked about it in 6 months or so.
Yeah.
Not this summer anyway.
No.
Okay.
No, it's a major project.
Summer off.
Yeah, 6 months before we have actual plans ready to go to the fabricator. Then we've got to bid that out, or they will. We're going to let them manage this because they've done this already. They do it all over the country. We're lucky to have Destination by Design in our backyard.
Is that the same group that did the counties?
Yep, County and Boone. Hopefully, all of us up here will kind of follow some of that design.
So it's going to kind of not identical, but resemble the counties.
They gonna put Tweetsie on?
Cannot.
Pay extra.
They broke it out for us, said you cannot put a private business like that on a DOT-approved sign. We can in town.
Town,
on
yes.
property that we own.
Right.
But on DOT,
Sorry.
He explained it to us.
Father.
but he's going to try.
Nonprofit.
And he said, yeah, exactly, nonprofit. He did tell us that he will try and try to work that out. But when we were having the discussion, I told him, I said, I'm a little bit too close to Tweetsie. I'm too close to the Rock. I'm too close to Apski. So I'm biased in every one of my opinions on that. So leave me out of some of that discussion, but try.
Well, if you'll notice, in Boone, they do have ski areas
Yeah.
this way,
Yeah.
Apski that way.
Yeah.
How do they pull that one off?
That is on 321 Blowing Rock Road. And even though it meets DOT criteria,
Right,
that's not necessarily their road at that point. So if you look at the big green signs,
right,
it's ski areas,
right,
Blowing Rock,
yeah,
downtown Boone or Boone.
yeah.
It doesn't call out any of that
How do they-
ski.
How do they pull off Grandfather Mountain?
Again, I think it's the same kind of thing. Well, State Park.
Only part of it is.
I know, but that's the part that they can get away with.
That you get away with, yeah.
Okay.
Biggest.
They would not put up there the Grandfather Mountain Stewardship Foundation. There's the private side. They're just putting out the state park side. But Eric said that he's going to work that angle as much as he can.
Tracy, would you expand on your comment about the master calendar and kind of some of the thoughts you gave us at the retreat so everybody can understand why you're suggesting that?
Yeah, well, we got a lot of things happening in different departments, different areas of town, different clubs, organizations wanting to use the town, wanting to use Main Street, wanting to use this building, wanting to use our parks, which is great that we have the demand. The problem is kind of sometimes the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing, and all of a sudden we got a mess on our hands. We've talked about it. Thomas and I have talked about it. Jennifer and I have talked. Hell, we've all talked about it. Every department. We've got the one calendar that we produce, and that's kind of a start. We know when those functions are happening. My point to the chamber, to council, and to everybody else, do not place anything on top of what we're already seeing. Roger Brooks told us, you don't need to have events here. The town is the event. It is the attraction. What we need to do is create activity. So on a Saturday in June, we don't need to close down Main Street to have a party for somebody from out of town. If they want to rent this building in March, fine. My thought has always been, in terms of things like that, renting of our public spaces. I think we ought to lock these things up just for residents only during season. Because we're full up. We are completely, carrying capacity is there. We have met it. When we have, in July, for example, a completely full month, but then we allow more people to come in and say, have a wedding in here and try to block off our parking spaces. We've done that to ourselves because we've allowed it. And then we rent it for the prices that we do. We should not be competing against Chatola or The Rock or Meadowbrook or Green Park, who have weddings. We shouldn't compete with them. We should allow this to stay locked up all season long, and only residents can rent it. That's a little bit bold, but it will cut down on some of the unnecessary congestion.
So, having heard you say all of this, who are you recommending to drive this and sort of oversight on how this all should work?
Parks and Recreation. I mean, we don't have, Jennifer,
I already expected to be run over. That's not your name on there.
hey, Law.
Jennifer, you want equal time?
I mean, we don't run or operate any facilities. These are just recommendations I'm throwing at you all. We produce the calendar on dates that you all give us or the different organizations give us. I'm just saying we could be better managers of our spaces, and that would cut down on some of the aggravation we're seeing. I think Thomas has got some ideas in terms of the calendar that we could all be able to access through Google Docs or whatever. But if we see that we've got some, I mean, it's same thing, you got to take it back to the chamber too. Do not put an art in the park on Mother's Day weekend. There's no sense in that. On an Easter weekend, don't do it. Whenever. We know Labor Day weekend, no. And we can know these dates 5-10 years out. Having said that, North Carolina cycling group called me the other day, Mountains to Coast ride.
Haven't called them back yet.
Good.
Yeah.
They're starting, a couple of years ago, we started here, or they started here, and we were the host town. It was great, and they were only here for less than 24 hours, and you didn't even know they were here. By 11 o'clock Sunday morning, you didn't know they were here. They're starting in Banner Elk this year. They want to have a stop here on Sunday morning, October 1st. The stop would be just for restroom, some water, maybe a power bar, and then it's off to Hickory. They would be out of here by 11 o'clock. We would be set up with volunteers at 8:30 that morning. They take care of everything. We just give them the space. He called and I said, I'll bring it up, but we can't count on it based on the conversations we've already had. The fact that it's on a Sunday morning and they're in and out before 11, that might make it a little more palatable. But, I mean, we get demands like this all the time.
I will say, just scrolling through the calendar right now, there's maybe one weekend in the busy season that may not be somebody local using the American Legion at a wedding. So we do not have a lot of out of town per se people using the Legion. A lot of it is local.
That's a start.
Got a question for you, Tracy. Great Smoky Mountain National Park has started charging for parking. Yes, do we see?
Actually, they've actually started charging to enter the park.
That's right, I know. Do we see our section of the Park Service going that way?
No.
Okay.
Too many access points. I mean, literally, there's 1,000 access points.
Okay.
469-mile motor route of the motor road.
Okay.
Yeah, Tracy and every superintendent I've ever known since Dan Brown has said, there's no way you can do it. You got too many private properties, access, get to their houses off the parkway. So that'll never happen. There may be attractions or places like Cone that a model would work like that. You know, you got one ingress and egress, pay booth right there.
Price Park.
Yeah, Price Park out there.
Absolutely, you could do that. And there are discussions. I know the Blue Ridge Parkway Foundation and others, Blue Ridge National Heritage Area, they're all looking for ways to better the park and find funding. And that may be an opportunity there or an option. I think we ought to do it on North and South Main.
No, I think Valley Boulevard,
Even
Toll Road.
11,000 people a day, yes. 11,000 cars a day, perfect. Big money.
You said a minute ago, we don't own those roads.
That's right, we don't know.
We can't do that. I did see this morning though on the news, they was talking about recreation and travel. That China is getting ready to lift their COVID restrictions, and they expect that to really soften, if not maybe just do away with the recession that everybody's been talking about later this year.
It would be nice
A lot
to
of
see.
people to move right there.
Yeah, that would be nice to see. And the Parkway is our biggest draw in this part of the country, really. And that's where we see most of our international travelers coming to. That's what they want to see. So it would be nice to see Asia get back in the game. We've missed them.
Tracy, has there been any talk on the board as far as like seat appointments go with the change in the hotels where I know in the past it's
What are you
been,
talking about, Missy? We're not bringing this up on TV.
well, I know in the past it's always been owners, but with the transition, the way
That's a good point.
properties are being bought up, the owner, it's not owners on property.
Appreciate that. Yep, thank you for that. Yeah, we've talked about it a little bit, and there needs to be more discussion that will eventually have to fall in your lap. So our board makeup has always been 2 hoteliers, large and small, somebody in the tourism business, somebody on council, and an at-large member. The issue we've had now, or are starting to see, is that our owners are not here. Our hotel owners, we have very few that are in town. Very few. And they're leaving here. They're being sold being sold to corporates that are somewhere else. Meadowbrook now has a couple of properties, 3 properties now. They're out of Richmond, Virginia. Village Inns is out of New Jersey, 5 properties. Now, what in my mind should happen is if we're going to stick to those appointments, we ought to allow that owner who pays the taxes on that property to appoint somebody from that property that lives up here. Typically speaking, whoever's running the front desk at the Village Inns cannot afford to live in this town and does not live in this town. That went away over the last 30 years. Right back here, we had 3 round houses. You remember those were a lot, and people upstairs of the stores. Those weren't Airbnbs, those were housing for workers. That's changed. So the idea is that maybe you all would allow that owner operator to appoint a person that could serve on the board if they pass the test, or able to be appointed. Another thing that I've noticed we've got a at-large member up. Tim Gupton's pulling back some. He's got other things going on. Let me say this for the record. He was an excellent appointee, and I appreciate that. I asked him the first day, I said, Tim, are you here as a board terrorist? He said, what do you mean? I said, did you come in here to blow this thing up? And he assured me he did not. He was not there for that, and he was not. And he's been an excellent board member. We only had a couple of people apply One of them cannot be appointed because she doesn't live in town. She's not a voter. The other will be a fine board member. I feel certain of a fine appointee. So yeah, that's got to be discussed. We'd be looking at that.
Tracy, what is the town council doing or not doing that we should be doing with regard to TDA in terms of assisting TDA? Or stop what we're doing?
No, hey, thank you for that. I would hope that you got, first off, thank you for what you do and for allowing TDA to do its work. If you read towns like Beach Mountain and what's going on with their council and their TDA, it's awful. Blowing Rock's always kind of been a shining light, you know, a beacon that followed what they're doing. That, I hear that a lot. West Jefferson, 25 years ago, they told me that, you know, we're going to be like Blowing Rock one day. And I thought, yeah, whatever. They're there. What they don't have is the Blowing Rockefeller. But that's starting to move out there now. And there's plenty of them that are realizing that, oof, there's a lot more bang for your buck out here. And this is a nice town and a true working town, a real town. Thank y'all for always being considerate. I would hope that going as you've done in the past, make thoughtful choices when you're appointing people and don't appoint a board terrorist just for fun. There are some people that want to turn over the apple cart because they can. You've never done that, and I appreciate that. I think what you could do as a board is to listen to folks like Roger Brooks, even though some of that is hard to swallow. There's nobody in this town that has the experience he has. 2,200 towns in North America he's worked with. Nobody has those credentials. We need to listen to people like that. And you all have done good by that. We've already started to see some change. You know, we've started taking baby steps to get things done. So I appreciate you all taking that lead and working on those things. But thank you for the question.
Two things. When you spoke with your economist or listened to him, what kind of recession is he looking toward? I've never seen a recession very severe with 3.5% unemployment.
That's right. That's right. And
He talked a good deal about that.
he sure did.
And I would just say, when you rebrand or talk about it, keep Coca-Cola in mind. Remember?
Talk about new Coke?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Listen, Albert, just like in destination development, we're going to rely on experts in marketing. Now, I know quite a bit about it, but I need some outside eyes and ears to come in. And yes, I absolutely hear you. They lost market share and all that. Screwed up.
Close to losing the company.
That's right. Some of the things he was talking about in terms of the recession was, first off, it's going to be soft. Inflation will decline to about 4%, he says, by year's end. He's talking about, he expects the Fed to raise rates an additional 50 to 75 basis points going in, that the mild recession for the U.S. by the end of this year, so fourth quarter of 23, should be a mild recession. And it's supply and demand and things like that causing extra issues within the economy. And, you know, everybody's griping about the price of eggs and such. It's just everybody's getting pinched wherever they are, gas, energy, food. And that's just going to slow things down. I'm not going to go out and eat as much. I'm going to cook at the house more. Well, that's going to affect Bistro Roca. And hopefully it'll be mild. We'll see it later and less severe here. Typically, it's the way it's been, and then we've been a little bit later coming out of it. I think this is my third or fourth one while I've been in this business. This will be the fourth, I guess. Nothing like the Great Recession, let's hope. But I don't have a crystal ball, and I just don't know. We can plan and try to execute the plan and hope for the best.
Yeah, he spoke a good amount about the midterms, obviously, the recession that normally follows kind of that midterm election and the change in the economy over the last 18 midterms, and the fact that it's obviously being short-lived.
And they're always
short-lived.
Yeah, they're 10 months.
9 to 10 months is
Yeah.
what he said.
Yep.
This one is even unique to that because of unemployment, and he did bring that up as being such an odd thing. Normally, you'd see that number more like 5-6% or higher versus 3.5%. And so even I think he was saying this is a little unusual, and maybe that means it's shorter than the typical 10 months that happens within that. But even Harry Davis seemed to be a little befuddled with the oddness of what was going on with the market.
He also talked about too, when he mentioned that low job rate was, how many jobs that we have versus people more. And then you remember the last question is what does the restaurants and retailers do? And he said, pay them.
That's right. This industry has been notoriously cheap in terms of employees and paying employees. It's always been a low-wage, frontline job. And he said, I just saw this yesterday, coming back from the chiropractor. Over at Cookout, on their banner, their board, they've got a sign that says, make up to $1,000 a week at Cookout, flexible hours. So the industry has to rethink how we do things. We need to pay these people more. And that means your cheeseburger's going to cost more. Get over it. You just have to do that. We have to do that. Let me finish up with a couple of thoughts here. I pulled a report from Destination Analysis. They're, Destination Analysts. They are a leading analyst company, and all they do is follow tourism. They do weekly surveys. The last one that came out, recession cautions travelers. Reduce expenditure on travel due to recession concerns. How much do you agree or disagree with the following statement? My increased caution with money includes reducing my expenditures on travel. 77.4% of those responding said they are going to reduce the amount of money they spend on travel because of recession concerns. We certainly will feel some of that. To what extent, I don't know. In the past 6 months, which, if any, of the following have kept you from traveling more than you would otherwise prefer? 45% said travel is too expensive right now. 44% said gasoline was too expensive. Gasoline's fixing to jump again, hard. And then personal financial reasons came in at 40% of the folks. So we're going to feel it. I don't know to what extent. We need to be flexible in our marketing to be able to pull back and redirect if need be. And maybe that's in-market. Maybe we start doing in-market stuff instead of trying to go out and reach and get people from way off. We start pulling back in so that it's a short trip to that Charlottean or Raleigh clientele.
Well, haven't you always noticed, that every time that this does happen, that's what we get?
Absolutely.
A lot of people, as you hear the day trippers and ice cream lickers, but that's what we usually get whenever gas gets so high.
Yeah.
People are still centrally located to either the beach or the mountains,
And two, we've got that tremendous growth in the Charlotte market, in the Raleigh market, big growth. And those new people have never been here. So they ask their neighbors, where do you go for skiing? Ooh, you gotta go to Blowing Rock or Boone up to Beach Mountain. What's this Blue Ridge Parkway thing? Oh, you gotta go to Blowing Rock. I tell you what, just go on our social media channels and read the comments. Nobody's complaining there. Nobody's bitching about a thing. They love it here.
Well, didn't, they just say North Carolina was in the top 6 for where people were moving to, and we had 3 of the top 10 cities
That's right.
that people were moving to right now.
Either top 3 or top 4
Yeah,
behind Texas and Florida. Depends on which stat you look at, but we're either 3rd or 4th in overall percentage growth.
overall.
So those new folks they're gonna find us. They're gonna find us because just like a lot of people here in this community have never been to the Outer Banks. That blows my mind. And then I get down to the Outer Banks and I'm on Ocracoke or up in Manio. Where are you from? Blowing Rock. Hell, I've never heard of that. Where's that? All these new folks, you know, and that's fine. We'll take it.
You're 6 hours away, you know.
You know, I can never get out. My kids would jump out of the van and kiss the ground when we got there. 9 hours of going down 40 and
That's because they were riding with you, Tracy.
Are we there yet?
64. Good gracious. Raleigh to the Outer Banks forever. Yeah.
Tracy, so talking a little bit with the county and understanding they're completely different than us in the way that they are generating their revenues, and their TDA is completely different than us, just in the short-term rental market. It was interesting to hear they're not seeing the leveling as much necessarily. So they're seeing, and from what I'm gathering, there's kind of an unknown amount of property that's out there that's being short-term rented. Do you see that having a negative impact, or is that just a different market in what we're trying to advertise to?
I'm going to go ask Wright for money.
Yeah.
He ought to be paying us.
Do you have do you know like a rough number of what they have on the market that's out? in the county?
Probably over 1,000 rental properties in Watauga County. When they first started, a lot of folks didn't know what they had. Now we know. We're paying a company a good deal of money to be able to find that out. But we didn't have Airbnb. Forever, we were renting houses real estate companies were renting houses all over this town. All over. We've been in the rental business since before this town was founded.
Yeah.
Now that we have Airbnb and Vrbo, we know. And we know, now you've got the rules and regs there. We've got host compliance. We know where they're happening. What's happening, and what you're talking about, is folks say, I've rented a house up in Blowing Rock, got the whole family coming. Well, they're on Edmiston Road. And Wright is laughing all the way to the bank. Out 221 where I'm at, lots of houses and condos being rented out there. County's getting that. But they're staying in Blowing Rock. As far as they know, they are. And that's fine. But it would be nice if they were parked at the Blowing Rock Inn and walking to El Rincon or whatever. I think they're going to continue to grow. I'm doing it next week. I've got 3 kids going with me to ski if I can get out of this damn chair. But we rented a condo up on Snowshoe, and it's a hell of a lot more expensive than the Holiday Inn, but that's part of the experience. We're going to cook and watch movies and have a big time, click in our skis and go right out the back door.
How's this skiing?
That's where that's moving.
How's this skiing going to affect your back issue?
I'm probably going to be cooking and drinking.
Chiropractor says he's gonna get me right, but I don't know.
He's gonna be down at the lodge.
Yeah.
Up there, yeah,
That's true.
milking it.
Yeah, buddy.
But yeah, the industry has moved toward that kind of setup where folks are looking to rent like that and not, I mean, a romantic weekend, sure. Small hotel room is for two people, that's fine. But when it comes to extended family, it's moving out. Or staying in places like the Blake that we have here in town, the Manor, or the Getaway set up perfectly for that.
And that my point was going to be, so our newest rooms that have come online recently, those two properties, Pine and Laurel, we talked about yesterday, those
Yes.
12 rooms are fitting that
Absolutely.
mold that's being pushed out to the county right now.
Yes, sir.
As we see more of those 2 and 3 room units coming to you all to be potentially approved, it's because of that. That's what's pushing that, is that extended family,
What that's gonna be.
35 to 54-year-old
Yeah.
educated female that's on Instagram, seeing the pictures, booking the hotel, or booking the house for the family type of
That's
person.
exactly right. That's exactly right. That guy, he's paying attention.
Yeah.
And,
Well, the older properties are hard to give the amenities that the new traveler wants.
Right.
I mean, when you're running a 50, 60-year-old property, you can only, I mean, you have a footprint, you can only do so much with the footprint.
that's right. And that, Amanda was talking about this the other day, and they're doing it to the old Green Motel on Blowing Rock Road. They're retrofitting the thing, but it's gonna be retro. They did the same thing down at the old Holiday Inn in Kinston. And the millennial and Gen Z, they're okay with those places if you do it right. And don't try to hide it, you know, celebrate it. And they like to go into a place that looks like their grandma's house. You know, that, oh, my grandmother would have stayed in a motor lodge like this. And that's fine. There is a market for that. But
But the general public, I mean, a bathroom that's,
Right.
you can touch all 4 walls.
Hand in the commode, take a shower.
Yeah. That's hard to tell nowadays.
Down to my house,
That's really hard to tell nowadays.
you are right, Shane, you are right.
Any other questions for Tracy?
Changing brands will do it every time we get back.
I ain't changing brands. I have to change doctors, I don't know.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you. Y'all holler at me
Oh,
if you ever need anything. You got my.
Like 5? Okay. We're gonna take,
10 o'clock, come back at 10?
okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute break.
Can I change the order? Can we do the canine thing first?
All right,
on,
we
hide that
are back in session. All right, cool, everybody's here. All right, so let's see.
I
Jane?
think they're moving.
If I may, so our schedule, when we put out agenda schedule, it's lengthy. And so we do have a request, if it's okay with you all. I know, where's Albert?
Where'd Albert go?
I just realized
He's at the food.
Albert, paging Albert, yeah.
Now he's leaving.
Yeah, he's leaving now.
If I may request a slight change in the agenda. So we do have on the agenda after paid parking, several things police related, one being the K-9 section. The K-9 is here. So if we could we move that to now ahead of paid parking and have that discussion prior to the paid parking? I don't know if there's any objections to that.
That's fine.
If so, I'm still turning it over to Chief Miller and allow him, this is kind of his section this morning to discuss, but just wanted to make sure you're okay with us changing the agenda just a little bit.
So we're going to the dogs. huh?
Going to the dog first.
Okay.
I thought you stayed there.
Thank you a bunch. I know sitting here the last couple of days, you have a lot of really big issues to think about and talk about. So I'm glad I'm not on town council, so I can appreciate the decisions you have to make. We did want to talk about K-9s keep coming up over and over again. And here lately, there's been a lot of discussion about K-9s. I've been a little reluctant for our department to have a K-9 up until now. The reasons for that are we just haven't had the staffing to support it. And we haven't had a stable workforce. We've had a high turnover. And when you bring a K-9 in, that's a significant investment, and that's a multiple year investment. When you pair a K-9 with a handler, sometimes, and William Byrd is here, and I'll introduce him in just a second, and he can say way more about it than I if you have questions. But when you pair a handler with a K-9 and that handler leaves, sometimes you can repair that K-9 with a handler and another handler, and sometimes you can't. So having a K-9 program, it's sort of a commitment. It's an investment. So we've been reluctant in the past, but I think our department, with our staffing levels, with our turnover being very, very stable for the last couple of years, I think we're in a position to do that. There's been a lot of discussion about it. So one of the things that we're going to be proposing in the next couple of months will be the implementation of a K-9 program in Blowing Rock. So what that would look like is we would ideally like to have 2 K-9s, one for each rotation, so that there's one on duty each rotation of our schedule. And those dogs would primarily be trained for narcotics detection, for tracking suspects or tracking lost persons. And that would be the bulk of the things that we use the K-9s for here in Blowing Rock. We do have an opportunity. We've been talking about this. We've been putting together proposals, trying to get the details worked out to present it. But we did have an opportunity that presented itself a little sooner than we anticipated. So this is William Byrd. William, how many years in law enforcement does William have? I don't know. A lot.
I've got 24 years full-time, and I've been sworn 31 years. This is my first K-9. I've had opportunities over the years to have one, but this is my first one. And I'm glad I waited till later on to have it, because it's a full-time job. It's 24/7. It's not something you can do on the weekends and then maybe go through the week. But I've got to learn a lot. He'll be 4 years old in April 13th, and he's a Shepherd Malinois mix. He's been trained in narcotics. When I first got him up until now, he's got over 4 pounds of meth out of cars and stops. That's from little small things to great big things. We train regularly on tracking. We train regularly on article searches. If someone was to throw out, say, a knife, or somebody lost some keys, something like that, we can find those. We've done 4 tracks with him. He is 4 for 4, which is a good ratio. But he's tracked people up to a mile, and we've caught them as a chase back, I think last year sometime, from starting Blowing Rock, and we ended up catching one of 2 suspects.
So William, we have hired William as one of our police officers, the positions that were approved last July, the 2 additional positions. We just finally hired William in December. So it took us 6 months to find somebody to hire for the first one, and I'll talk about the other one later on. But we've hired William for one of those two positions. We're still waiting for his paperwork to come back from training and standards so we can swear him in. But William comes with a canine that's available for purchase to the town at a very, very reasonable price that's already completely trained. So hopefully we'll be presenting soon to council to get approval to purchase that canine that hopefully won't require any additional funds in our department. I think now we'll have enough funds to cover that. But anyway, that's something we'll be bringing forward once we talk to Shane and Nicole and figure that out.
So we purchased the dog, but he comes for free.
He comes for free.
That's usually how it goes.
So we do have that opportunity to purchase an already trained
Dogs need to
canine.
go up in cost.
Yes.
What are the 4 categories that a dog is trained in? You mentioned a couple of them, but aren't there 4 categories?
He's trained in narcotics, tracking, article searching, and he's trained to bite if need be. Now, when people hear stuff about bite work, there's, oh, he's going to eat everything up. He's trained to bite, take down someone, well, I say bite, take down someone by the arms or the legs. It's not that he's going to jump on people and tear things. It's not like that, like people assume. But also, more important, it's not so much as biting somebody out here, because bite work's probably about, out of 100%, bite work's probably about maybe 2% of what you'll do. The majority of it's narcotics work. And then you throw some tracking in there, which is maybe another 1 or 2% at the most. I've done this, like I said, I've been involved in this almost over 30 years, and I've yet to see the first bite. And I've been around dogs my entire career. And the one thing is it's a protection for the handler. If I was out here on a stop or out here searching the house and I get jumped on, the dog would defend me. Okay? And, he's car protective too, which you can take a Chihuahua and they'll be car protected. But that's the 4 categories that you're asking. The majority of it is narcotics work.
Just to give you an idea, our Blowing Rock police officers, particularly on night shift, probably request canines from other agencies 1 to 2 times a week.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
So we're already using canines. We're just having to call mutual aid requests to get other agencies.
So what timeline before you have to cut that person loose that you suspect?
So we cannot delay our stop for the purposes of a canine search unless the officer has reasonable suspicion to search. So that's real complicated, but if I stop you for speeding and I don't have any other reason, articulable reason, to think that maybe you have narcotics in the car, I can't delay that traffic stop beyond what it would reasonably take for me to issue a speeding ticket and let you be on your way. Now, if William had a canine in his car and that canine walks around the car right quick, if he's the one that stopped you for speeding, then we can articulate that we're not delaying that stop. If another officer that doesn't have a canine, they can't wait for a canine to come from Boone. Now, if they pull up to the car, the driver rolls the window down, which this is the most common scenario. The driver rolls the window down to give their license and the marijuana smoke rolls out. Well, now they have a reasonable suspicion to search for marijuana, so they can delay that stop as long as necessary to get that canine to come over.
Okay. Is Tracy Brown still here?
Purposefully let Tracy leave.
Until the dog gets here.
So Aaron, you said now you do a mutual aid thing with the county. Do they charge?
County or Boone PD.
Do they charge the town for that?
No. No, they currently have not, and that's if they're available.
But we also could reciprocate
Absolutely.
with Boone and, okay.
Absolutely.
If you would speak just generically about your time here and if Lance or someone wants to speak to, I know from just being on patrol, especially at night, what you've seen and the increase with drug stops on 321 especially.
Yeah, and Lance will probably be able to speak to that a lot better than I, but our number of drug seizures is going up exponentially. I think that's fair to say, Lance. Would you agree? Recently, in the last couple of months, we had one officer that took a pound of meth out of a car. A pound of meth is a lot. That's a lot of meth. We know that there's a lot of narcotics traveling on 321. Tracy mentioned earlier, 11,000 cars a day. Some areas of 321, the counts are 16,000 cars a day. So 16,000 cars a day traveling through here. A lot of those cars have narcotics in them. And we also, the misconception is that marijuana is legal, and it is not. So we still, now typically the small, in North Carolina, if it's less than a half ounce, you just write a citation. It's an infraction. It's not even a criminal violation. And typically we don't make a big fuss about those things, but we do get significant quantities of marijuana on the distributor level. Some of you may recall several years ago, the town of Blowing Rock was the recipient of a pickup truck due to a drug seizure. That pickup truck's still being used by Parks and Recreation now. So we have seen a significant increase in the number of our drug charges and the quantities of the narcotics that we're seizing.
So this dog, of course, it can sniff out marijuana, pot, whatever, but can it disseminate between that and meth in the stop?
He can because he's not imprinted on marijuana. And the reason being for that is, they keep talking about legalizing marijuana
Right.
in North Carolina. Well, if they do that, then the dog will be invalid.
Okay.
That takes a lot of stuff out because the attorneys can argue, well, he's sniffing marijuana, he's not sniffing these other things. He's imprinted on meth, cocaine, heroin, and ecstasy. So that's usually your big ticket things. And a lot of times, even some of the smaller things, I think some of the other officers can contest to it, marijuana will give you a little bit different odor. He can smell, if someone just smoked marijuana or smoked meth in a car, let's say, or heroin, usually that scent will dissipate to the common nose, something within an hour or something like that. He'll smell it up to 2.5 hours of them smoking, so it's been in the car. And that's the biggest thing, we didn't imprint him on marijuana because of the legalization possibly coming down the line.
Yeah.
Because what that would do, take the dog out of service.
Okay.
I know Williams got his, and you were talking about the additional another one. What happened with the ladies that come about a year or so ago that offered to give us a canine, sponsor a canine?
We are working, talking with some folks. We have been talking with some folks about raising some funds to help with a canine. Like I said, William coming on board with our department has sort of expedited things and given us this opportunity at a relatively low cost to have a canine that's already trained. If somebody does come and give us a canine, we still have the obedience training, and then it has to go for the narcotics and the other specialty trainings. And how long is
A
it?
lot of that, what they do, they have a 2-week handler school. And most of what that is get the handler and the dog accustomed to each other, bonding, as they call it. A lot of the dogs have already been imprinted on some of the stuff and they're tracking all things. The handler just has to get used to what he's alerting to and watching how he acts and changes his behavior. That's what that's for. And usually a 2-week handler school is about $2,500, which is,
But I thought these ladies offered to pay for all that.
You're talking about the relationship I have with Janet and Francie that runs a nonprofit that does
Right.
that.
Right.
They are still in the wings. It was left to Aaron when he thought the police department was ready to use that. So I've been leaving it to Aaron, and we've got back into discussion now that
We've started those conversations.
So they are still around.
they're still around, yes.
We have
We've just-
started that conversation for a second
Yeah.
canine.
I did not pursue it full-heartedly until Aaron was ready.
And I didn't think for a while that we were, like I already said, I didn't think we were ready. We didn't have the staffing to maintain the canine and our turnover. We couldn't take the risk on with our turnover being as high as it was, to bring in a canine and have the handler leave and figure that piece out. So this is just we've been working on this project for a few months now to get information. Having William come on board with their department sort of expedited where we were with our canine program, because we have the opportunity to already have a trained handler and a trained canine. And when I talk about the cost, we're talking about $5,000. So we're not talking about huge amounts of money. We will have to upfit a car with a canine kennel. That'll be the big delay, because getting a canine kennel might take us months. So that'll be the big holdup. But that's where we are now and what we plan to propose. And William can come in and do a little demonstration if you all are up for it. He did ask that you all stand back and move back to the chair area while the K-9 comes in and does its demonstration. So, yes.
If I can add advantages for the school system here with SRO and any thoughts on
William, what's your
opportunities there?
experience?
He can come in and do programs for the schools, he can do programs for businesses and stuff like that. He's the kind of cat that come in, when he comes in, he's in work mode. That's why I was actually, standing back. Not that he's gonna jump up on the table and tear about, he's all business when he comes. We've done programs for back to school events, where people watch him do stuff as close to what y'all are. And we go into schools, we can do cars and parking lots at the schools if they need be, whatever they need, we can help them with. And, if, say a kid walks away from school one day, we can find, some articles, something that's theirs, we can track him and see where he goes. We can help with that. Lost people with, Alzheimer's, somebody may walk off, he can do the same thing with that. So.
Albert, you want to go ahead and give him one of your sweaters?
We believe that somebody down in this area may have brought some narcotics into the room, or at least something that simulates narcotics. So we're gonna
Say, anybody want to leave? Yeah.
Albert, better go to the bathroom.
You stay, Charlie. You stay.
Councilman Ward, even the.
How far back we go? Sorry.
Yeah, he'll be around.
Eric's just far back enough.
As long as I'm behind you all, I feel like I'm in good shape.
Is he going right here?
He's gonna be up there at the. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Sit, black, zoom. Here. Here, yep. He's passive alert.
Pete. I was working with you, buddy.
Somebody got some stuff to tell you. Sit.
So William said the dog has a passive aggressive, alert. What's the word I'm looking for, William?
That's it. What he does, the passive alert is, some dogs are trained to scratch and to bark, but his alert is passive. He sits when he detects the odor. He sits, and that's where the alert is, so he knows what he smells.
And that's good because in the past, some of those other scratching and things that dogs did tore up people's
Right.
vehicles. So that was wrong.
And what this is just, I was telling the chief, this is just cotton balls. It hasn't sit, there's no dope at all whatsoever on this. But his nose is so strong, that this is set in a box where we keep narcotics for 3 months ago. Still got the scent on it. And their nose is so good, if you smell a hot dog, he smells what's inside the hot dog, and all the ingredients. So that's what they do.
How old is the dog?
He'll be 4 months, or 4 years old in April.
And he's still got how much working life?
Unless he, carries some kind of health problem, probably 5 years or better. 5 to 6 years left.
And his name?
William.
We.
He came that way, I didn't check the name.
Has he not got a junior on the back?
Well, they call it Square, William Square. Well, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on.
don't know this about you.
Well, you gotta remember, Pete come from California.
That's
so
right.
They started it out there, you know, so.
Pete asked a real good question while we were back there about where the dog stays at night and that kind of thing. The dog lives with the handler 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So a handler will have a kennel at their home. They have to take the dog home. They care for the dog at home. We compensate them with a certain amount of comp time per week for that activity and for the training and that sort of thing.
Does he already have like a vest in it?
No.
He does not have
He
anything
does
like
not have
that.
any equipment. So that's something that we've been working on getting some budget numbers for. And I know we have some people who are interested in making some donations for those things. So we're working on all that. So we have to have a person who's very dedicated to the canine program, who's willing to take that canine home every day and feed it and be part of their family and keep it secure and those type things. So questions about canines in general, I'm not an expert on the canines, but I'll do the best. So just wanted you to meet the canine we're looking at, and hopefully we'll be talking some more about that in the future.
How would you, what would be the process for the second canine?
Well, we probably wouldn't do any, we probably work that into our budget, our next fiscal year budget. So we would do some budget planning for that, see what funds we can raise privately for that. The big expenses are the canine itself. In this case, we're getting a really good deal, the canine itself and the kennel. But the kennel cost is offset if we're buying new vehicles for the next fiscal year, rather than buying a vehicle with our traditional prisoner transport cage in the back and that kind of thing. We would just buy it with a kennel, which would offset the cost by about 50% or whatever. So it's not a huge expense. The initial upfront cost is not huge.
Any monies available from the state for,
I do not know the answer. We have not looked at that.
okay.
Any, things with the officers with kids? What they recommend there?
What we're doing the process we're in right now is I've requested several model canine policies from other agencies. I know there have been incidences in the past around the United States where a police canine maybe have bit some family members or whatever. We want to make sure when we're getting a canine that we don't have an overly aggressive canine. Like William said, any of these canines, these breeds, the reason they choose these breeds is, number one, they're very intelligent, easy to train. They're very active, but they're very protective as well. So, we would have to put signage on the vehicles that says canine caution to try to get, people have to understand, and William and I have already had long conversations. If you're walking this canine down Main Street, you have to make sure that people don't just come up and start reaching down and trying to touch this canine. We have to have some procedures in place. But we have some model policies that I've gathered. We're in the process of writing our own canine policies and procedures based on these model policies and best practices. So we'll have that in place before we implement. And those are certainly things we'll look at. William doesn't have small children in the home, but, another canine handler may, I don't know. So
That's what I was asking, that, and then, we do have, I wonder how well they do with aggressive dogs, because Main Street is full of them at times here.
So William had been working in, you have something?
Yeah, I was just gonna point out that William's son, Tanner Bird, has a dog the same breed as William at home with a 6-month-old baby. As long as they're acclimated, I don't think there's a problem.
Yeah.
That baby pulls on that dog's face all day. No reaction whatsoever.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with the way the canine is acclimated, and the word I'm using for it's left me when you introduce a dog to lots of people early on. The term is left.
It's to be their environment, the way they're.
Socialized.
Yeah, William, he comes from Ashe County, and this canine worked in Ashe County. So William was able to get the dog purchased from Ashe County, and hopefully we in turn will purchase it from him, so it will be town property. But we've had long conversations, and we will have more conversations, and probably into our policy, some precautions about Blowing Rock is not the rural area of Ashe County, you know, walking down the street in Blowing Rock in the summertime with everybody else's pets and children and that kind of thing, maybe something we just can't, we have to avoid, possibly. But we're having conversations about that and trying to make sure we have policies to address that. Any other questions, comments? All right, well, we'll move over into parking, and when Tracy was up here, he kind of set up my presentation pretty well by talking about parking and what it has to do with the TDA and that sort of thing. And the things that Tracy's got going on with the TDA as far as wayfinding and management, the parking decisions that we make need to work with what he's doing as well. So we've been working very well together and trying to roll out some things at the same time. I put in front of everybody a printed copy of a pay to park proposal. So the first piece of that is the background, just going back through the background information on how we got to where we are. And I'll try to, you've seen nothing that I'm going to present today is new. You've heard every bit of this before. You've seen these slides before. Nothing is new. But basically the way we got here was the TDAs hired Mr. Brooks to come in and do the comprehensive tourism study. He did that. He made those recommendations to council and to the town. And of course, one of his big recommendations was that we didn't have enough parking. 3 things I hear about parking. Sorry, do I need to?
No, I was pushing down.
3 things I hear about parking almost daily. There's not enough parking. There's merchants or their employees parking in spaces that should be for customers, and there's no parking at the post office. Well, I'm going to deal with those in reverse order because it's been recommended to me that I haven't made it clear enough about the post office. So while I've got an audience and some people watching online, the post office parking lot is private property. That is not the town's property. We have absolutely no authority whatsoever to enforce any parking regulations in the post office parking lot. That is 100% the responsibility of the postmaster. So I just wanted to clear that up. I know there's a lot of misinformation going around about the town, the police are not enforcing parking in the post office parking lot. We cannot enforce parking regulations on private property without some sort of a contract and agreement. That property owner has to enter into an agreement with us for us to do that. So just to clear that up right quick, post office is not us, that's the postmaster. So going back to the not enough parking and the parking that we want to reserve for customers being utilized by others that it should not be. Those are the 2 things that we want to address. So I'll skip on over. There's in the background, there's a little history of the parking advisory committee that we set up. The recommendations that came from the parking advisory committee are in here. They overwhelmingly suggested that we go forward with pay to park. They suggested a 2-hour parking for the first 4 hours on our on-street parking and $1.50 an hour in the off-street parking. And that's the history of how we got here and why we're talking about this. So the reason we're talking about pay to park, we need more parking. Everybody says that. Every presenter that comes to you retreat talks about parking. Yesterday, you were hearing about the Main Street improvements, underground utilities, those kinds of things. Well, they're taking away parking. So since I've been here, we continue to lose parking spaces on Main Street, but we're not as good at creating new parking spaces. So we need to be thinking about that. The pay to park, you have 3 options with the pay to park, or with parking in general. You can choose to take no action. You can choose to increase taxes with the other projects that you were talking about yesterday to build additional parking, or you can go to a pay to park system and generate revenues from pay to park to help pay for those additional parking structures. Those are really the only three options that I see with parking in Blowing Rock. So we've prepared this plan to give you an option for pay to park. It creates revenue to help pay for those additional parking spaces. So we'll skip on over to the actual proposal itself. There's 7 things in that pay to park proposal, starting on page 5. You know, we'd have to establish some sort of special parking fund. The parking fund would be administered by the finance director, and the revenues and expenditures relating to parking would be accounted for within this special fund. So that's Shane and Nicole would figure out the government finance piece and what that has to look like. And I know there's some differences between where the money goes for on-street parking versus where the money goes for off-street parking. And that's things that finance would work out and come back with recommendations. But basically, our suggestion is that you keep the parking monies for parking, because that's what we need. Number 2 on there, on proper notification and hearing, changes would be made to Chapter 6 of the Town Code to authorize a pay to park in Blowing Rock. I've got those amendment changes on the next few pages. 3, the town manager would be authorized to enter into agreements with persons or organizations who own private parking lots to collect fees and enforce parking regulations in exchange for public access to these lots and spaces. So that's where we talked about, and we'll get into that a little more in depth if you want in a few pages. That's where we talked about our public-private partnerships. Those places like Rumpel Church, if they choose to participate, if they want to let some of their parking be used for public access, we would help them manage that parking, and the town manager would be able to enter into those individual contracts to be able to do that. Fees for parking would be collected through the use of a mobile payphone app or at a pay station installed by the town. Vendors selection to provide mobile phone parking app services, enforcement software, and equipment and multi-space pay stations would be selected through the National Cooperative Purchasing Alliance. We talked about that last town council meeting. The purchasing alliance that had all these parking vendors are already have their RFQs and things within that cooperative. So we could pull from that and not have to reinvent the wheel. We wouldn't have to come up with our own RFQs, which wouldn't be nearly as detailed as the ones that they have on that website. So all those are available. So we recommend that we go with vendors who are already partners with the National Cooperative Purchasing Alliance. We would require 3 additional employee positions recommended to provide management and to have enforcement 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. These positions would be funded from parking revenues. Budget amendments may be required if the implementation for the program were to begin this fiscal year. So that's some things we'll have to talk about and decide moving forward is when that will be implemented. So that's sort of just a overview of the plan, and then we'll get into a little more depth in the next pages. On page 6 is the proposed town code amendments that would be required before we can have a pay to park program. We went over these last month. I'm supposed to be trying to do these slides at the same time, but they don't correspond, so I'm not sure if I can do that. But these are the town code amendments. We had a reserved section in our town code in section 6 already, so we would be using that reserved section to talk about our pay to park. It's pretty straightforward. It just basically says that the town is going to charge for parking in certain areas. And, who's going to administer that? If you turn over to page 7, we would also have to update the parking violation fines in our town code. The only ones really that we're looking at changing are the overtime violations. Now we only have one overtime violation. It's $10 no matter what. So we would propose having 3 different levels of overtime with an increasing fine for each level. That's something that's been recommended. The other significant change, there would be a $25 fine if you fail to pay at all. So if you're that person that wants to pay up and not register at all to park, that would be a flat rate of $25 for that fine. They also added language in there for these serious violators. We do have a couple in town. I guarantee they're parked there right now, that are parked on Main Street every day, that are work in some of these businesses, that have received numerous parking citations over the summer and have paid none. We currently don't have a real mechanism to collect any parking fines. So, you know, some people we give parking citations to a lot and they just don't get paid. So that's a problem. So we did put some language in here for these very serious offenders who have past due or delinquent parking citations and who have not paid them. We would be able to use a vehicle immobilization device, a wheel boot. I know that's not popular, but I think those would be very extraordinary circumstances when those are used. Not very often, and I think we would only have to do it 1 or 2 times. And I think that'd be about the end of that. Most of the time, you know, our visitors coming, they're probably not going to be repeat parking violators because they're not here enough. So the repeat parking violators are probably going to be some of the merchants or their employees or something, and that would be, I don't think we'd have to do that very many times. Those would be the changes on that section. The next section, it would have to be changed in our town code. We would have to add an appendix for parking fees, and you can see those fees outlined on page 8. $2 per hour for parking on street plus convenience fees. So we talked a little bit last month. I believe David brought up the question, good question. These mobile pay apps make their money from collecting per transaction on your parking. So right now, the rate that we've been quoted is 25 cents per transaction. So if you pull up to the parking space and you pay using your mobile phone app, you have to pay $2 per hour, and they're going to charge you one time per parking session, that 25 cents. So if you park 1 hour, it's 25 cents. If you park 3 hours, it's 25 cents. Does that make sense? One time per parking session. That's how they make their money for software development and the back office software and all the other things that we use that are not billed to the town. That's how they make their money. The pay stations are, they also have a fee associated with using the pay station. So my recommendation in writing the town code or amending the town code is that we put a cap on that. We don't say, and maybe this is not doable, I don't know. Rather than say it's 25 cents per parking session and then next year it goes up to 27 cents and we have to amend the town code every time. We put a cap on that parking convenience fee cannot exceed 50 cents per parking session. And that should get us to sometime in the future before we would have to come back before council and do a code revision. So that's my proposal. And that's what that means in there when it says convenient fees not to exceed 50 cents per parking transaction. We also have talked several times about leaving the Devant Field parking area open. Tracy mentioned it this morning that some of our outlying parking areas are underutilized. We did see quite a few parkers in the Devant Field Saturday, which I was pleased, but some of those outlying areas are underutilized. By making that our free parking area, we hope to push those parking customers, particularly merchants or their employees who don't have their own assigned parking lots, push those customers out to these underutilized parking areas. That's the goal. That's one of the goals with our parking program, irregardless of the charge or not charge, is to try to get people to find and use these underutilized parking areas. TDA is working on the wayfinding. Tracy allowed me to participate in that, which is great. So we've made some recommendations on how we want traffic to flow based on the wayfinding to find these additional parking areas. So hopefully that'll make a difference as well.
Chief,
Yes.
on Sunset Drive, where does that stop and start?
It would be all of Sunset Drive would be on the street.
But not in,
Right in front of First Baptist Church.
First Baptist Church, that's private property. We don't own that. The the diagonal parking spaces
We said didn't we discuss to the four-way stop sign on
to the
Sunset?
four-way stop sign. Those parking spaces beyond that, am I right? That's not Town of Blowing Rock parking.
Correct.
Okay, right. We do not
I
have.
say that very hesitantly because it's never been Town of Blowing Rock
Never.
parking, but.
When you see us comb those spots off for an event, that's because it's a First Baptist Church event and we do not own those parking spaces.
So when we
We
went through
cannot do
this,
parking enforcement there without an agreement with First Baptist Church.
that was part of the Sunset Drive renovations as well, is allowing that parking to continue in the location that it was for First Baptist.
I could make that clear to say at the stop sign, but I didn't say that because any parking beyond that stop sign is not Town of Blowing Rock parking, public parking.
Thank you.
Yes. That's one, well, we'll get to that in a second. So, page number 9, vendor recommendations.
So I'm sorry to interrupt again.
No, go ahead.
So if a private lot wanted to come up online, they would be in this off-street parking area fee structure.
So the way it would work, and I've got a little bit more information on that on page 11.
Okay.
So any organization that would want to participate, we can use First Baptist Church as an example, even though I don't think they're interested at this time, but we'll use them as an example. If what we know, we're not afraid, we know will happen is if we start charging for parking on public parking, some folks are going to try to find other parking spaces where they can park for free. Well, that's going to push people onto other private lots like those spaces at the bottom of Sunset that are the First Baptist Church's spaces. We know that if that happens, that's going to create a burden for these businesses and organizations that do this parking. So we wanted to have a plan up front going forward from day one to address that so that we're not creating additional burden for these businesses and organizations, but we're able to work with them and help manage that. So if the First Baptist Church were to want to come on board, if they suddenly decided, hey, we have a problem, we need help, we would be able to create a contract between the First Baptist Church and the Town of Blowing Rock. They would be allowed to dictate the terms of their parking. It's their lot. So if they want it to be $2 an hour for those spaces on Sunset and $1.50 for the others, they could perhaps say that they wanted to charge $5 an hour. It's their private lot, so they can do whatever they want. But we could come in, they would have their own zone number. So anybody that parks in that zone, we would be able to identify that, track it separately, track the finances from that, the proceeds from that lot separately. And in exchange, our enforcement officers would do the enforcement in their parking area, however they wanted. If they want to reserve 10 spots for church members Monday through Friday, for their staff, daycare employees, whatever, then those spaces would be reserved for their use only. The other spaces, whatever spaces they wanted to make public, we would help enforce whatever parking regulations they wanted to have in that particular lot.
If they had reserved spaces, we also assist in enforcing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And we would, and we think this number can be looked at in a couple of years. We may want to look at this number, but right now we've put 20% in there. 20% would be our management fee for collecting their money, for enforcing their regulations, and then the town in turn would write a check back to that business or organization for the proceeds from that lot, minus that 20%. Yes.
I've had a number of people ask me that are local residents if they were going to pick up a bottle of wine or pick up clothing or pick up kids. Is there any consideration that the town would give like a 30-minute grace period to do that rather than just charge them?
I don't know of any way to do that. If your traffic enforcement person is walking down the street, chalking tires, so to speak, electronically chalking tires, they have no way to know if that vehicle is parked there to pick up a child for 30 minutes or if they've been parked there for the hour or have other intentions. So I don't know that there's any way that that could be enforced.
Okay.
Do you have a thought?
Not on this.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, so I spoke to Alan briefly about what a potential agreement would look like with some of these private lots, and there's still, some unknown there as we were to draft a contract essentially, and those contracts would need to be consistent. So we wouldn't need to be in the business of negotiating different rates for different parking lots. And that was definitely a suggestion both he had, and he's reached out to a couple other folks, attorneys that are with towns that are in the business of having these private agreements. And so the relationship would be contractual in nature, a legal contractual agreement that would need to be consistent from lot to lot. So one lot doesn't need to necessarily have a different rate or percentage than another lot, just to keep things really above board. This is dealing with public funds, so to speak. So we do have to keep that pretty consistent. So I did reach out to Alan this weekend and had a conversation with him about what that would look like. So
Thank you. Good point. Thank you. So we'll flip back over to page 9. We're talking about our vendor recommendations. Our initial committee was made up of a large group. I think there were 13 or 15 people on that initial committee that made recommendations about rates, hours of the day to park, and those sorts of things. Then we had a second working committee that was primarily town staff. I think Tracy and Charles may have been there initially. That second working committee, we've met with a couple of vendors. These vendors were both participants in that national purchasing coalition that I talked about. We were able to ask them lots of questions, and they were able to tell us how things worked and what they charged and those types of things. So from all that research and those interviews, our recommendation would be for specific vendors, the parking app vendor, our recommendation would be to go to Passport Parking. Another reason that we like Passport Parking, a couple of reasons, and it's outlined here. They've got a lot of experience in the industry. They're a North Carolina-based company. They're in many other areas in North Carolina, and I listed several of those in your packet. They're in Raleigh, Asheville, Carolina Beach, Hickory, Davidson, Atlanta Beach. I know they're at North Myrtle and some others. So we wanted to pick a company that was in the app business that visitors are already familiar with. So they're not coming here and trying to figure it out. I used an example, and I'm not picking on anybody, but I was in Surf City not long ago, and apparently they have their own app that they paid somebody to develop, but it was one that you can't go to you can't really just go to the Play Store and download, or the iStore, what do they call Apple Store, iTunes? I don't know what they call that. I'm not an Apple person.
App Store.
So you'd have to go up to their sign and scan the QR code on their sign. Nothing wrong with that, but for me as a visitor, that's an extra step. If I already have Passport app in my phone because I'm from Raleigh, or I'm from Charlotte, or I'm from Asheville, or one of these other places, I've already got the app in my phone. I'm already set up. All I have to do is put in the zone number, and it knows that Passport knows that's a Blowing Rock zone, and pay for my parking session that way. So that was an important factor. The other factor where Passport was ahead of many others is they also offer the enforcement software. Enforcement piece is huge. That's where most of our expense for this program comes. There's no point in having a pay to park system if you don't enforce it. So Passport also has that piece. Their back office is the same back office, so that essentially eliminates a third vendor having to be brought in to do enforcement. Some of these parking programs, there can be up to 4 vendors that they're working with. They have the parking app, the pay station app, the enforcement app, and then there are companies who their only job is to put all the apps, all these things together into one back office program. It gets so complicated. So we wanted to try to reduce the number of vendors as much as possible that we had to work with. And Passport has a good enforcement program. The other vendor, multi-space meters, we've looked at several. The Flowbird would be the recommendation that we made. Flowbird currently has multi-space pay stations in North Carolina. Raleigh's a good example. In Raleigh, they have Passport parking app and Flowbird meters. So these two companies already have relationships in several cities. Their software already works together. There won't be any kind of issues setting up Flowbird multi-space parking meters with Passport parking apps and running that on one back office software system. And that's very important for us, very important for Thomas. If we have problems, we don't have too many people that we have to call and try to figure out what's going on.
Could, like these delivery trucks, is it gonna be one space, one vehicle, or could, being there longer, could they pay for two spaces and put one vehicle in?
So currently, we are not proposing changing the layout of parking on Main Street. The layout currently is one vehicle per space. We don't make a charge, but most of our, I guess the short answer to your question is probably not. Maybe that's something we could look at. Most of our delivery trucks tend to get here earlier. The ones that are on Main Street. Kilwins, they always get here early. I'm trying to think of who else. The US Foods truck for Story Street, I know they back down the drive, so they're not on street parking, but I know a lot of our delivery trucks try to get here in the mornings because they don't want to be here during the day when it's congested either. It's very difficult.
Well, I'm not only just your delivery trucks, but, we go to that, I'm talking about like a truck and a trailer.
We currently don't allow that now. Currently now, if there's a truck, if it's in season and our parking enforcement person is out marking tires, they would issue a citation for that. Because the citation would be parking in more than one space. So currently, we don't permit that. If that's something you want to talk about, allowing moving forward, we can do that. But we're not proposing at this time, changing the layout of the parking, the layout of the street, or any of those kinds of provisions that we already have in place. But those are some things that we can look at. Question came up last month about, and it's come up before, loading zones and some other things. To me, the time to have that conversation is during the Main Street project. And it's time to come back and repave Main Street for the final time at the end of 2024 or whenever that happens. That's the time to sit down and look at any changes you might want to make to the layout, whether you add loading zones. We've been asked about loading zones during certain times of the day and then parking during others. I don't know how we would change that over. I don't know how we would enforce that or regulate that, to be honest. So it would probably, since we're not going to begin parking enforcement until it says 9 o'clock in the morning, most likely, you're looking at toward 10 o'clock before a parking enforcement person gets around. And, our parking enforcement people they're not going to write the Kilwins truck if they're going to be there 10 minutes making a delivery. We haven't done that in the past, and I don't see that changing. But most of those vendors, if they get here before 10 o'clock in the morning, they're not going to have a problem anyway. If they get here after 10 o'clock in the morning, they don't have a parking space anyway.
Well, I know that we've asked this town before for the vendors to try and get their orders before 11 if possible.
Mm-hmm. If they even get here at 11, they don't have a parking space. They're still in the street by 11. So if they're not here by 9 o'clock, especially during the summer hours, they have to park in the street anyway. There is no way for them to get off the street. The other issue that we've sort of run into in the past is some of the food truck vendors. Some of them like to come really, really, really early in the morning. However, we have a town ordinance that prohibits that. So one thing we might want to look at in the future is, I don't know, I'm just throwing that out. We may want to look at loosening that town ordinance so that some of these food vendor trucks can come earlier. That creates a little problem with some of your hotels, motels and things like that who have guests staying. Maybe it creates a noise issue.
It is absolutely possible, though, to use, whether that's axles, anything over 3 axles, or however how we want to write it into the ordinance, to prohibit certain size trucks to be in the business of delivering after a certain hour. I mean, we have that ability to do that. That would go along, timing wise with this, if we wanted to kind of put it all, in gear at the same time. But, your UPS truck, FedEx trucks, those are, normally not within that same regulation, but towns do it
They're
all the
different
time.
type operating, but I mean, they're delivering mail to everybody.
That's right. So, but towns have it all the time within the ordinances of no trucks over a certain size, certain axles, that type of thing, over a certain, outside of a certain hour timeframe, before a time or after a time. So
We can certainly
change
do that. I think you're going to get some pushback from merchants. So that's something you'll have to anticipate. But I also do believe that if you're going to have those kinds of restrictions, you're going to have to loosen some of the other restrictions up about coming early in the morning. Where you're sort of you're pushing them into a 2 or 3 hour window, and that just might not be possible for all deliveries to be made in that 2 or 3 hour window. I'm not a merchant, I don't know, but I think those are things you'll have to consider.
Is the enforcement, is it a physical ticket on the dash, or is it handled like a toll road and you get it in the mail?
No, it'll be a physical ticket on the windshield. So the way the enforcement, we've talked about paying by license plate. That is the only system that makes sense to me for Blowing Rock, is pay by license plate. So whether you use your mobile phone or whether you use a pay station, you will put your license plate and your zone into that system. So when our enforcement people come back using technology like license plate readers, which a license plate reader can be attached to a cell phone, or license plate readers can be mounted on a vehicle. We will probably use both so that parking enforcement person can drive down Main Street with that license plate reader, and it's telling them instantaneously inside the vehicle on a computer screen who's paid and who's not and who's expired. So if they run across somebody that's expired or not paid, they can stop. Our police now, they've been using mobile printers forever now. So it'd be much like getting a citation on the highway. They'll punch it in, it'll print on a mobile printer in the vehicle. They'll take it and stick it on the windshield. If they're walking using a cell phone, that mobile printer hangs in a case on their shoulder. So they'll print that citation off and stick it on the windshield. On page 10, we've talked multiple times about revenue potential. We've said multiple times that there are many, many, many unknowns, and that there's a lot of speculation going to this, hopefully scientific guessing. But the formula that has been used in every single revenue projection has been taking the occupancy rates for hotels and motels in Blowing Rock from the TDA and translating that into an equivalent occupancy rate for our parking spaces. So if the parking, I think the example I used in this is in May, the TDA will tell you that in May, 60% of our short-term rentals are occupied. So we took that 60% and said, okay, well, we can project that 60% of our parking spaces will be at capacity during the month of May. We took that 60%, multiplying the amount per hour on our parking spaces, and that's how all these revenue projections are calculated. That's really the only method that we have right now because we have no data. We've never done this before. So that is really the only method that we can use to make these revenue predictions. All of the revenue predictions that have been made have not been very far apart, but they've all also used this exact same formula. So they're all using basically the same formula, and they're coming up with relatively the same answer. So that's where we come up with those. The lowest revenue projection so far was the financial advising company that the town used, and Shane can put that back up on the board if you'd like to see it again. And that revenue projection was $1.3 million per year. But again, using that same formula. You want to jump in on the revenue at all?
Maybe not right now. Yeah,
Okay.
we can come back to it.
A program cost we can put a pencil to those things and come up with a pretty good number. We know what it's going to cost us to do this. And you can see, I didn't put in the entire spreadsheet there, but I did put in the major cost that are going to be in play. Capital expenses, we know we'll have about $170,000 up front in capital expenses. That's a little different from what I presented in the past, because after looking at some exact locations for pay stations, I feel like maybe I'd originally talked about 10 multi-space pay stations. I really think we need to look at 12, because some of them are going to be pretty far apart. So I did add a couple of multi-space pay stations in that. So $170,000 in capital. That's for the pay stations, the big expense. Having a vehicle that's upfitted with license plate reading equipment is another pretty significant expense. If the program is implemented in this fiscal year, we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute, the timeline for that. If it's implemented this fiscal year, we would have to have some funding, approximately $72,000 in funding, and that would be for the software that we use for this fourth quarter, personnel, and our miscellaneous expenses, which includes office supplies, paper for the mobile printers, print tickets, those kinds of things. Yes.
Let me ask you a question on that, on when you was talking about upfitting for a mobile reader, one of the vehicles. What happens if that vehicle's down? Will that reader be able to move to another vehicle?
No, but we will have that's why we will also have
The
cell
mobile?
phone. So, and I think the type, whether we use a cell phone on foot or whether we use a vehicle, will probably depend a lot on the time of year, the congestion and that kind of thing. In the summertime in July, it might be better just to walk with that handheld reader anyway. In the wintertime, if it's a little colder or maybe it's raining or something, obviously that vehicle would.
But we still have a backup no matter which one we go.
Yes, but the vehicle mounted equipment is permanently mounted. It can be moved, but it wouldn't be something you could take on and off each day. It would be
So like a golf cart?
No, I think what we've talked about so far is just a smaller pickup truck. The thought process behind that is if we're managing parking spaces, if these parking enforcement people are managing parking spaces, that might involve putting cones in some parking spaces one day for a construction vehicle or a special event, or setting up barricades or things of that nature. So we wanted them to have a vehicle that would be able to transport those parking control devices, maybe even the immobilization device in the back of that pickup truck, a small pickup truck. Try to find something that's very fuel efficient. We talked about an electric pickup truck. We're talking about some significant expense, and I'm not even sure that one of the issues we're running into with that, looking at that, was finding an all-wheel drive, all-electric pickup it's not really there. So, any other questions right there? We also anticipate currently that our annual reoccurring expenses for each fiscal year would be $280,000. The bulk of that $280,000 would be employee expenses for those 3 employees. We'll have some significant software expenses. We talked last month about the most significant of those is $27,000 a year for the permitting software. The reason that's charged to the town and not charged to the customer is because that is there's no way for them to the company to make any revenue off of that per parking session. What that does is we talked about having maybe some reserved parking spaces on Maple Street for residents only. If we do that, those residents are going to have to be put into a permitting system so that when our enforcement officer drives by, they know that those are town residents. If, for example, back to the First Baptist Church example, and I'm just using them as an example, I'm not saying that they would be on board. If they had reserved parking for church members or something of that nature, we would have to enter those tag numbers into a permitting system so that our enforcement officer knows that they're authorized to be there. That permitting software is expensive. There is room for adjustment in the future once we see what our needs are. If maybe we're not the companies we're working, we, like we say, we don't have any data right now. So we don't know how many people are going to be put into this permitting system yet. If a year down the road, we find that there's not that many customers going into the permitting software, the companies said that they'll work with us and maybe we can reduce that cost. So, but for now, we'll have to project the full cost of that. So you can see those expenses on page 10. I think we've covered everything that's in this proposal. Any other, and we've covered, this is, like I say, none of this information is new. We've covered it several times, different phases over the last 12 months. So are there any questions about anything in this proposal?
We talked about the wheel lock. Are we still going to add towing into that?
I think with the wheel lock, we won't need towing. The problem you have with towing and on-street parking is you have to almost have special towing equipment to pull a car out of a parallel parking space.
Well, I'm more worried about when somebody parks in front of a fire hydrant.
Yeah, fire hydrant, yes. And that doesn't change. That's in the town code. We can still tow for those. We haven't changed any of that. Fire hydrants, absolutely, we can still tow, but for overtime parking, we probably would just use a wheel lock and not a tow. Yeah, the rest of the parking provisions in the town code have remained untouched. None of that has changed. Timeline, a little bit, is sort of up to you. We know that what I would propose is that in February, currently the council has never voted up or down to proceed with any kind of pay to park. I think my suggestion, and I haven't really talked to Shane too much about this suggestion, but he can weigh in, would be in February to vote on whether you want to move forward with a pay to park proposal or not. If you do want to move forward, these code amendments require a public hearing. They have to be publicized, and we have to push that out. There's a time frame for that. I would send these code amendments to Kevin. Kevin would make sure that gets printed up and advertised the way it needs to be. And the soonest that can be voted on is March. So March will be the soonest for the town code amendments, and then figure out a time frame to do contract approvals after that, if that were to be approved. So we're getting really close to the summer tourist season. Really, really close. So if we do move forward this fiscal year, it's going to have to be relatively quickly. Otherwise, it will not be in this fiscal year or before the summer tourist season.
I would add, obviously, this being
Please.
something that, as Chief mentioned, we've never done before. I mean, I think it's been talked about previously. I don't think it's ever gotten to this point. I know it's never gotten to this point, at least, not this much detail. Recommendations for me would be, how do you want to present this from a public's perception? So do we want to have neighborhood meetings? Do we want to just allow for the public to speak during the public hearing as we talk about code amendments? Things to consider with the timing of this. I'm not on the enforcement side, and I'm not shouldn't probably say that it's not important, but I know the enforcement and rolling this out in the middle of summer may not be the ideal thing to do. I have concerns, obviously, with how fast we move this process along. And if we're ready to move it along quickly, if so, and you all are ready for that, then we can make that happen. You also have a fiscal year split, between June 30th and July 1st from a budgeting and some of the of that. But, there's a lot of factors. Unfortunately, our year from one year to the next is right in the middle of our busiest season. We're also dealing with a topic that has never really gotten to this point, and the implications of that, especially with retailers and employees and residents, may be something that we want to consider. Whether that's using the public hearing time frame, or whether that's having special meetings or neighborhood meetings or a meeting, or maybe not. Just want to throw that out there for some thoughts from you all on what you may think on what's the best way to discuss this.
I would really like to get the kinks worked out before the high season.
we've had some conversations about that. If it was implemented in the middle of the summer, what that would look like. It's obviously not impossible. You may have a situation where you have some visitors that came in June and parking was free, and they came in July and they had to pay. I don't, that presents some challenges. From my perspective, it would be easier to roll it out at least ahead of June, before our seasonal folks get here as well, so that everybody is used to everything to start with and not trying to implement it in the middle of the summer. But
Can we roll it
I'm not
out?
saying it's impossible to implement it in the middle of the summer.
Can we roll it out that quick with equipment ordering and
I
stuff?
think the holdup and so far, we've never had an approval to move even forward with the project. So the $100,000 question with our delivery problems that we have for everything now will be getting those pay stations in. The app, nobody's creating a new app. Nobody's creating new software. All that's already here. Thomas knows more about this kind of thing than I do, but I would imagine installing software in back office and all that, you're talking a few days, a week maybe, for them to come in and install software and do some training. So that's really quick, or can be really quick. The problem will be the multi-space pay stations and getting those things in and set.
Yeah.
And figuring out what the timeline for that might look like. There's solar, so there's no wires, there's no trenches to dig, there's none of that. They're LTE, or they'll work off our town Wi-Fi, depending upon the location. But
And that's something else that we need to work on, is the Wi-Fi in town, expanding
I
it.
think Thomas is going to talk about that tomorrow. That's on for day 3.
This afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry, this afternoon. So I won't jump ahead of him, but yes,
Okay.
that's something we've been planning for.
Do you already have the locations for the pay stations?
Loosely,
Are,
very loosely, yes.
are any of those affected by the construction that will happen with the Main Street project?
Well, all the pay stations will be on the sidewalk, so none of them will be in the street. So nothing on the sidewalk, it's my understanding, will be disturbed.
Just the taps that go in, so we don't necessarily know where those are right now, but they could be adjusted a couple feet either way.
Yeah, these
Just taps.
pay stations just bolt to the sidewalk, so if one had to be moved a couple of feet either way, that's not going to be a huge deal.
I think we need to come up with a good way of doing the public hearing, because this is going to affect more people who is not here right now to say anything than the ones that are here. So I think we need to figure out a way to, when we do the public hearing, to get some type of voice there.
That's true.
Yeah, and from that public hearing is
I'm
that,
already getting an earful.
so is that public hearing, and these are, I'm throwing things out there, this is the time to do it. Is that public hearing to gain input towards approving it, or are we leaning towards having something before that says we are moving forward and this gives us a chance to discuss some of the particulars with it? I guess, so kind of from a general, what's the purpose of the public hearing? Is it to gather feedback before you make a decision, or is it to kind of go ahead and make the decision that you do want to move forward and then gather feedback and input towards what the particulars are within that?
Some of
I think you
It
need,
doesn't have to be either or, but that's something to consider. Which one comes first?
I think the public needs to have its say.
I think it needs to be clear though about
Yea or
the,
nay.
it needs to
About
be
doing it or
clear.
not doing it,
Yeah.
or how it's implemented?
Yeah.
It needs to be clear how they're going
The
to fund
implementation
additional parking if
is
they don't
only-
do pay to park.
Only valuable, David, if we do it. I'm getting a ton of comments about it now. And we haven't really even announced it.
Well, we've been talking about it in public at public meetings for 12 months. So it shouldn't be a surprise that we're
And I
talking.
will, I will make this comment.
It's
Whether
a
this is
surprise to a lot
whether
of
this is popular or not, we have been discussing this for years, and we've been discussing it almost monthly for the last 12. For whatever reason, whether that's this town or every town in America, it takes one email or one person mentioning something that has nothing to do with anybody in this room, and it does seem to spark some of those emails and conversations. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how we can do things differently. So what Albert's referring to, we've all been getting some of those same emails, I think, that took one person kind of posting something out on social media or posting something out there. that's going to happen either way. We just need to be mindful as we go into these public hearings or public neighborhood meetings, whatever we want to call it, of what that conversation is going to look like. Are we expecting them to come and, again, offer that feedback towards yay or nay, or are we expecting them to come and talk about the implementation of this? I'll also say, from a financing perspective, this is a separate fund. So this is an enterprise fund that is a separate fund of the town. Depending on when we implement this, from a budgetary standpoint, depends on whether or not we have revenue for a month or revenue for a year. That also means how we come up with the beginning funds to start this process. So if we start this in June 1st, that's 30 days left of the fiscal year. How much revenue do you capture in that 30 days versus the upfront cost and expense within that? How do we pay for the upfront cost and expense? There's going to be some kiosk costs, maybe a vehicle cost. We know there's some operating costs up there. Things to consider as well is how do we pay for that? We talked yesterday about fund balance. We don't have any other available funds for parking right now, so there's nothing set aside for parking. This fund is supposed to be self-sufficient when it gets up and running. When you look at it in a 12-month period, we believe this will be self-sufficient, hopefully, with a positive on the outcome. But if we start that before the fiscal year, we need to take that into account as well on where those funds come from, where those beginning funds come from, and the timing of how that interplays. Because if it's using fund balance to spend $200,000 or $300,000 in this fiscal year versus next fiscal year, that does take an impact. You can't necessarily pay yourself back from one year to the next, if that makes any sense. So there is a timing issue there as well. I am with Chief all for getting this thing out prior to the busy season. I don't know if it's doable in all the logistical challenges that we have because of that. So something to consider as well. The timing is tricky in our fiscal year.
My whole concern is, I've heard for years, parking. We need more parking, okay? Well, it's been really hard to enforce the parking on Main Street to date because people aren't paying their parking tickets. They could care less. We got to find a ways and the means to increase our parking. How do we do that? Well, there's only a few ways. We increase taxes, we get more money from TDA, or we do a parking fund. I think that we're all smart people here, and we can come up with a plan that's amenable to our citizens, our taxpayers, I think. But we're going to have to do something. We've seen it the last few years. It's reached that point where, one, our town and our citizens are missing a very valuable revenue source that could be achieved from the tourist, okay, the day trippers, and could benefit the citizens as a whole. But we just have to figure out how we can please our citizens and make it a very win-win for everybody. How do we do that? Don't know. That's
One other
real.
thought I'd like to throw out. On page 2, just to refresh everybody's memory, the initial parking committee, which was talked about 12 months ago, these are all the people and organizations that were represented on that committee. The Chamber, the Tourism Development Authority, 2 resident at large. I think there actually ended up being 3 resident at large, 2 business owners, Parks and Rec, town council members, our town manager, myself, finance director, a member of St. Mary's of the Hills that they voted on, a member of, or that they appointed, however they did that. Rumpel Presbyterian Church had a representative. Blowing Rock Methodist had a representative, and others were invited. So to say that nobody knew about it is probably not very accurate, since all these groups were represented. Businesses had a voice through the chamber, through other business representatives. We've talked about it at multiple public meetings. I think we've talked in public meetings 6 times in the last 12 months, so.
I think our current situation is unsustainable. Roger Brooks has certainly pointed that out. And I think we'd be short-sighted not to move ahead with this and move ahead with it quickly so that we can get ahead of the busy season and work these kinks out.
I just don't feel like you're gonna get ahead of it this year. I mean, or before the busy season.
Well, I'm hearing Chief says differently. Am I
Well-
incorrect?
I said if the process was hurried, the holdup will be the pay stations. We would have to check into that. That's going to be the big holdup, I fear. But on the other, the other side of the coin is, do you want the process to be hurried?
Well,
So,
I think the beginning of anything is the first step.
Yeah. We need to make the code changes, period.
Yeah.
You know, I agree with that. I don't want to rush, feel like we're hurried, like as Aaron just said.
I understand. I guess what I'm saying is we need to authorize the policy.
Right.
That our body does. And then leave it to these gentlemen how it's implemented
and I
and
think,
how orderly.
I think to
Should be
Shane's
implemented
point,
orderly.
I think to Shane's point, how much public feedback, what does the process look like to get these code amendments approved? Because that's where the public comment comes into play and that sort of things.
But the first step is for the council to give you the go-ahead to move forward. And then we can work on timelines from there on the public hearings, when it's best to receive. The feedback I've gotten, the main thing is not that people are going to have, it's not having to pay as much as it's the inconvenience. It's like Pete was saying, what if you drive downtown, you walk into the market or the wine store, wherever, 5 minutes to make a purchase and you leave and you come out and you've got a parking ticket. Those are some things that we have to work through. I don't know.
Obviously, one of the reasons that I was pretty vocal and adamant up front about us handling the enforcement in-house rather than contracting that out was so that we could handle these issues. If somebody felt like they got a citation and it wasn't warranted, or they had a reasonable excuse, that we could handle those in-house without a big process. That still means you have to contact the police department and make your case and have it adjudicated within the walls of the police department, I suppose. So,
I don't understand why we have to work that out.
Well, maybe we don't. I mean, I'm just throwing it out to you.
If I go to downtown Boone to get ice cream, I've got to pay. If I go to the beach at Wrightsville Beach, I've got to pay.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Shane was telling, we talked a month or so ago, Oak Island has just implemented pay to park at all their public beach access parkings, which is all right. And it's, was it $25 a day or something? So there's not too many places you go on vacation anymore that you don't pay to park. There's not too many places you go anywhere anymore you don't pay to park.
And I would rather pay $2 to get a cone of ice cream than to have my taxes go up 10 cents to pay for a parking structure
Good point.
in 8 years.
I would too.
So if the consensus is that we want to move forward, then, we can discuss at your convenience, whether that's, February, some of these particulars. Before any of the code amendments can take place, we've obviously got to have a public hearing process. So we've got to have that out to the public, usually 30 days ahead of time. And so, as we go into that time frame, we really do need to make sure that we're good with what's being put into that code. So whether that's the hours and the amount of things that are going into that paid parking. If there's questions or comments on that, we need to make sure we're discussing that before we start advertising. I do think it's important to advertise as many of the particulars as we can with at least the structure of paid parking, 7 days a week, time frame, amounts, locations, those things are out there. I mean, those, in my opinion, need to be absolutely out there prior to us discussing and approving.
Okay, what do you need from council? In other words, February meeting, council essentially give their graces to moving forward.
I mean, I think I think in February, you need to vote and decide if you want to put on the agenda for March, public hearing for the proposed code amendments, right? That's the process.
Yeah, that'd be okay. I want to make sure that the public has the quote opportunity to come in and tell people you people, what they're telling me.
And like Shane said, you all decide what that looks like, if you want to, how soon you want to do that, and whether that's at a public hearing at a regular town council meeting, or whether that's some special meeting, hearing. I don't know. That's Shane's the expert on that. But.
So in the timeline that we're talking about this in the ordinance and getting that done, can you find out about the kiosks and what kind of time frame we're looking at there? I mean, obviously, that'd be very instrumental if we're gonna try and do it like in June, like everybody's saying.
Aaron, in your opinion, as somebody who's going to be enforcing this new project, when is the latest before season kicks in that you would feel comfortable putting this into effect?
I probably would not want to start it unless we could start it prior to June the 1st. I think June is, we have a few trickle in May, but for the most part, until school's out in June is when we start to get busy. I'm not saying it's impossible to implement in the middle of the summer, but I think there'd be challenges. We would not want to implement this, say, in July. I mean,
No.
people come in and have bugs to work out and everybody mad. We don't want that.
So if we couldn't get the kiosk and all the software and everything in by the end of May, then when,
I would say it would be fall.
be like,
September.
would you want to wait till like November to get through the October? Or do you think we could do it
That
like in
would be ideal from
September?
a tourism standpoint, but you also, Shane was talking about revenue versus cost in that first fiscal year. You
Yeah.
also lost an entire season of revenue.
So that's
So
my
that's
kind of
another-
questioning to both of you, then how do we get into timing on that?
The difficulty on the financial side, and again, these are numbers. It's not the actual reality of enforcing it. So that's a whole different scenario. The numbers are pretty much what they are. So I mean, if we put this into place June 1st, a couple things, like I said, keep in mind is there's 30 days worth of revenue and 30 days worth of expense just for the operational piece. The upfront cost and the capital and the things that go into that obviously need to come prior to the implementation. So we're going to say several $100,000, give or take, $200,000 or $300,000 perhaps worth of upfront costs that we've got to keep in mind as well, and how we plan on paying for that without generating that revenue would be. Mechanism we have right now is to use our savings, use our fund balance to be able to start that. So that is a negative from a just financial standpoint. Yeah, ideally, everything lines up perfectly, right? So you start in the same year in which the costs go in the same year in which you're receiving the revenue. But that's different than the implementation. I mean, the enforcement piece and the difficulties of that. So you just have to keep that in the back of your mind as that's out there from a timing.
So you're saying on the financial side, we might actually be better starting it in the fall, because then we're kind of staying in the same.
Yeah, it is.
Budget year.
Again, it's not the ideal answer from what you're saying, and I think what everybody, I get it from a timing perspective, but yeah, if you can line those up, this is an enterprise fund. And so, correct, Nicole? So this is like the water sewer fund. So this money is sitting over here in this special fund, enterprise fund. And so we can't necessarily, trade back and forth with the funding of it. Now, we can use money to get it started. There's nothing wrong with that. It just means it's depleting that fund balance that we talked about yesterday to get it started. And so there is an issue there with timing. It is, from a financial perspective.
So say if we tried to get everything ready and prepared to implement it in, say, September, which has a tendency to be somewhat of a slower month because the kids have gone back to school. We haven't hit leaf season yet. Would that be a feasible month, you
I
think?
mean, I think any of it's possible. We can, it's up to you. We just,
No, I'm asking for your professional
Right,
opinion
and
here, Eric.
yes, if we were going to not wait until late fall, September would be the window.
But November would be,
Well, we just,
Normal for-
no matter what we do, everything's not perfect, right?
Yeah.
There's gonna be bugs and things and we don't.
November would give you a longer span to work with before we hit October.
But you're losing
No,
revenue.
nowadays in Blowing Rock, I'm not sure that December.
There is a
too much
downtown.
slower than September. So September maybe is good as November because our tourist season is pretty busy up through Christmas now.
We kind of have a discussion, the June to September timeframe is school's out and all the things go along with that. So it is a heavier traffic time. And then obviously you have leaf season. which
That's
is-
why I was wondering if, I'm sorry, but to me, trying to get it in by the end of May, that is a huge push.
It is that.
That is a huge push. So if we plan for September, that gives you all more time to get equipment and staff and everything, but it's also making it more feasible budget-wise, because we're going to be in the same budget year. So I'm just thinking, we're not rushing ourselves, we're not pushing ourselves, and we're still doing it more financially conscious.
And as
It gives
as
you-
Doug had mentioned, that gives time for our seasonal residents to,
Well, it'd be
Have
more people
feedback.
here, but
Yeah.
it gives you more time to not have to worry about moving funds from this year to that fiscal year, and you will know going forward what to budget for.
Sure. It does. And, I get capturing as much of the revenue is key. Right now, we have no revenue. So we're starting with zero. So anything above that obviously is positive. So right now, we have no revenue coming in from parking. So if we started June 1st, there's going to be positive. It starts September, November 1st. There's going to be positive within that. There is an expense, especially up front. There's that upfront expense. I worry, maybe Chief doesn't as well, of just the timing of getting everything in. Also, the hiring of the individuals that's going to take to enforce it, being able to walk through some soft opening type of scenarios. I'm more conservative in a lot of ways than maybe, I should be, but I am hesitant to push anything, especially of this magnitude, that if we don't get it right, then I'm concerned with what that's going to look like from a blowback standpoint. And anytime we introduce something new, this is very new, I am very concerned with making sure that we've got everything double and triple checked before we go into opening that up to the public, for any of the naysayers especially.
I think we have to keep in mind too, that not only are we gonna be implementing this brand new parking program, but we're also gonna have construction on Main Street in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Too.
That's one of the
And there's
things
been
I hear.
concerns about that. The alternative is to not do anything until 2025, from what I heard yesterday.
And I will say to that, again, my opinion, I'm sharing my opinion towards this, is that construction's on Main Street. Not that is, I'm not belittling, just on Main Street, but we are talking a lot more parking outside of Main Street. Main Street parking is, in a best day, is 90-ish spaces. And so that's what we're talking about. I know there's congestion and construction within that. And those are the highest profile. Those are the highest profile, the highest turnover within that. But we're also looking at about 4 times that amount of parking elsewhere that we're dealing with. So I'm not so sure.
Well, you're only doing small sections of Main Street
Correct.
at a time, so you're still having a majority of your parking on Main
You should
Street
not have more
still
than,
be open.
we'll say, 10 spaces, give or take, closed at any given point. 8 to 10 spaces at a time as you go down through there. So it's,
But what about phasing the project? Do downtown first.
That's been suggested. The first committee addressed that issue as a group. The group decided that probably wasn't a good plan, that it was probably best to roll it out at one time. There's some financial considerations. Number one, you're really going to limit your revenue versus your cost. Like Shane just said, you have 4 times as many off-street spaces as you do on-street spaces. So you're going to have the same cost and only 1/4 of the money. There's also some provisions about how the proceeds are used from on-street parking versus off-street parking, which is probably wouldn't be as much of a consideration talking about phase in, but those are some considerations. I just think from a revenue standpoint, your special revenue fund may go in the hole the first year if you don't have access to the revenues from that off-street parking. The last time on-street, or paid park's been talked about a couple times over the years, and the last time I remember, they were only talking about on-street parking, and the reason that failed so miserably, the discussions, is that they weren't considering off-street parking, and there's never going to be enough revenue in on-street parking to offset the cost and make it, and have monies left over to do the other things like build parking somewhere else, just by charging on on-street parking, so.
So a proposal would be, as early as you would like to hear it, whether that's February, it's doable, at least to hear and make some formal recommendations for us to move forward, whether that's you're voting to absolutely, we want to move forward with this without giving a lot of the particulars, and then us start the process of looking towards scheduling a public hearing, whether that's in March or April, again, up to you all and how we determine that. And then start, getting the communication out of what's out there and what's coming. From that time, we can get some leadway and some head time on what's coming from a capital standpoint. If we want to put a September 1st date out, we can, within that same time frame, and then allow that public hearing. Doesn't stop us from having another communication meeting later down the road if we want to do that. If we want to have just a neighborhood meeting of just, here's us putting the real particulars out of what's going to happen on this particular date in May or June. We can have more time if we're going to wait towards the fall to do that. We can roll this out a couple different times to allow any of the public that aren't here or wouldn't be here to come in and at least get a chance to hear what's being.
I recommend it be put on this February agenda for the council to make recommendations to you going forward.
A go, no-go vote?
Yeah. And then, we've gone this long without paid parking. I think, like you all said, we need to address it in a very timely manner. We want it to be right the first time around. And we want our citizens to be able to give their input.
That's all I want.
Yeah.
That's what I want done.
One reason I prepared
Know
this,
it. They need to be able to come in here and tell us. And if they don't come, which has happened, that's all I need to know too.
one reason I prepared this document instead of doing another PowerPoint. You can take this with you. I've already given this to at least one person at one of the churches in town wanted it. I've already sent them a copy. I can get this to Nicole to get on our website. People can look at it and see it in writing, what we're talking about. I know up to now, it's all been me talking and providing PowerPoints, but that's why it's in writing now, and we can start pushing that out. If you want to distribute it wherever, that's fine, so.
So you're talking about putting this on the town website?
Maybe some variation of that. I don't know if the whole document needs to go on there, but maybe, and we can stress this is a proposal that's coming before you all. I'm not so sure, again, at the February meeting, we need more than, we do need a formal vote, I believe, to move forward with this. If we're moving forward with it, let's do that, and let's start discussing the next steps timing wise. We've not ever gotten to that point, so we've never gotten to the point of voting to move forward with paid parking. So.
Okay, now let's go back to the financing. Where are you going to line that up at going into this fall? Where are we getting the money at?
So.
Because we are going to have to put money up front.
So we would go and yeah. So setting up the budget, so two pieces of that. So we would go into the budget season setting up a budget that would start July 1st with parking of some hypothetical numbers. And again, we don't have any real numbers to base this on. So we would put together some numbers of revenues and expenses and what that looks like. From a upfront cost, Nicole, what are your thoughts on that rolling into, say, the fall?
Well, I mean, essentially what you're doing and why, to me, the timing is important. I like September, I like November financially because you have that much more time to essentially pay yourself back. Because, I mean, what you're doing.
You're borrowing.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really probably go out for a loan or installment finance for this. I would just, utilize your fund balance, and then as the program builds revenues, pays itself back. And then that way you have more time so that you're not, if you start in June, you have all of that outlay in June and you haven't generated anything to pay yourself back yet. So that fund balance that was at 33% is probably gonna be there or lower, potentially with that outlay at the end of the year.
Yeah, the oddness of fiscal year, like I said, for us, especially being a resort town, it falls right in the beginning of our busy season, so to speak. So it is a little bit difficult. It'd be nicer if it was January the 1st, especially for us, which is never going to happen. But using that methodology of kind of putting it into a fiscal year, having everything happen within that same fiscal year, does allow yourself to give yourself an upfront loan, so to speak, and then pay that loan back over the period of the next 12 months. And so that fund, again, at the end of, say, 24, when we get to around the end of 24, so June 30th of 24, when you get the audit, that's going to be a whole separate fund over here to the side. And it's going to have all the revenue expenses and all that all nicely captured over here. And so it does allow that timing, so it's cleaner to do that.
But we still have to allocate that block of money from fund balance, if that's where we're gonna take it from.
Yes, but we can do it in the next fiscal year and then allow time to pay back that block of fund balance.
Right, but I mean, we still have to like freeze that amount and knowing that as we go on figuring out what else we're gonna be spending money on, we have to take this amount of money and say, okay, this is how much is left in this pot that we can spend because we've already allocated this much, even though it's a loan and we'll be getting the money back.
Correct.
When?
Correct. But, as we talked yesterday about fund balance, fund balance for us tends to be one of these weird, types of bell curves where it's kind of up and down depending on the year. So if you use it, that's not right. It's actually more even, let's go with that. That looked about right. If you take it here on June 1st, and that number that drops down, and you don't have enough time to get it back to the top. So it does allow for us, if we do it in the next fiscal year, to have that curve to be able to furnish that money back.
So
versus the end of the fiscal year. If you do it at the end of the fiscal year, it's going to take it right at the worst time. Anytime you take fund balance, obviously it overall plays into the outcome. Total fund balance is, but if you take it at the end of the fiscal year, there's not a worse time to take fund balance because you don't have a chance to replenish those funds within that. And that one snapshot.
Kind of hope we're on July
suppliers
1st
give
to
us-
take 269
Be
out.
paid COD?
That rebuilds in
There,
parking
There
fund by the
may
end
be a
of the
lease
year.
option for the pay station equipment that we can explore.
I mean, you would have to put the money out up front.
Yeah, we would have
You
to,
got personnel, you got a vehicle, you got software.
the capital would have to be
Personnel,
upfront unless we worked out a
3
lease arrangement, and then you'd have to have, I would imagine, a certain amount for the salaries until the revenue started coming in to pay for that.
We need that right there.
Yep, you need 269,000.
Well,
that is,
That's reoccurring.
that is,
No, I mean, you had a,
but
We'd
Yeah,
have to have that much upfront.
that is the cost of doing
Right.
business.
You got a slide that's got the kiosk.
Yeah.
This is real.
It's part of running a business.
Right, here's what you have to have up front. And again,
60.
this slide is old. I added a couple of pay stations, so it was more like 174.
but you don't have any personnel in there.
Right.
Right, not in capital, and then there would
Yeah.
be however many months of personnel costs before the revenues started keeping up with the personnel cost.
They say mortgage paid.
So
where are you putting the personnel costs?
That's in recurring.
Yeah, but I mean, initially, where are you putting it? In your budget?
Well-
That's,
Well, no, it would still be, it'd just be
It's
in
not
addition
in
to
this.
that.
If you start July 1st, it would only be in the reoccurring expenses.
Right.
But you don't have to come up with the whole personnel expense for the entire year up front,
Right,
because you would have some revenues coming in to offset that.
right, just monthly or weekly, or whatever.
Yeah, so you may need, this is just guessing, and Nicole can speak, you may need 2 months of personnel money up front before the revenues start, at least keeping up with the personnel cost.
Right.
It is gonna be winter time, so.
So whenever we do this, so if it's May 1st or September 1st, November 1st, like a project ordinance or project budget, Nicole's going to bring to you all essentially a fund, setting up a fund. So there's going to be amendments and setting up the authorization for a fund to be set up, because this isn't a fund that we currently have. So you've got to give us authorization to set this fund up. And so as expenses and the budget and everything goes into that, it's over here within the separate fund. Kind of like a project ordinance, which you're familiar with, is setting up. This is a whole separate legal fund that has different implications and different restrictions kind of off to the side over here. And there are different restrictions and without wanting too much detail, there's general statutes out there for on-street parking versus off-street parking, some other stuff Cole's working through with the LGC right now. But you've got to give authorization to set up this whole separate fund where expenses and revenue and everything can be collected and expended over here to the side. So from a typical just using general fund or using the police department budget is not something that's going to be recommended. It would never be recommended. We need to keep this captured over here on this separate fund to keep everything cleaner, paybacks, et cetera, over here within that. And so this fund has to have some type of a budget put to it. Revenue is not going to be great if we do it June 1st. I would not assume, not enough to offset these costs, it wouldn't be. So we do have to consider that going into the operational piece as well, using fund balance, essentially a loan from another fund, which depletes fund balance within the general fund.
Would you prefer to set up that fund this fiscal year or next?
Oh, easily next. And again, that's not maybe the popular opinion for getting it out before the busy season, but it is absolutely cleaner to set up in a whole another fiscal year than it is.
Well,
What time frame for violation till we get some money?
Well, I haven't, all of the revenue projections, none of those revenue projections have included monies from violations. Okay? We don't have any way whatsoever to project that. So just know that in addition to the potential revenue from the parking fee, there will be revenues from enforcement and violations that will also go into the revenue block. But
What is the return if I park today
you park today,
and pay for it? Do you get the money? Time frame? Is there
however,
one?
we can set that up for the company to make those deposits daily, weekly, monthly. That'll be something we work with finance, however they choose to set that up. But those drafts can be done daily. That may be too frequently. You may not want to keep, I don't know. That's total finance decision, not mine, but,
Then the enforcement piece is, even longer, of course. So you get a ticket today, then obviously you've got a time frame to pay that ticket. The enforcement piece, especially, and you may want to talk about that, they do handle the mailings of those enforcement pieces and the reoccurring or the reminder of that every 30 days, correct?
yeah.
But what you're saying is the income for parking doesn't have a default line. You can,
It can start day one if that's the way, just as soon as finance wants to set it up, just whatever frequency they want to get the money in.
yeah.
The revenues will start coming in that day.
Well, I wanted to have those guys here, but predicated on, say, assuming a September 1st start, could you outline between now and then what we need to be doing, starting with the meeting in February? Just kind of give us a roadmap of what we need to do.
If I'm hearing you all and your wishes, again, this is completely, like we always say, we push it back to you all, right? So this is, what I'm hearing is that, and the mayor suggested this, is that we would come to you all at the February meeting, have a recap of this discussion, so to speak, without going into as much detail as we've been going into. And then from that meeting, we would expect you all to give us formal approval to move forward with paid parking. I would expect at that same meeting that we would set a date for a public hearing, whether that's in March or April, special meeting. Again, we can discuss that, what that's going to look like. In the meantime, once that process has taken place and the vote has been given, obviously it allows staff to start working the logistics out of getting folks in here to give us lead times and order equipment and what that's going to look like and hiring, et cetera, right? So it gives us that ability to start really working on finiting, getting a finite answer to what the overall parking implementation is going to look like. Then from that point, up to you all again, if we want to have another meeting later down the road, if we want to have kind of a recap meeting, neighborhoods type meeting to provide a communication vehicle, then we can do that as well. So we really need step one for you all to say, yes, we're on board with this. full steam ahead. We're moving ahead. From that, set a date for a public hearing to allow the public to come and speak, especially towards the particulars of implementation. And then from there, it gives us the green light to really start putting this thing in gear with where we're heading.
But we'd have to have the public hearing before we do the ordinance, or
The ordinance and the public hearing are
one of the
one
same?
and the same. Yep. So in order to be able to change the code, we have to have a public hearing, which requires a 30-day notice. So we would want to give that, whether that's at the March meeting or April meeting or special meeting. I mean, we want to give at least 30 days, probably a little bit more, just to give everyone a chance to kind of hear what we're talking about.
So February.
Your suggestion was February to bring to council for the yea or nay.
Correct.
And it can be more than a 30-day notice.
Yeah.
I
And
suppose.
Yep, has to be at least 30.
There's no reason to rush into it. I mean, we need to make it happen, but we need to make it happen in a timely manner.
Yeah, so, and we've had these conversations in my office for 4 years now, is that when we make these big changes, we obviously want to make sure that we're doing them the right way, and we don't ever want to rush into it unless we absolutely have to rush into it. Something this big, there's going to be naysayers and negative impacts, right? So there's going to be folks out there, and you can probably all in your head start thinking who that's going to be and what that's going to sound like. We want to make sure that we have gotten everything double, triple, quadruple checked as we go into making this a reality, which we've not ever done before.
That's one of the reasons I think we felt better of this fall versus trying to rush this thing in here.
Yep.
To me, it's similar in a mindset of what we're talking about yesterday with the big project on Main Street, right? A lot of things coming up. We're going to think of things as we go through this we've not thought of. And so giving us a little bit more time is my preference, and I think staff's preference as well. Doesn't allow us to capture the first few months of the busy season. But as Aaron and I were talking last week, right now we have zeros. So anything above that is more than what we have. So the timing of that is not necessarily that important, definitely not enough.
What do you actually say?
Well, to me, you don't have that. But you got initial
It's a negative.
startup, you got a negative.
Negative, that's right.
September might be a good goal, so we can still capture the October revenues, and Christmas might still give us
I
a
think
good,
that would work better.
I do too.
good start.
Yeah.
But
And then you'd still get May and June at the tail end of the season.
Yeah. Okay.
now, it falls apart if they can't deliver these kiosks.
Pay stations. The initial conversation was 60 to 90 days. We'll try to firm that up, and if council still wants to move forward, we'll try to firm that timeline up.
A little bit quicker than getting your cars.
Well, that's what they're telling us. I don't know if we'll ever get cars. Even ordering, we talked about a vehicle for this. We can't even order a vehicle right now.
I'm for whatever, as long as we have the public here and let them speak.
That's going to happen.
It's gonna happen, Albert.
That'll happen. All right? All good with that?
Okay.
Lunch.
So lunch is not here, I'm told. So
Keep going then.
we have about 30 more, I would
72.
like 30 more minutes for the other couple of things. We're going to try to condense it. If you want to go ahead and move forward with one of those 10 or 15-minute topics before lunch, Jennifer's going to wait when lunch comes. We can take a break. It's up to your meeting. It's changed. I'm not dictating, I'm suggesting.
Lunch isn't here currently,
Knock it out. Not here.
so if we can,
I'm gonna see if Lieutenant Dawson will come up right quick, since he's off today. And that way if he wants to go home. So electric vehicles has been a topic. So we wanted to give due diligence to that subject. Make sure that we're doing doing our part to make sure that we're informed and informing you and making good decisions and have information. So I asked Lieutenant Dodson if he would take on our electric car information gathering project, I guess. So he had the opportunity to go to Texas a couple of months ago, attend a conference, bring back a lot of information, look at some things. So he's going to talk briefly about electric vehicles, where we are right now in the industry, and where we may be a year or 2 years down the road. So,
Like doing some Photoshop.
Lance is good at photoshopping, which is another reason he got this assignment. I'm just gonna tell you that Mach-E with our logo on it looks really cool.
You can get one there.
Good morning. I recognize most of you guys, but for anybody that doesn't recognize me, I'm Lieutenant Dodson. I've been with the Bowling Rock Police Department since December 2003. And what you may or may not know about me is I'm a huge car guy. So more than my Photoshop skills, I got tapped for this because I like cars. So being a car guy, there's a pretty good chance I could be biased about this. And the chief has told me not to be, so I'm giving you guys the information that I have. And I want to be upfront about it. This is not a budget proposal. Some of these numbers are really best estimates more than the actual numbers. It's kind of a gray area right now, so.
When he says it's a gray area, just right quick, like that, any kind of police vehicle, there are companies that are in the process of building police vehicles that are electric, but nobody has pricing on those. So the pricing, a lot of the pricing he's using is just retail pricing, which is pretty expensive, so.
Yeah, we would project that our numbers would be considerably lower than MSRP, but those are the numbers I have to work with. So when you see them, don't be completely shocked by them.
Well, Ford yesterday reduced the price of that car $5,000.
Well, that's good because the extended range battery is 10. So first and foremost, the duties of a patrol car. They have to transport officers, offenders, equipment to calls for service, emergencies, and they have to do it safely, reliably, without delay, while also being affordable to maintain and operate. Bowling Rock PD units in particular carry a lot of equipment. We carry medical equipment, we carry lockout kits, we carry first aid supplies. Our cars are packed to the hill. They've got a lot of stuff in them. Matter of fact, when I have to call one of the guys for a ride to go somewhere, if I got to drop my car off for maintenance, somebody's got to clean out a seat because there's generally not a seat clean in the car to sit in. Like Chief said before, in August, he sent me to Texas to the Police Fleet Expo. While I was there, I had the opportunity to sit in several presentations from Ford, GM. One in particular was a fleet manager for New York PD, where he talked about they had just acquired a little over 200 Mustang Mach-E GTs for their fleet, along with some other support electric vehicles. Their plan is to be, I think the entire New York fleet is supposed to be EV by 2030, I think is what he said. And I had the opportunity to see a lot of different electric cars that were on the floor. Here's some of them. The Lightning, there were 2 Mach-Es there, Tesla in the bottom left corner, and 2 Lightnings. The Lightning on the right, which is the police Lightning, that is the only police Lightning in the country right now. They are in the process of building the number 2 car, but that is the only one that they have upfitted for police duty right now. The one on the left is planning and inspections for a department in Texas that they brought to the expo to be seen. In the middle, you have a Chevrolet Bolt, which is a support staff role. New York is using those for parking enforcement. Their parking will look a little different than ours, so they won't be moving equipment or anything. That is just a meter-made car. And then you got the 2 Mach-E Mustangs on the bottom with the Tesla. While I was there, I got an opportunity to sit in all of them and play with all of them, and they're all very cool cars. The first one I wanted to talk about was the Chevy Bolt. It's a very small car. It's a very small car. You can't really tell from this perspective, but it's really short and there's not a lot of cargo area in the back. It would only be usable as a support vehicle. It's only front wheel drive, which would be a problem here. And then we looked at the Lightning. Like I said, that's the only one. You'll notice the absence of the engine up front. They have made what is called a frunk. Very interesting. I like that truck. I see a lot of possibilities for that truck. I don't know why they put a brush guard in front of the front because it kind of negates the usefulness of the front. Right now, that is not a patrol vehicle. That is also a support role vehicle. The Model 3, I got a chance to look at. It's a really cool looking car, very sleek. It's affordable. It does have problems. The cabin is very small. The way the A-pillar comes up from the hood to the roof line makes it difficult to get in and out of, especially with all your duty gear and stuff on.
Is that four-wheel drive?
It is all-wheel drive, but it has a very high upfit cost, which I'll talk about shortly. Next, were the Mustang Mach-E's. There are some benefits to looking at the Mach-E initially for a patrol vehicle. The biggest thing that these have going for them is they already have Satina and Whelen already offer upfitting packages for these cars, whereas the Tesla does not have that right now. And upfitting is very comparable with an Explorer that we're already driving. The cost is about the same. Also, the Mach-E is the only electric vehicle to earn a pursuit rating from Michigan, which is a highly sought after thing. For a patrol car, that's kind of the standard to have a pursuit rating. Upfitting is available already, and it's already being used in New York. This is in your packet. Spokane, Washington did a pilot program with the Tesla, and my concerns from that pilot program are they said they are not suitable as a patrol car. They're too small. They're not designed for police work. This is according to their major, Michael McNabb. And they found that it cost about $30,000 to fully upfit, to have all the partitions and everything made for the car and installed. Typically, it costs between $8,000 to $15,000 to upfit a patrol car. And they found that 5-year cost of ownership was $101,000 for the Tesla and $99,000 for the hybrid Ford Explorer. So 5-year cost of ownership is very similar. Like Chief said, I'm pretty good at Photoshop, so I threw together a picture of a Mach-E that I thought looked pretty good. And as I mentioned before, it's the first car to pass the Michigan State Police pursuit vehicle rating, with pretty high marks. Now to get into the meat and potatoes, that's the MSRP on a Mustang Mach-E. $69,895. Like I said, this is based off numbers that I have tangible that I can compare them to. So that's why you're getting these numbers. Some things you need to consider is you have to have a 240 plug installed, 2 per car. One would be at the police station, one would be at the officer's home, so it could be charged. And it has to have a level 2 charger, 2 per car, 1 at the station and 1 at the officer's home. They come with a level 1 charger, which is just a household plug, but it can take up to 2 days to charge off just a regular household plug. These can charge in 4 to 8 hours, depending on charging conditions and level of charge of the car. Some quick math I did. The gas Explorer costs about 24 cents a mile, $30 a shift, or $5,000 a year, based on a average of 125 mile shift. The hybrid Explorer comes in at 16 cents per mile, or $20 a shift, $3,300 a year. And the Mach-E at 5 cents a mile, $6 a shift, $1,000 a year. So the price to operate is pretty low. This graph, I'm sorry, is small. The blue line represents the Mach-E. The yellow line would be the full gas Ford Explorer. And the red line would be the hybrid Ford Explorer. At the 5-year mark, you're looking, the Mach-E would be $6,000 to $8,000 more at the 5-year mark. It evens out at the 10, and by 15, the Mach-E would be making you money. And this is assuming you got the perfect Mach-E that has no problems and you don't have to replace any major components like a battery.
But also keep in mind, our typical replacement is 10 years.
Yep. My current car is at
Years old.
11 years and at 100,000 miles.
That's because I drove it for a long time and didn't put any miles on it.
Right. Some things to consider. If you go with an electric vehicle and we still have a town technician, that technician is going to go to training for working on an electric vehicle. They are more hazardous to work on if you're used to working with internal combustion engines. There are things under the hood that will shock you badly. The maintenance and repair, the first scheduled maintenance on a Mustang Mach-E is 100,000 miles, and that is to change the coolant in the battery. That's scheduled maintenance. Anything can go wrong, so that's something you should consider. Like I said, the upfitted battery for longer range is an additional $10,000. A replacement battery is $20,000. So if a battery were to go bad, you also need to think about battery disposal and storage. I spoke with 2 different people at Blue Ridge Electric when I was doing this, trying to get an idea of what I was getting into, what we would need. And both of them told me they had a vehicle in Tennessee that caught fire and then re-caught fire for 3 days. They ended up having to put it in a isolation tank of salt water to kill the battery so it wouldn't start fire again. And then the fire department, who had so graciously done that, didn't know what to do with the water because it was contaminated. So these are all things that I just want you guys to think about. The biggest thing is this is a completely new technology. I know Tesla has been doing it for a year or two, they've been doing it a minute. But as a police car, this is really new. It's hard to hammer out details. I know there's a department in Michigan who was using the Mach-E and they were working double shifts in the car and it was still being returned at 60% charge. But up north, typically they work 8-hour shifts. So that would be a 16-hour day. We work a 12-hour day minimum. And sometimes we get to stay here longer and work. So I don't think it would pull a 24-hour shift and come back with 60%. Other things to consider is there have been many days that we've been on a traffic detail all day with the lights running, and we don't really have any solid data on how long it will charge or stay charged with your blue lights and emergency equipment running. A big thing that popped up after I finished this for you guys was back in December, there was some news that came out that with the Teslas, there were about 15 or 16 that people were really vocal about that missed Christmas because their cars wouldn't charge because it was so cold that the battery couldn't get to an operating temperature to take a charge. I don't think that would be a problem at our police department if we put the chargers in the basement where it's climate controlled and, the officer can leave the car and charge. But I don't have anywhere at home to keep a car inside. So it would be outside. And if it's really, really cold, it may not charge. All this is to say this is very, very new. We're excited about it. It offers a lot of potential, not just in performance, but in savings. But right now, the upfront cost is very high, and that's something that we're excited to look at for the future. This would definitely have to be a pilot program if you guys are interested so that we could get our real hard data numbers. And that would come at a cost of a car and I would say at least 5 years to get a good set of numbers. But that's where we're at on this. If you guys, yes, sir.
What's the top end speed?
On the Mach-E?
Yeah.
It's limited, I think, to 150.
Okay.
A little slow for you, Pete.
So you're not gonna chase a Ferrari down?
Well,
If we're doing more than 150 up here, I think we're just gonna let them go.
Yeah.
Let them go, yeah.
but
That's policy.
where they excel is acceleration, not top speed. The Mustang Mach-E will do 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds.
Wow.
So it's instant torque, instant speed. The Chevy Bolt that we talked about earlier in New York, they were actually trying to find somebody that could detune it because they were going through front tires because they're so torquey that their traffic people are spinning the front tires off the car trying to get going.
Front
Yeah.
tires.
So we just want an opportunity to present this to you guys so you could be thinking about it for the future because it's something that we're thinking about in the future. Okay? Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good job.
A lot of research.
There's some upfront costs that could potentially be shared with other departments. So if we had to put in a charging station and we're looking at even, for like planning and zoning, for instance.
Yes.
Is that
Yeah, absolutely.
thinking?
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's new technology that they're trying to. When I was in Texas, one thing they were really excited about, I can't remember the word for it, but it's like the wireless charging for your cell phone. They're working on doing that.
It's a pad you park
It's a
over.
pad you park on in the parking lot, so you don't have to actually get out of your car and plug it in. You just have a designated spot you park in. The problem is right now they're having a hard time not killing cats. And squirrels, 'cause the heat and stuff it generates. But that's a technology they're working on. That's definitely something that we could put charging stations at the PD parking lot, or a shared parking lot for the town. That's definitely something. And like I said, these numbers are based on MSRP. That's not, I don't foresee that.
Nobody
being what
has
we-
numbers to give us yet on government costs. So in closing, we're gonna stay on top of it. We're gonna keep staying updated on this, and when we feel like the time is right, we'll come to you with some
too early now.
proposals. So, not quite yet. None of these companies yet have a police-rated vehicle that's available for sale today. We don't know when they'll start taking orders on the Mach-E. We think that'll be the first one that comes out. But we'll stay abreast of it and keep you informed. Lunch is here.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
We'll take a recess for lunch, guys. Cal.
outside of the structure that we had presented to the public. We are one topic behind right now, two if you count Park Avenue. So Lieutenant Kirk's going to come up and speak to you about night shift differential. That was scheduled for this morning. So right now, we're running just a little bit behind. If we need to, at the end of the day, my sections are kind of following or are concluding the day, so we can always move that to tomorrow. So we'll just kind of see how the afternoon goes. But as of right now, we're looking at doing the night shift differential conversation and then going into the ambulance 24/7. Chief Graham's here to speak towards that. So we'll start with Nathan and we'll transition that into the ambulance discussion. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Lieutenant Kirk. We're going to make up some time here. I'll go through this pretty quickly. Like we said on the agenda, it says premium. It's been called different things. I refer to it as night shift differential because that's what I'm used to it as. That's something that's used by law enforcement agencies and other, hospitals, all kinds of different fields out there that has coverage 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on holidays, weekends, anything that's, not the normal work day, which is 8 to 5. So kind of what Chief was talking about in his first comments, that we have finally stabilized with our employees. I'm pretty sure we're still the only agency in the county and surrounding area that is full employment wise. We have no openings. William was our last hire and we're completely full now. So with that being said, what we're trying to do is come up with some new benefits, new things to keep that experience here at the PD. And one way to do that is a shift differential. So, or like we've said before, paid premiums. So if you guys don't know, Blowing Rock PD, we work permanent shifts. We're one of, I think, 2 departments in the county that still work permanent shifts. I'm in favor of permanent shifts. I work rotating shifts as well. And some of the benefits of that is a whole nother presentation could be done on the health benefits of it. So most other departments, your sheriff's office, Boone, they rotate every 2 weeks. You got one light week of nights, one heavy week of nights, and then they're going back to days and then go 2 weeks, then another 2 weeks of nights. Boone's the same way. ASU actually has permanent shifts now. They used to be rotating. We work permanent shifts and usually there's a rollover once a month. And that consists of a court date. So it could be a Monday and Tuesday that the night shift officer will switch over to a day shift and the day shift officers will switch to a night shift during that little small time frame. That's not all the time. It just depends on what kind of court dates we get. Now, when a day shift does come open at the PD, it's based off of seniority. So typically what you have is all your senior people keep going to day shift. So night shift, you don't want a night shift full of rookies, essentially. So what we're trying to do is prevent that. And another benefit of this shift differential is recruitment. It took us 6 months. Now, granted, like Chief said, we didn't get into a rush of just hiring anybody off the street. But that is one thing people, permanent night shift is the position. That peak of interest is like, kind of let down. So retention, we want to keep our officers here. We put a lot of time, we put a lot of money into them. We want that experience here. And the PD here, as all y'all well know, it's a family. And we've got a good group of guys that work up there.
And girls.
And yeah, Officer Cook. And so we want to keep that experience. Now, during this study, I contacted a couple different people. Chief sent out something on the Chief Association and a couple of different PDs and departments and other research that I've collected, just putting up some numbers, some percentages and things that other departments do. Albemarle PD is a 2% regular hourly rate. And then they have a majority of hours worked between 5:45 p.m. and 6 a.m. So 12-hour shift. If they work 7 hours over 5:45 p.m., their whole shift is the shift differential. So that'd be like a mid-shift car, something like that. Charlotte Mech, they're 2.5% of the hourly rate. The only eligible employees are second and third shift. They work 8-hour shifts at Charlotte Mech. So they, have a 3 to 11 and 11 to 7. And I've also noticed in some other PDs that the 3 to 11, the second shift will be at a certain rate, and then the third shift will be at a higher rate. but that was very irregular, so I didn't even put that in there. Davison PD, they have a system that's not based off a percentage, it's a flat rate. So they give $1.50 on top of your regular hourly rate for the night shift officers, and they also have the same thing as Albemarle PD of working, if the majority of your hours are over this time frame, between 4 p.m. and 8 a.m., you get the whole shift differential. App State, which is up here in our area, they are one of the only departments in this area that have a shift diff, and they're at a 10%. And they're at a 10% because the state rate is 10%. And they are our biggest competitors when it comes to recruitment. I mean, it's hard to compete with the numbers that they can throw up. So, and as far as the state regulations go, they also set up the 3 to 11, 11 to 7. App State officers work 7 to 7 day and night. So, and that's a 4 on 4 off type schedule. That's where I came into shift differential at. When I started at ASU, I was permanent night shift. That's where I first saw it at. Now, that is the Federal Office of U.S. Office of Human Resources Management. They're also at a 10% rate, so your rangers and things like that would get a shift differential if they're working nights. And it's scheduled between the hours of 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. Something else to keep in mind, all these different departments and the research that I've conducted and stuff is, do sworn officers get it? Do unsworn personnel get it? Your dispatchers, full-time, part-time, people on probationary status. Another factor to include is, do they pay it on holiday pay, additional to holiday pay? Your comp pay, do you get it when you're not here and you've taken time off? Does it get added to your comp pay? Vacation, sick leave, and other things like that. Now, the proposal that we're putting forth is full-time sworn and unsworn positions. So that would include your night shift officers and your night shift dispatchers. And that would include also that rollover period. So whatever officer is working the night shift, as I termed it right here, which would be 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., that's dispatch or officers would qualify for this shift differential pay. And it's consisting, our hours are 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and you'll get all the hours paid on a shift differential pay as long as you've worked during that time period. Hours not eligible is employees that you've actually worked it. So if you take vacation time, you're not going to get, you're not going to get shift pay on that. You're just going to be your regular standard pay rate. That includes vacation, holidays, sick leave, comp, training, jury duty, special duty, military leave. And like special duty, I'm thinking of, if something we have to hold over, chief makes us do something on a special duty or something like that, and the officers are here from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Those officers are not going to get that shift differential. It's only for the night shift officers. And also, in looking at this research and stuff, and this is a conversation I probably need to have with Nicole and Christy as well. I've talked to Christy briefly, but I didn't want to bother her since, she's on maternity leave. It's not considered part of your annual salary. If I remember correctly at ASU, it was not considered that either. And your pay period and the check, it had a whole different line in there for your pay. It wasn't part of your base salary. Now, for tax purposes, it is considered your gross pay for, taxes and things like that, Social Security, retirement. And the rate that we're proposing is $1.75 per hour would be the shift differential. And that's on top of your hourly rate. This is just an example that I came up with. These numbers are made up. They're not real. It's just for the example. So Officer Hunt is assigned to work nights on Thanksgiving. His regular hourly rate is $20. Shift differential rate is $21.75. He works the night shift and he gets paid as follows. $21.75 plus his holiday pay and his normal paid period. And then Friday, when he's off, we always get the Friday afterward and holiday. It's just standard. There's no night shift attached to that. Officer Gunnels, that's a day shift example. He doesn't qualify for the night shift differential. He gets paid his regular pay. So in conclusion, the total bill at the end of the day, night shift officers, dispatchers, it would qualify for 6 of them typically. You got 2 night shift officers and then you got a night shift dispatcher. they're looking at a total of $3,822 going up in their, well, it wouldn't be considered salary, but just the shift premium. And the total cost to the town would be $22,932. So, anybody have any questions?
So you feel like this is going to be an added incentive to keep officers to?
Yes, I do. I think it's just something that, it helps us compete with everybody. If we were to have an opening, just saying that we have a shift differential, other departments don't offer this besides App State. So it would be something that we could help bring people in, help people keep that experience on night shift. Because if a spot opens up, you know, your experienced officer is going to get the option to go. So if he wants to stay and get this shift differential, or if you guys decide to pass this and the experienced officer on day shift wants to move to night shift, then we can arrange that.
Yep. Thank you. I think that covers everything. Again, you know, one of the big factors, like Nathan said a couple times, trying to encourage some of our senior staff to stay on night shift is very important because they all keep migrating to day shift and we keep having a lot of new people on night shift without as much experienced supervision, which is an issue. So I think we just wanted you to be exposed to this a little bit today. We're going to be working toward this in our budget process coming up in the spring for the next fiscal year. So we just wanted you to be exposed to this while we had a chance to talk to you.
So this is, this will not need to be, this will be a department decision along with a budget decision. Is that correct?
You want to weigh in on the timing of this? Are you thinking this is July 1st?
I think we're just going to work through the budget process and it'll be for July 1st. I don't know if it requires any special action by the town council.
It would. I mean, we need to add that to the policy. So it would be part of your discussion with the budget process.
Okay.
That's,
Okay.
if you're.
Yeah, I don't think we're looking for anything immediately today. We just wanted you to be exposed to it. It's a good time for us to talk to you about these topics. We're up against the police department and we'll work through that through the budget process. So.
There's a significant difference between App State and 2.5%.
Yeah. Something to keep in mind there also is Charlotte May. They have a starting slick sleeve officer down there has a higher, salary than.
Charlotte Meck only started this in January.
They did.
So this is brand new for Charlotte. They had no shift in. And this is a hot topic. My emails through the Chiefs Association, this is a hot topic. There's a lot of departments looking for information. As a matter of fact, I sent out an information request statewide to all the police chiefs to give me some feedback if they already had policies. And I had about a half a dozen police departments respond and said, when you get the information, will you share it with me? So these are all industry-wide hot topics that everybody's looking at. And, we're making some strides at recruitment and retention, and we just wanted to make sure we keep making some progress and keep working at that. So,
Do you think $1.75 is sufficient?
I'd love to push for more. That's my honest opinion.
I think our approach was middle of the road, not the cheapest, not the highest, middle of the road. Try not to ask for too much. So I think that $1.75 works out at about 6%.
It equals out to be about, I tried to average every officer's hourly pay. It's looking like 7.5 roughly. If we want to compete with App State, 10%.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
y'all.
I think
Thank
that's
you.
all I have today. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you to the police department for a number of presentations this morning. Next, we have Chief Graham coming up to talk to us about 24/7 ambulance service. I believe you've probably heard a good amount of this previously, but Chief Graham does have updated numbers hot off the press. I think that's fair to say, even though they haven't actually gone public yet. So he has received updated numbers from Watauga County and Watauga EMS to share with you.
I got two different sets.
Got two different sets, so he can elaborate a little bit on that as well. And then I do have a few slides I want to show at the end, some of the data that we've been able to accumulate. So we'll start with Chief Graham, if that's okay with you, and clicker should work like it normally does.
Can I blind people with this? Okay, we're not going to talk about electric fire trucks. So don't ask. When I started with this a number of years ago, I felt like data and logic and reason was what would help, was what we needed. Turns out that was way wrong, and I was a bit naive, and so it's political. And so I tried to get involved there with my data and my logic and reason and other systems, and I didn't like it. I didn't do well in that realm, and so I've gone back. I've gone back to data and logic and reason, because it turns out it is actually what drives the improvement of systems in other places. So we have to start with this. I a few years ago, that wasn't the 2014 version. It was, I don't know when it was. It was a few years ago. I was talking about the fractal math of response times and how standards are established. Where else? Not in the other 99 counties in North Carolina. Everywhere else. And so I referred to the NFPA standard, which is a guideline, an NFPA 1710, and the 90 and 9, because that's what is familiar to me, is to talk about that standard with those numbers. When I put that out there, I was supposed to be explaining it like this. But I put it out there, and people kind of ran with that instead of what my intent was to explain how the math is done, not necessarily with those numbers. So for other people's reaction to 90 and 9, 90% of the calls in 9 minutes or less that's for large municipal areas. That's for it's not for a rural expectation of any system. That's fair. That's not an unreasonable response to that. So I kind of got out in front of my headlights, and I want to back up. I want to back up and say that the 90 and 9 is not about those numbers specifically. It's about how you do the math. The Watauga County contract for the private provider requires that the overall average of call response is less than 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes or less. An overall average versus doing math this way, which is fractal. It's a fraction of the calls within a certain time. So let's not say 90 and 9 anymore. Let's just talk about fractal versus average. This, for me, is the single thing that if everyone can push for standard, this can be a goal. It doesn't have to be a contractual obligation. This could be just what we're shooting for. And it could be 75%. And you can keep your 10 minutes. You don't have to make that 9. Make it 10 minutes, just like the average is now. That is a contractual obligation. But just make it fractal. Don't say overall average, because you can do that and stack ambulances in the middle of Boone forevermore and meet that standard. That's not a standard. It's in this contract. Nobody else uses that. So what that means in fractal math, the less than 10 minute average, overall average response time actually means that about 61% of the calls are actually less than 10 minutes. So it's not complicated, but it's huge. If we can change this, then we wouldn't have to talk about any operational details or any decisions about the geospatial placement of ambulances. If you can talk about this and say, make that percentage higher, and like I said, leave that time where you want it, where it is. But if we can make that percentage higher, then shooting toward that, everything else is kind of forced to improve for placement everywhere in the county. So that 40% of the calls are not getting service that is outside of the current required time limit. So that's Boone's district in the middle. Some of you have seen this. This is 2022 data. If you have seen this before, I've changed it a little bit and I've updated this data. Last time you saw it was 2014, I think, those numbers. So in the Boone Fire District, that is what I call compliant to the current contract. That is less than 10-minute average response time. Everywhere else in Watauga County outside of the Boone Fire District is, this data, by the way, this is from Watauga Medics. This is from their annual report. I've got a different version of the numbers that came from Watauga County Emergency Management that pulled those numbers from the CAD system, pulled them from dispatch. They're slightly different. I just included both of them instead of trying to pick one. But this is from Watauga Medics, and those times outside of the Boone Fire District are obviously over 10 minutes. So that's why I say an overall average doesn't work for everybody, for the greater good, for the decisions that elected officials are making to serve the best they can with what they have the most. So these are the numbers from emergency management, from Watauga Emergency Management. And you can see they broke them out a little differently. In town, in the city limits for Boone at 721. And the rural district of Boone Fire is 1032. They're showing in town for Blowing Rock at 1026, and in the rural district, 1548 those times. You can go backwards, right?
Yeah, little button.
So you see Cove Creek was 11 minutes and 11 seconds. So Watauga Medics has their numbers at Cove Creek for 10 minutes and 11 seconds, and Boone at the Boone Fire District at a number that's actually lower than the lower number in the county's data. So I don't really know what to say about that other than there it is. as far as them being different. Emergency response times by district, you can see that Blowing Rock is right here. Now this is the Boone district. And this one over here, that purple one on the far right, that's Shawnee Hall. Everybody know where that is? It's way out there. And this is a response that you get sometimes when you say, okay, well, Blowing Rock is right here. That's like the 4th best times in the county. Why wouldn't we put an ambulance out in these districts? Because look, those people are waiting twice as long for an ambulance. And the answer to that is the fractal math. So that we were looking at, this is the number of emergency calls in Shawnee Hall in 2022. There were 13 calls. And there were 24 total calls for the year in that district. And in Blowing Rock, there were 382 emergency calls for service, and 784 total calls. So that's why. You have to put those together. And this is the times for each of these districts. And it's the percentage of total calls that we have in Watauga County each year. This is from 2022, but it stays, it moves together, stays pretty much the same. There's certainly longer wait times out there, but when it's less than 1% of the calls versus 12% of the calls, that's how you answer those questions. This is the call volume distributed amongst those same areas, and that's Blowing Rock over there on the far right. So you have to look at both of those charts together and include that information. And really, you don't have to do that if you just do your math fractally. So this is the number of, this is over 4 years. I do know why this one's different. This is from Watauga Emergency Management, and he did all of 19 through 22. That is obviously Boone's got 9,600 calls over those 4 years. Blowing Rock only has 2,500 calls over those 4 years, but there's 4 ambulances sitting in Boone. So those times are handled. Moving forward and improving the system, I'm not saying it's not going to cost more money. And I'm not saying it's not going to take more ambulances. You have to start with adding ambulances. And then you can figure out where to put them. So this is, over those 4 years, the call distribution. So that runs pretty consistently with the Boone Fire District. Somewhere between 51% and 57% is what I've seen. So 55% for those trailing 4 years, and this is Blowing Rock right here, which is 14% of those calls. This chart back here is everybody except for the Boone district, because Boone is receiving adequate response times because all the ambulances are there. That's why this doesn't include Boone. This is everyone else, and this is Blowing Rock on the far right. In terms of call volume, distribution, everywhere else in the county that's not compliant to 10 minutes or less, and it's over 4 years. So that's pretty solid data. These are your ambulance-based locations. Now, something interesting, we did this heat map version to visually communicate this information several years ago. I haven't changed that. The first thing we did, so this is base 1, this is base 2. They're both in Boone. This is on King Street. This is a base that is out at Cove Creek now. And this is a base that is going on the Bolick property. I don't even know what all is on that project, but that base is coming. I believe that the study that they had done used a particular methodology to arrive at this area for the next need, because it assigned points to the number of calls that would be affected, which is kind of understandable, except the details of it are that would be around 1,000 calls. So you got 1 point in that particular study and the methodology that they used for every 100 calls that were affected. What I'm thinking is we should be looking at calls in areas that are not already within acceptable times. And if you're talking about this area out here, then you're talking about a little quicker access to some of the calls in the Stuart Simmons district. Let's call that 50 calls. And you're going to improve times to the Deep Gap district all the way out here, which is, let's say, 250 calls. So 300 of those 1,000 calls affected would have some improvement, not as much as they could if you would take that base and slide out there where you actually drop out of Deep Gap and go into the entrance to the Stuart Simmons district. But theoretically, that will affect the calls in those areas that are not already receiving an adequate response time. Deep Gap and Stuart Simmons district. The other 700 calls that were used in that study that would be affected by this base placement are in the Boone district. They're already receiving an average of a little under 7 minutes in that district. So you're taking 70% of the number that they used for this placement determination, and you're improving an already acceptable time. So you're going to go from 7 minutes to 5 minutes. We won't go back and look at the times on those other 2 districts because it becomes irrelevant, but that's how that one got there. So an interesting thing that I found in updating this data, when we first did this, Doug was still involved with the fire service, and we were kind of representing all of the first responder agencies in the county as we did this. And we discovered that if you took Cove Creek and Beaver Dam and Zionville, and you took all 3 of those districts and added them together for their call volume, they almost reached the same call volume that Blowing Rocks district was doing by itself at the time. And as I discovered that it wasn't about the data, it was about the politics, we said, okay, let's suggest that they put one out there at 321 and 421 to serve those three districts, because they had some long wait times for an ambulance. It wasn't, the calls generated out of the area wasn't as dense. It was a little larger space. But let's go ahead and do that. Let's suggest that. And they did. They put one out there. And at the time, I did some math where I was taking the Boone numbers and road miles from the bases, and I was calculating some average times and how much the possibility for improvement of the times out here in these three districts whenever the Cove Creek base went in. And I anticipated loosely, based on the Boone performance, based on that math, I was anticipating how that would green up out there and that would become acceptable times. So this top number is 2014 response time in Beaver Dam. This base didn't exist. They responded from this base in Boone. And the second number in each three of these stacks is what I was anticipating the times would improve to. So I was thinking that these would be somewhere around like a Boone base performance was. You can add in the roads are more curvy and things like that, but you can also take the traffic factor out that they have in Boone. So I felt like it was a pretty good predictor. This bottom number is 2022 data. So that's pre and post the placement of this base. So apparently, the drive from this base on East King Street to this base, according to Beaver Dam's numbers, is about 45 seconds. The answer to this is operational. The answer to this being so far away from what you would anticipate is in the details of daily operation and where that ambulance actually is at what time and how many times is it sliding in to cover a base in Boone. And there's a lot of operational details to answer that, and we're not going to talk about any of that. But I just want you to see that the first thing that has to be done is ambulances in service have to be added. You have to have more ambulances. You can't say, okay, we'll give you a Blowing Rock ambulance when we can, and it's not an ambulance that's been funded for that. It's an ambulance that's already in place in Boone that is part of convalescent trips, interfacility transfers, whatever else the needs are. So it slides back to Boone when you do have it. Sometimes it is never able to come because it's not actually at an ambulance that's added to the system. It's just taking what we've got that's over centralized and sliding it out as you can. So you got to add ambulances and then add new places for them to be. Thought that was interesting. So this would be theoretically a base in Blowing Rock, where we have an ambulance 24/7. These are, these arrows right here are entry points to adjacent districts that would, in theory, be helped some. The reason that I lightened these two up, this is Holloway Mountain Road, or this is Holloway Mountain Road, and this is Shoals Mill Road, for running from a Blowing Rock located base into the Fosco district on some calls. Somebody called me out on that and said that's doubtful. And I would agree with them on Holloway Mountain most of the time. It's not going to be the best way to get there. Shoals Mill, if the calls are on that side, if they're out there, if your ambulances are gone from base 1 in Boone, then yeah, it would help. Stuart Simmons District, this is entry up off of the Parkway and into up on State View into Blue Ridge Mountain Club. I really disagree with them on that. This would absolutely be the way to go to run calls in there and help the response time in that district with a Blowing Rock based ambulance, because we run them now. So that is what I anticipate would be improved with the placement of a base in Blowing Rock, or at least closer to Blowing Rock. And this is what's left over as far as opportunities for improvement down the road. And that's the Meat Camp District, which is responsible for about 4.5% of the calls, 4% in Deep Gap, 1% in Stuart Simmons, and then 0.37% in Shawnee Hall. These are the places that are, after these base placements are there, that's still areas that could be served better. Incidentally, that comes to about 10% of the calls in the county, which is inversely proportionate to 90% of the calls in 9 minutes or less, 10 minutes or less, whatever. So this is, these are the numbers for the percentages of calls that each of these districts are responsible for. And that's used in Watauga County Emergency Management 4-year trailing data. And this is what it looks like without including Boone. So if I've got Boone covered, then this is the percentage breakdown among the rest of the areas that I call non-compliant, because they're not getting that 10-minute or less response time, but Boone is. So if you look at it this way and say 60%, 55%, 60%, whatever it is there. So let's say we want to do 75% or 80% or 70%. Where do you put your ambulance if you're trying to achieve 10 more percent, 15 more percent of your calls within that given time? If it's hang on to 10 minutes, I don't care. There's not really much question of how to get more people served better with whatever you've got for for the greater good. I hope that this communicates that it's not blowing rock, or me personally, whining and saying that these people that experience these calls and these wait times for an ambulance deserve it any more than anybody else in Watauga County. Lots and lots of our calls, they're not even from here. They're not even from Blowing Rock. I mean, when we've run wrecks on 321, most of the people who live here know how to drive in this. There's wrecks that we run lots and lots of times. They're not from anywhere around here. So it's not about who deserves it more, or the demographics on, Blowing Rock. We have an older population, and so we have falls and cardiovascular events at higher numbers and need quicker responses. And it's not even about response time necessarily for me, from my perspective, because of the tiered response system that we have. It's about getting that patient to definitive care as soon as possible. So waiting and initial care, starting and all of that stuff is part of it, yeah. But to me, the biggest thing is get them to a hospital. Get them to doctors and nurses and definitive care as quickly as possible, because that's where patient outcome numbers change. So getting them there quicker means them arriving and loading up quicker. So it translates into that ultimately, but it's not about that. It's not about people in the Blowing Rock district deserve any better than people in Meade Camp. It's about the numbers on improving the entire system going forward, and having a plan that is not using methodology to arrive at answers and placements that you just have predetermined for political or monetary reasons. I know it costs more money. So the question is, are we spending the amount of money proportionally prioritized in our budget with Watauga County that reflects the needs and wants of the entire county community? So aligning those values, ultimately the elected officials should be aligning those values, and it should translate right into your budget. So if you don't remember anything but this, remember this. The 90 and 9 thing that everybody grabbed onto that pretty quickly. What I need you to do is back up and know that it doesn't have to be those numbers, but the math needs to be done in this way. An overall average response time, public perception at first glance sounds like the same thing, or it actually sounds like better. Because if we've got an overall 10-minute or less average response time, and you're talking about only having 10 minutes or less 90% of the time, then that's better, right? No, it's not. It's not the same thing. And it's not the way that the math should be done. And if you start there and base the decisions from there out through the details, it's going to fix the problem. It's going to help improve the service for everybody. So, I'm not really thinking questions until you've done your.
Yeah, just piggyback.
Add your famous saying yet?
Hmm?
You don't want to add your famous saying on the end of that?
Which one?
The level of care is equal to what people are willing to pay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's actually a fire service saying. But I guess any kind of emergency response agency, any fire department or EMS services will only be as good as a community will afford. The most important thing in that statement is will afford. Not can afford, not should afford, not want to. What will they afford? You know, what will they, how bad will a community allow something to be? Or how good do they want it? So, you know, I don't believe that it's always a matter of raising taxes to get there. It's more often a matter of prioritization of doing an elected official's job of aligning the values of their community, of the people who elected them, aligning that with the budget. You know, what do you want to spend? What do you want to spend your money on? If you want to have inadequate response times in EMS for 40% of the county, 40% of the calls in the county, because you'd rather spend money on X, that's not on me. So yeah, that's the budgetary question is a matter of decisions beyond data.
And I'm sure you'll have questions, if you want to have a
Yeah.
seat or hang out. I've got some additional slides to just piggyback a little bit more onto this conversation. And I don't know how many times this town has had this conversation. I've lost track since I've been here, but I know we've talked about it for at least 45 years. A long time. Actually, more like 50 years, I think is the accurate number. Longer than I've been alive, so I'll tell my age. Longer than I've been alive, we've been talking about this subject. And it's changed, like the county has changed, like the town has changed. Unfortunately, it's not changed, in our opinion, for the good, especially for the residents that Chief Graham just showed you on the data. And so what's been presented so far has been call times and data, response times, talking about fractal math. If you live in this area, you know, what your call time may be versus living in another area. So I went into a little deeper with some of the numbers and the budget, that type of thing. To just give some comparisons. So Watauga County obviously operates in a little different mode than most of the counties in the state. They contract out EMS services with the for-profit entity, which is Watauga Medics. That results in some savings if you want to look at it that way, if you want to use that term. And I'll show you why, or some of that data that does show that there is some savings there. I'm not here, we can't be here obviously to speak towards what Watauga County and the commissioners do there. Chief Graham's alluding to that. I'm going to further that point and show you what real numbers look like and what's being spent. If you recall, last year, we had a special meeting, or it may have been one of the council meetings, I can't recall which one it was now, because we've had this meeting so many times, in which Caldwell County's Director of Emergency Services came up and said the saying that I had really never given a lot of thought to, but it really goes in line with Chief Graham's, is that Caldwell County doesn't balance the budget on the backs of public safety, which means public safety is number one for them. They start there, then they go down the list of filling the needs within the rest of the county or the wants within that. And just like the next, first day and a half and the next day and a half, we're showing you needs and we're showing you wants. And it's up to you all to decide where we move from here. It's up to Nicole and I and the rest of us to present the budget to show you what that looks like. And then you make the decision whether or not you want to yay it or nay it to move forward. And so every system, every town, every county has the same mechanism to do that, right? So we present a budget, we present the needs, we present the wants. We talk about what the outcomes need to be, whether that's raising taxes or cutting an area. And again, those are decisions that have to be made, whether we're talking a penny or 2 pennies, or whether we're talking not going a particular area. That's what we balance every year. That's what we all balance. And it's been that way since before any of us were alive. That's how the system works here. Some things that bother me when we talk about this, I'll put this slide up, and this is probably not starting necessarily on a good foot, but we hear in this town that us having an ambulance here is considered an enhanced service. It's been in emails to every one of you all. It was told to Beech Mountain that way this past year. So Beech Mountain, for those that don't realize, did vote to put a 24/7 ambulance in their town at a cost of almost $500,000. So that's not taking the tax revenue, that's not taking the income that is generated in Beech Mountain that already goes to the county. This is above that. So Watauga County approached Beech Mountain like they did the town of Lone Rock some time ago and said, if you want an ambulance in your town, we consider that an enhanced service. It's going to cost you X amount. I believe Beech Mountain's number is $428,000, if I read the budget correct this past year. So Beech Mountain is stroking a check for $428,000 a year directly to Watauga County to have an ambulance up there. So when Chief Graham shows you the hot map, so to speak, Beech Mountain's way out towards Avery County. We didn't put that in there because I want to ignore that for a moment, because that's been offered to us as well. Because again, it's been considered an enhanced service. And I put some definitions up here that I don't have to read. But I would look at it the opposite way, is that I think we have an inadequate service right now. And 40% of the county does. So if you want to use this definition to get to that definition, maybe that is right. Maybe we are actually enhancing the service that we would consider inadequate by doing it. And maybe Beech Mountain's doing that. So if you want to look at it in reverse order, which is how I look at it, then maybe we are actually enhancing the service, because the service is considered, at least based on the data we're presenting, in my opinion, inadequate. And as Chief Graham said, it really is about the money. So, from a comparison standpoint, I looked at 3 counties that were the closest to us that were not contractual or contracted out services. If you look at Ashe and you look at Avery, Avery is a county-run system. If you look at Ashe, you look at Mitchell, you look at Madison, correct? Those are contracted services. You'll see some similar numbers to what you see here in Watauga. Madison's higher, Mitchell's higher. Ashe is almost identical. So when we're talking about spending of tax dollars or spending per capita, which I'm going to show you some slides, you'll see those counties are very similar. I would argue I would not want to compare myself to those counties in that regard. When you look at Alexander County, Caldwell County, and Wilkes County, which are neighboring foothill counties of us, and you look at a county-ran system, and you look at what they're spending for that system, it is much higher. I think we all have seen this data or talked about this data. I want to put the real numbers up here with this past year's information. So absolutely, these counties are spending more money per capita. They're spending more money in taxes. It's important to show it in a more of a granular format, in my opinion, because we also hear the argument they have higher tax rates or they have additional taxes. They do. That's irrelevant. I'm showing you this based on a fractional math is, again, breaking down the per capita, breaking down actual tax revenue, collections of tax revenue and what percentage of that tax revenue. So take away all that, take away the rate, 57 cent, 72 cent, 31 cent, whatever the case may be. This is how they're spending their money. This is the percentage they're using or they're spending with EMS services. You'll see, just starting with this slide, the population of these counties. So we'll take it as Watauga County versus Alexander County versus Caldwell County, Wilkes County, ever how you want to look at it. Watauga, again, based on census numbers. We talked about this yesterday. Census numbers up here are tricky. I would almost bet you census numbers in those other three counties are more accurate. I don't think we have many days in which we have 54,000 people here. When college is in session and it's a Friday or it's a Saturday or it's leave season, I don't know what that number is. Nobody does. It's not 54,234 people though. It may be 75, maybe 100,000. College football games bring in 40,000 people. Most of them don't live in Watauga County. So that's a huge number, right? But I'm doing it to prove a point. I know you all know that, so I'll get to that in just a few moments. So let's just take what we think is a general number. So here's the population numbers. Then we'll go into property taxes, not tax rate. Now, of course, this is revenue, so this is rate times value, right? So 31.8 cent times the value to get our property tax revenue numbers. And you'll see here, interesting enough, Watauga County is producing about $43 million in tax revenue compared to Wilkes at 40, even though Wilkes shows here obviously a higher population. Alexander County, almost half, $22 million. Caldwell's at 53. So again, your numbers here don't necessarily translate into this. So when you think about taking these numbers and you start rolling that into percentages, let's talk about the EMS supplement, not expense, supplement. So for these three counties, there is a revenue number minus expense number to get to this. So this is not the expenses, the expenditure number. This is the supplement number. So in Alexander County, if you take the revenues they collect off EMS, again, these are county-run systems, so they're doing their own billing and collecting. Watauga County is not. Watauga County has a contract with Watauga Medics that they stroke a check every year. 1.8 million is what they stroke the check, or will stroke the check this year. If you look at the budget, it's actually 2.2. I took out Beech Mountain. So that is to get to that number. Beech Mountain is a wash. So I'm not including Beech Mountain. So if you go look at the numbers, somebody try to prove me wrong on that, take out $428,000. That's how you get 1.812 million. Alexander, Caldwell, and Wilkes, county-run system, collection, billing, revenue off of running EMS services. Take the revenue minus expenses, true expenditures, you get these numbers. So these are net numbers. These are supplement numbers. These are out the door dollars or losses. And I want to make that point. That's exactly what this is. There's a reason that you don't have 50 new businesses popping up every year to run for-profit ambulance services. It's not a profitable business most everywhere you go. It's a supplement. It's a subsidize. It's a number that you have to give them to make their balance, their budget balance. So here are the real numbers. Watauga, Alexander, Caldwell, Wilkes. This is what each county's losing or spending, ever how you want to put it, right? That's the net number. These should be negative numbers. So let's take these numbers, let's roll them into the other numbers I showed you with property taxes. So if you take those property tax numbers and you take those supplement numbers, Watauga County is spending 4.24% of the property tax revenue on EMS, net. Alexander's 10.1, Caldwell's almost 14, Wilkes is double at 8. If you take this same methodology and you throw it over at Ashe County, you'll get about 5%. So you can see, again, the thought process there, right? It is more money. It costs more money. We're not arguing that. We're not disputing that. It costs more money. This is how the money's being spent. If you want to take that and throw it into the per capita for each one of the people in this room, every property taxpayer, based on that census number, then Watauga County spends $33.42 per person. Alexander 60, Caldwell's at 90, Wilkes at 50. So if you look at call times, if you look at how you're spending your tax revenue, if you look at what each person's getting per capita, to me it tells the same story. And that's the story we've been saying for 50 years. Doug's been a part of it for 3 decades-ish.
50.
For 50. We aren't just saying Blowing Rock, even though we are just saying Blowing Rock, right? That's what a lot of people hear. We're saying Watauga County. We would love for this to be a little bit higher up on the priority list of what the money's being spent for. That was the point that I came to looking at this. I know that's the point that Chief Graham has come to as well. We need more ambulances. We need more money being expended on this service. That will start taking care of itself because you'll have to start placing them in places that make sense in order to help with the fractal math that Chief Graham had. So.
And it's not just about, we think that you should spend more money on it. I mean, if you're talking about Caldwell there with that big tall stack. Caldwell County is achieving 6 to 7 minute response times everywhere in Caldwell County. So it's not just a matter of spending more money. It's what that achieves. What do we want to see?
So, important, and correct me if I'm wrong, so an important thing that we've talked about is, what other counties are doing, how they're structured. Watauga County, and I'm please correct me if I'm wrong, is currently running 4 ambulances with a 5th that's coming. The base that's been proposed, and you all may not know this, I've got a copy of the RFQ that was put out this past year. The county is planning on putting a new EMS/dispatch center over on the Brookshire property, close to the Bullock property, so over on East Boone.
Is that an additional funded truck, or are we just sliding out?
We don't know. So I'm saying that exactly that point is that base is in the RFQ to be built out towards East Boone. And that was the number or the plus that Chief Graham showed you. That's really going to affect a whole lot of Boone and a little bit out towards the east side. That being said, the sliding of trucks is not the addition of trucks. And that's been an argument as well. The 9-hour truck that we have here was never an additional truck. It was never an additional funded truck. It was simply taking a truck that existed at base 1 or 2. Which one is that? Longview's base 2.
Base 2.
Base 2. And sliding that over here 9 hours. Which means if a call comes in and boom, a truck goes out, our truck slides over. What we're saying here and what I think Chief Graham's saying, I know what I'm saying. We need more funding. We need the county commissioners to hear what we're saying and plead with them that we need more funding spent towards this topic. We need more trucks on the road. These other counties with less population, less tax base, are running more trucks. Caldwell County, who is not that much bigger than us, I would argue, during most of the year with population, can run 14 trucks. So that's why their numbers are so high. That's not including QRVs, so the quick response vehicles that they have located all throughout the county. They have currently 8 bases they operate from, not including the Blowing Rock base, not including the supplemental bases and the QRVs that they have in other locations. 14 trucks plus QRVs that can roll out of 13 different locations at any time. I'd even go into the square mileage. I could do that as well. What you'll see is our county is very equal, other than Wilkes, who's an anomaly out there in the great state of Wilkes, with Caldwell and Alexander. Alexander being smaller, of course. Us and Caldwell is not a tremendous amount of difference in square miles. Major highways running through, right? No interstates. 321 runs right through here. 421 runs right through here. Same with maybe Highway 18, same with maybe 321. So we've tried to take this down to every avenue we can to get some reasoning here. In our opinion, it comes out to be the same results.
Shane, got a question. Beach Mountain. Did they purchase a new truck for Beach Mountain or are they sliding one over?
The ambulance itself is kind of irrelevant. He has plenty of ambulances. It's a matter of providing a crew,
Okay.
which the Beach Mountain thing kind of is kind of hurts us because of the situation that everybody's in right now in trying to find medics.
Right.
It's been the problem for the truck company and over here when we thought it would be. Regardless of all the diversionary information that's out there, bottom line is there's nobody to work them. So took three seasoned medics and 3 more people off of the staff in order to go to Beach Mountain.
Okay.
So it kind of, it's a bit of robbing from Peter to pay Paul. And we're Peter.
Channel 3's been doing a little thing each night. You've kept up with it. Right now, Charlotte is 100 EMS staff short. They're starting their own schools, begging for people, you know, and it's another one of the things that, you know, one, I think they're gonna have to raise, everybody's gonna have to raise their pay to start getting some of these people interested in getting back into this.
Not everyone is struggling.
Yeah.
And I certainly don't want to go into the operational details. So I'm not gonna make any accusatory statements or anything as far as operational, because everybody is having a hard time with it. Some agencies are and governments are responding differently than others. So that's all I got to say about that. And the operational questions are, first of all, if we did open up that, we would be here for a couple of weeks. And secondly, I'm not in a diplomatic position to answer a lot of those questions. So I saw you writing a bunch of stuff down back there, Sue. I'm not doing it. Not answering it.
I will say this. We have, again, for the record, we've stated this before, we have very little control, almost none, over this topic. So North Carolina, General Assembly put general statutes into place way back when, 100 counties, each one responsible for providing EMS service. Does not go into detail on how that's provided. Does use the word adequate, but does not go any further into explaining what that means. Doesn't talk about call times, doesn't talk about trucks or bases or money or nothing. Purposefully, I've talked to the General Assembly. I've talked to members of the General Assembly. They'll never touch it because it is getting way too much into the control of each public local government, each county. And so it is set the way that it's set. It does not allow us to ever move forward with doing anything with this information on our own, as in running our own trucks or contracting with another entity. That all has to run through each county. So every county has the right to either run the system themselves, contract it out with an entity or multiple entities through franchise agreements, which, if you remember way back when, every county had multiple rescue squads. Some had nothing but rescue squads that did this work. Some rural counties never, way back when, had an ambulance service. They all do now for the most part, or they have some semblance of one along with rescue squads. But rescue squads have really gone away over the years in a lot of ways. A lot of those were dependent on volunteers and things of that nature. So there's been a lot of change. But the town of Blowing Rock cannot move forward with doing anything additional than what's being done right now without getting permission from the county commissioners. They'd have to vote for us to go to another agency or vote for us to run it ourselves. Right now, they have one contract, which is with Watauga Medics, and they have a ton of other mutual aid agreements with Otago Rescue and some other, entities like Caldwell County and others that they can run these mutual aid calls if they need to. But Watauga Medics is the game in town right now. And we're not knocking Watauga Medics. It's a business. We're just showing you what you're getting truly for your money here. So if you're a taxpayer, if you're a citizen, this is what you're getting compared to your others. I would have gone into this, and if I'm speaking too much, stop me, thinking the opposite of this, right? I would have gone into this looking at these other counties and making assumptions that were not true. There's reality within the numbers and reality in the call times that we're showing you here. The assumptions are not correct, at least in this particular topic. In Alexander County, with one town, is spending twice per person, twice per percentage of their property tax base on this one particular function than what Watauga County is. So when you drive through Taylorsville, you can give that thought. Yes, sir.
So this is kind of frustrating. And, as somebody said, this has been going on since 1978, when there was an article in the Watauga Democrat. Maybe Doug, you wrote that, I don't know. But here we sit, and listening to you, to Kent, I mean, how are we supposed to walk out of here with any confidence that we're going to solve this problem? Kent, you're smiling. I mean, what's the deal?
First responders. First responders.
The answer to that question lies obviously 100% with county commissioners. We are hopeful that there's traction with them spending more money, because that is absolutely where it starts. It starts with spending. Every how you look at this, it requires more money. Whether that means you're raising taxes, which we're not suggesting. Again, that's not our job. Whether that's taking for other entities or other functions or other whatever, and reprioritizing some of that money, re-engineering some of that around. Whatever they choose to do, that's our first request, is put more money out there, put more ambulances out there. Whether that means you keep the current relationship you have or go to a whole different system, whichever way that looks, we need more ambulances. The frustration part, and I've only been doing this 4 years of the 50-ish that's been out there, is beyond me. And I will say that, again, on the record, it is beyond me, because it is not overly complicated. Some of the barriers in place with that, if you take money off to the side, throw money out, because money is just that. As we talk about these projects, as we talk about these needs, you all have the ability to approve these things or not, right? So in North Carolina, if you want to talk money and property taxes being what everybody thinks of, nobody likes being taxed more. North Carolina allows you to tax up to $1.50 per $100. Watauga County has the lowest tax rate in the state this past year. The lowest. So it is very frustrating. Balancing the budget on the backs of these things are very frustrating.
Well, Shane, if Watauga County would allow us to transport, I said if, and we did it, and we could, would that not drop the percentage of time to these other entities?
The more ambulances that are out in the system, the more your times will go down. Whether that's us doing it, more ambulances from them, Caldwell County coming in, more ambulances in the system is going to reduce times.
So some of the problem would go away if they just allow that.
Well, it's because it's a private contractor, and because the inclusion of the Blowing Rock call volume in that business is part of the economies of scale.
Right.
That the county, at the county level, can enjoy a lesser price per capita. If you if you take that big number that Blowing Rock generates out of the picture, then it messes up the whole thing. Which, if you think about that inversely, we're basically supplementing better care in other areas with our contribution to the general fund.
So it's about money.
Yeah. So, and then when you take it to being a political decision about said money, then if you're an elected official and you're thinking about votes as a commodity, would you invest in your platform for something that Blowing Rock is talking about? Or would you have more of would you put up more of a public image out there that you're not supporting what Blowing Rock's talking about in terms of votes at the county level? I should probably shut up.
Well, you could go ask a couple of commissioners, about from the last election, how they feel.
Well, the unknowns, I can.
Got beat.
I could give you the data that, again, we've got a revenue number, an expense number, and a net, which is what this is. If you look at Caldwell, they're spending well over $10 million in ambulance services. They've got a revenue piece. The thing when you're talking about money is that none of these, again, these are losses that they're incurring or supplements or subsidizing that's taking place. It's no different than the school system. There's not a school system that makes money. No DSS makes money. No health department makes money. No police department makes money. No fire department makes money. There's a reason government is in charge of running these services, because if it was a money-making endeavor, we wouldn't be doing it. Somebody would have already grabbed it, done it, streamlined it. We wouldn't have a chance to do it, right? So when you look at this and you look at those other services, and you look at where fire stations are placed, and no matter where you live in this county, you probably have a fire station within 6 miles of you, or a satellite location within 6 miles of you. I'm sure there's some that don't, but the majority,
Not many anymore.
almost all have that. So the unfortunate thing that I always go back to is a conversation I had when I was at Cleveland County with an old timer that had been there for a long time and said, think about this. It's interesting in this state, we put such an emphasis, and this is not knocking the fire service,
It's not just North Carolina.
and other states, on placing fire stations within 6 miles ideally, or less, of every home, because it affects your homeowner's insurance and your pocketbook. If you don't have that, it's more expensive. But we can't take the same methodology and apply it to saving lives. And that was his speech to the county commissioners there when I was there, to get them to put additional bases in Cleveland County, which now they've got one almost in every parking lot, almost every major fire station down there. They decided to make that commitment to that. Caldwell's almost the same. Alexander, Wilkes, trying to get to that point. But think about that.
And that system is put together based on response times that directly correlate to saving property and when flashover times are reached. So if you take those same numbers with a witnessed arrest, not Aaron's kind of arrest, cardiac arrest or respiratory arrest, and you apply that 6 minutes, 6 minutes of the brain without oxygen flowing through there kind of thing. If you take those numbers and establish what response times should be, and then you take the number of actual working structure fires in a year and the number of actual cardiovascular events or true medical emergencies, it's really, really upside down. it's insane when you look at the real numbers and the reality of it, and past the money and the politics. It's crazy.
Now, we got to keep this in mind too, that hospitals are ranked on their survivability. And someone's transported to the hospital and they don't make it at that hospital, it's hard for that hospital to go back to the transporter and say it was your fault. But it still looks bad on the hospital. That's why Caldwell has UNC. They're pushing the quick response, are they not? Haven't you heard that?
Sure.
Wilkes is Baptist now,
Yes.
okay? These large hospitals know what it takes to increase survivability. I'm hoping our hospital will realize that and help push the automatics or the county.
These other places, I will tell you, already done, discussing it now, have gone away from convalescent trips altogether. They've got another party in running convalescent services. So when I talk about ambulances like 14, they're not running convalescents. They've stopped. They've got a whole separate entity now.
It's all a completely separate business.
Separate business, because the convalescents that are being ran, and, you know, that's a fancy word for taking you to the doctor or taking you to another hospital or moving you from one hospital to another or picking you up and taking you, you know, from the urgent care, not urgent care, I'm sorry, from your Foley Center and taking you to Charlotte for your appointment. Those are all considered convalescents. Those are almost COD. Not quite, but they're just about COD. Before they go pick them up, there's a really good indication that they're going to pay. Whether that means they've got insurance, they're going to be filed against that. Medicaid, Medicare, whatever the case may be. So they know when they get the call, they can pick those people up and take them to the Baptist or Charlotte or take them from one hospital to another hospital. Routine type traffic. They know they're more than likely getting paid. It used to be, the term that I used to hear was called cream skimming. It was the top, it was the cream. So when you look at these other entities, don't forget, especially with Caldwell, and I know, like I said, the others are heading that direction. That doesn't include that. That's gone. So they're not doing that anymore. They've stopped doing that. These 14 ambulances that can be on the road at Caldwell are running 911 calls, emergency calls. They're not transporting them anymore. Our contract in this county does not separate that. Separates how many ambulances have to be in the county at any given point. But there's no convalescent services in this county other than Watauga Medics.
And Watauga Medics makes, where the county's paying them $1.8 million, their convalescent transport, or whatever they call it, is in addition to.
We don't know.
All of their, what do you mean? All of their services are.
Well, they're
In
for sure.
addition to.
All of the
In
revenues.
addition to, yeah.
All the revenues, they don't, the county doesn't recognize any of that.
Just like you will see, and Chief said it many times, the percentage rate of receivables is higher in the Blowing Rock area than probably anywhere else in the county.
Every one of
It's
these
got a good-
systems
it's got
can
a
tell
good
you,
recollection.
every one of these systems can tell you. I go see Gail Caldwell, right? So Gail's, I'm sure, still there. She can tell you every zip code on the collectability. I can guarantee you right now, I could call her and she could tell me that zip code has a 71% collectability rate. That one over there has got a 33% collectability rate. They know that. I guarantee you, even though we don't have access to that, Watauga County is no different.
I'm not assuming anything. I have direct knowledge that the Blowing Rock District generates a large number of calls and has a very high collection percentage.
If you don't pay the ambulance, does the county pay him? Or
So, and so that's the cost. So county doesn't get involved in the billings or the collections. They do not get involved in any of that in Watauga County. So they stroke, and it may be done quarterly. I don't know how they pay them. Maybe done monthly. I don't really know. But at the end of the day, again, these are real numbers. That's for the record. These are audit numbers. So Nicole, like that, these are actual numbers within this. I gave them budget numbers for 23 to get a higher number, because the audit number was actually less than that, it was 1.6 million. I used the 23 budget numbers. These are actual 22 audit numbers, though. These are actual revenues minus expenses equal subsidy. The Watauga County contract does not get involved within the billings. So that's the check. Stroke one check, $1.8, $1.2 million, hand it to them. Other than that, we don't have any knowledge of what takes place on the other side. In these counties, the collectability makes a difference, right? Because it really is until the end of the year when the audit comes in that they know what they've subsidized for the year. So collectability makes a big difference. These counties do, and I don't know about what Craig does. I've never, maybe I don't think I've ever received a bill from him. But we're talking about it. But these other counties absolutely, go after the folks that don't pay, whether that means they're going after their property or their income tax refund, which is allowed, or that means they're garnishing wages, which is allowed. So in North Carolina, there's a general statute that allows the county to do that. I do not know if Craig has taken that practice or not. But I can tell you, when I was at Cleveland County, I know Caldwell with Gail Colbert, who's down and doing their billing, they're absolutely doing that. So they're garnishing wages if they need to, or they're going after property or income tax refunds every year. And that sounds heartless, but it is a business, so to speak. And so if the service is provided and there's income that's coming in that they can attach themselves to, they will attach it.
But they still can't refuse to go on a call.
Correct.
They still have to go on that call regardless if you owe them or not.
Absolutely.
So here it's up to Craig to
It's up to Watauga Medics to choose how he collects and what he does to pursue those collections.
Her name is Candace.
Her name's Candace. These other counties I do know, like I said, I know two of these. I know Cleveland absolutely full court effort in collection.
So Watauga Medics, private company, does the board look at financial statements from them to know what their financial condition is?
I believe so.
I don't have an answer for you.
You talking about the county commissioner?
I don't know. I don't know to what extent the
So
availability.
freedom of information, would that give you the ability to look at their financials?
No.
No, he's a contractor.
It is to the contract, but not to the actual. That would be up to the two parties within the contract, one being Watauga Medics, the other being Watauga County, to stipulate that. I don't know if they require an audit. I don't know if they require, I don't know what they require. I don't know.
I don't know the answer.
Does the state have the same authority over investment trips as they do over emergency calls?
You help separate the two. There's no distinction between the two.
There is an audit.
So does the same authority that's lodged with every county?
Correct. Yeah, there is no stipulation in the general statutes that
Oh, yeah.
stipulates any difference between a convalescent trip and a emergency services.
There is
ambulance services.
There is a county required audit
Whole county.
of that system, and the commissioners review
You
it.
can't.
So
There is an audit required by the county, and the commissioners review that.
So they do review it.
well, they have a separate company that's doing those type of trips. Is that right?
Yes, so during COVID, that became a very heightened issue with convalescent trips because of a number of things, whether that was safety, whether that was the number of individuals in the hospital. Yeah, so whether that was the number of individuals in the hospital, so that became a instant kind of flashpoint. And so that flashpoint has caused a number of county-run systems to go to a third party for convalescent services.
But that's the county's decision.
Yes. Most of the time, it's between them and the hospital. They try to mutually work that out with the agreement. A lot of that's transports, from Caldwell Memorial to Charlotte. It's a pretty routine trip they're taking within that. So, I know in Caldwell, that was an ongoing conversation to get to that point with UNC Healthcare of how they could work that out. It got to the point during COVID, which hospitals were actually turning away ambulances. So they were stopping ambulances from coming because they were full. That's what really piqued that issue, was that they were being sent to other hospitals. So talking with Caldwell County, again, who got a relationship with, that was what really started that conversation, quickly. That flashpoint was, they were being sent to Hickory, they were being sent to other places because of the number of individuals in the hospital. But that's always been an issue. Asheville, the COG and Land of Sky, so kind of like our COG here, they've been running convalescent services. I can't remember the name of it, Mountain Crest Mountain something, but they've been running convalescent services. So it's in all hospitals run convalescent services. Some hospitals have their own, especially in Charlotte and other areas around that. Close to that, they've got their own ambulance, so to speak, sitting there that will take them back and forth, especially for trauma units and stuff like that. So there's different variations.
Okay.
We don't have that here. It's within Watauga Medics to run those convalescent services.
Ken, I don't know if Shane heard your comment when you were talking to me, because he was.
I think he did.
Got it? Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So, every topic we've talked about either has said, put a pin in it, it's coming to you in the retreat, or coming to you in the budget, or coming to you in February, or coming to you in March. This one's more of just our commitment to our citizens here to continue to put this on the front burner. We don't have an answer. There's no magic wand. It all lies, unfortunately, out of our hands. But as we talk amongst ourselves in creating the agenda for this retreat, this topic continues coming up and will continue to come up, I'm assuming, until something is done about this issue that we, as a town, have been bringing to the forefront for 50 years.
Why is that? Why is it just blowing rock? Why is it not Beaver Dam and Fosco, Camp, and why are they not raising the same concerns that blowing rock is?
So my opinion, and I will answer this, Chief Graham jumping, please do. Watauga, obviously, Seven Devils, Beach Mountain, Boone, Blowing Rock. So 4 entities that are incorporated taxing entities. We are here doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
Boone has no reason to do it. So the other two, one has recently chosen because of COVID and the growth and issues that they've been seeing from that to pay the additional service. So I don't know where they stand. Seven Devils, we have spoken to, and I'm not releasing, I hope, any information that they wouldn't want us to release, is frustrated by the same topic. They're just now coming on board with having some of the same frustrations. Your fire departments, all out in the county, primarily are funded through tax revenue that the county controls, setting the rate. So the county taxes Blowing Rock Fire District 5 cents. That's part of their budget. There's also a sales tax piece that goes to them right now because of the ad valorem method, because they have a tax base. So if they were to change sales tax methods back to per capita, then there would be an instant drop in significant revenue in these other fire districts. And that's a county decision. Whether the county would hold them harmless or let them fail, don't know. But a good chunk, and depending on which fire district, I don't have that data up here, but I've looked at it many times. A good chunk of their overall budget is tied to that sales tax allocation that they receive every year, which is a decision of the county commissioners. That's the best I can answer that question without
My
saying
answer,
too much.
my answer to that is kind of fuzzy. So I think that at the heart of it, there's an expectation. And I think that our situation exacerbates the problem because we constantly have this internal struggle between and on other issues too, but between our actual census population and our effective population. That moves everything. The number of calls that we respond to, the strain on our system that theoretically should be supported by 1,200 taxpayers. That's not the service or the volume or the quality of service that we're providing. It's for 1,200 people, community. So that exacerbates the whole thing. But I think that there's and it's not just a socioeconomic perspective. It's just I don't know, it's a life perspective in general. If you grew up in Beaver Dam or Shawnee Hall or Hog Elk, just kidding, Doug, Stuart Simmons, then you grew up with an expectation of things. You know, if you want to go to the store, you're going to go into Boone. You know, if you want to go to the hospital, somebody's going to put you in a truck and drive you there. There's not an expectation of an ambulance being there. In that community. Blowing Rock, and that's if you grew up there, or if you go and buy property there. If you go and buy there to live there or have a seasonal home there, you're going to have expectations that don't include an ambulance or a hospital really, really close. That's not why you're going there. But if you've been here, or if you're going to buy property here, I think that I feel for real estate agents here explaining, because I think that expectation.
They don't explain.
With,
They don't explain.
with the property values and the traffic that you see here, the people, I think the expectation is the opposite. So that's kind of my fuzzy answer to that is why is it just us? It's because of the strain that it puts on our system. It doesn't do that to the other areas. Our tourism and development doesn't happen quite at that rate or to that level. And the expectation is just completely different, and we suffer because we have to do something. We supplement it. We have been supplementing it in order to get closer to what those expectations are. So we're going to be loud about it, I guess.
But if on the political side of that, because it's no secret that this is a political fight, not a common sense fight. If on the political forefront, we're not winning based on the Blowing Rock needs us, should we not change our strategy at some point in the fight?
Sure, I would argue that us going to this approach as much as we can, a holistic approach, I hope is us doing that and getting that message out there. I mean, I think the data that Chief Graham shows with the call volumes and things of that nature is the common sense next step. But hopefully this holistic approach towards the county and the money and the times and the per capita is maybe resonating with some of the county commissioners. Whether that's the.
And I'm not saying you personally, I'm just saying us in general.
No,
Because we've been fighting the Blowing Rock front needs,
Sure.
and there is that animosity that has built over time that kind of like the screaming child, we're tired of hearing your tantrum.
Right.
So let's
We
change our
almost like
fight.
We are on our own. We are
You gotta-
out there by ourselves on the island. And I would say, you know, the jaded part of me with the fire districts goes right to that number or that symbol. That's all it is to me. It's that black and white. Who controls the money? Who controls the bottom line? Who controls the decisions that are being made that affects your budget or your livelihood or your pride or the fact your station has been out in meat camp forever? That's what it comes back to me. And that's a jaded approach. I would challenge anybody to show me different with that.
It appears the county has decided that $500,000 is the magic number, and Beach Mountain is paying that.
The county,
Do they?
we're talking medics.
If we paid the 500,000,
Yes.
what control do we have over the personnel in that ambulance? And will it be here, or will it be on a call hauling somebody to the nursing home?
Sure.
They actually, the Beach Mountain contract provides for that control. I think the crews up there wear Beach Mountain Fire Department shirts, and they don't leave. So. I mean,
When that was
would be-
originally proposed to us, that was not within
But
the
the rumor
conversation.
is that over the Christmas holiday, the owner of the ambulance service worked all kind of shifts up there himself personally.
Oh,
because
he's
he didn't-
working shifts
He didn't
now.
have the personnel to run the ambulance. So
Again,
what happens to your $500,000? Do you get a refund?
Go.
it's all about the money. It's all about what you're paying your employees. It's all about the benefits. It's all about what you're paying for the service. It's all about the money. And to me, I'm money obviously centric, so to speak, with what we do here. It comes back to it's all about the money. Now, the decision that it takes to spend that money, that's where it gets a little tricky.
Shane,
Yes, sir.
didn't Beach Mountain have a large contributor for the first year for the transport service?
They had a contributor, I want to say it was $100,000 at
$100,000.
least initially to go towards that. So there was a initial contribution, I think, from a
Looks like it.
individual over there.
State.
One of the things I think we're also finding out right now too is the reason we're finally seeing Seven Devils, Beach Mountain, along with us, jump into it, is that they're seeing everything's based off for the county, their actual population instead of the effective population. And since COVID, it has, Seven Devils will tell you theirs has tripled, as far as what's up there right now. Beach Mountain, they'll tell you what's happened up there. You see what's happened here, So that's the starting to band a little bit more together, and that's one of the things that they're looking at.
Was there anything we could do to help ourselves? Looks like that's the only help we're gonna get.
Money.
In my opinion, is to keep it on the forefront. I don't know, what you all may decide, but I think that's what we've been doing, is trying to push this issue as much as we can push it. Next steps are up to you all and what that looks like.
But
There's steps to be taken.
But our first responders here, Controlman Ken,
Yes.
are top of the line.
Yes,
Are
and
they-
and to Chief Graham's point,
Are they enough to protect us from?
Let me-
First few minutes in a heart attack are the most important.
let me answer it a different way if I can. So you all, and some of you have been on this board for 4 and 5 terms, right? So you've been here for a while. You've made the commitment to spend the money to beef up the first responder system that you have here. So Chief Graham, Doug, whomever started that initiative would bring to you all requests to add personnel and to increase the qualifications and ability of that personnel. by spending money, right? It was about spending money. And you beef that up to the point that you've got an unbelievable first responder system here, unlike any across the state. I don't know who would even rival that outside of Charlotte Fire or someone potentially within that. Percentage-wise, they can't touch us with what we have in the way of paramedics. Here's the service and qualifications. That's also hurt the money not being spent on the other side as well, because other places don't have that luxury and they don't have that same response. And so we've been supplementing that $1.8 million number for as many years as you've been spending money towards putting those paramedics in there. And that's another accurate statement towards that. I think Chief Graham will tell you, as we grow and as we get busier and as we continue to have more people and more things in town, he'll continue to suggest to you all through the budget process to increase that first responders and increase our needs or our individuals there because of the needs that are out there. So I have no doubt that Chief Graham would not, in a second, not come to us and request what's needed to keep our folks safe from a fire and first responder standpoint. Yes, sir.
I would agree with Melissa on the repositioning the political discussion and the narrative that we need to go to the county with, because it certainly hasn't been working heretofore. So I don't know if we get together and talk about that and have an action plan against it.
It is up to you all if you want to change anything and everything. If we had the answers, we'd give it to you.
Yeah.
If it was a number, I'd give it to you. If it was a step to take, I'd give it to you. I don't know what the answer is here.
I got a question. Caldwell County can put a transport in our firehouse, Chief.
Sir.
Caldwell County can put a transport 24/7 in our firehouse at no expense to us. Why can't we talk? Right. I mean, we've got, and it's ridiculous that we've got the Caldwell County unit there. Why doesn't Watauga County jump up in the plate and say, look, maybe we can work a joint agreement with Caldwell?
So Chief Graham and the fire district, because of standbys and because of issues with redundancy, went to Caldwell County, who they've had a long-standing relationship with, and said, we need to get out of running ambulance, get out of the ambulance business, 60-ish calls, 55 calls, right? In the upper Caldwell County portion of our fire district and the Blowing Rock portion of that. And that was done in spring of 22. And on July 1st, Caldwell County positioned full-time paramedic 24/7 in Station 1, correct? And they're there right now. Correct. For, we'll say, 55 calls? Maybe. So,
A year.
a year. That took one conversation, two conversations to get that rolling.
Yeah.
Well, have we not looked at the last election in this county?
Which is what you heard last year
Something.
from Dino when he came up from Caldwell County and spoke to you about their priorities. That was that initial conversation to get us to where we are right now. But 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, there is a paramedic. There's many paramedics over there. Depends on who's stopping by. There's 4 or 5 paramedics over there.
All of our paramedics are part of the Caldwell County system. We operate under Caldwell County's medical director and plan. Over half of our paramedics live in Caldwell County.
But Caldwell County EMS funds an individual that's sitting over there right now for their 55 or so calls a year. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
If they're transporting somebody, they send another one up here and put it in its place.
Yes, so without beating the dead horse,
Big thing.
I will say they slide trucks as needed. And so if this truck goes out down to the next to last curve, which is where all the accidents happen, where the guardrails always beat up. Let's say there's an accident there this week, because there's a likelihood there will be, for whatever reason. I don't know what's up with that one curve, but when that ambulance leaves and goes down there to pick up that person, they send a unit this direction from the north. That doesn't mean they always get here. They go to Patterson a lot of times. They kind of sit there and wait. They station. I mean, it just depends.
If there's a standby, they go to Patterson Station 2. Just, I mean, that's about a mile and a half, I think, past our district line down through. It's right there on the right.
Just in case, within that same district, one of those 55 calls happens simultaneously. The reason I may be a little jaded, and I'm going to end on this conversation, is about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I can't keep track of time, this topic beyond frustrated me in a lot of ways. And so I asked Chief to give me access to just the information of calls. So I don't have any HIPAA violations or any issues going on. But when a 911 call comes in, EMS call comes in, fire call comes in, I can get those informations, those alerts on my phone, because I was curious. And it took me the first or second weekend on a Saturday to see 9 calls happen in a period of an afternoon from our folks, to fully believe, not that I didn't believe Chief Graham to begin with, but the redundancy that's needed was evident within the first 2 weeks of me watching those calls, when a call went out for an individual that fell at Bestseller, true story. Well, then I think 7 minutes later, we have a fire alarm going off, which has to be checked, because what if it's a fire? And within about 10 more minutes after that, a car accident down at Speedway. And this is true story. And within about 20 minutes or 30 minutes after that, we had another slip and fall on Main Street. And I'm hearing Chief coming from wherever he's at, Matt McGuire, Assistant Chief, coming from wherever he's at. All of our trucks and folks are coming from wherever they are. Station 3's coming to Station 1. Station 2's sliding. Correct, Chief? To me, to realize at any given point, we are just a few calls away from being stretched beyond our capacity. To me, to be done with the topic and try to figure out what the issue was. And that's where I keep coming back to.
Well, Chief, thank you. Doug, thank you.
I want
Shane,
to
thank you.
point out that the Caldwell putting the unit up here, it isn't about blowing rock. I mean, it's about the blowing rock, I guess. It's about a very, very small portion of blowing rock. And it's not like a favor to us. It's just a renegotiation of how they are providing service to their citizens. It's Caldwell, they're only serving Caldwell County. And so them putting a truck up here is not, I mean, it certainly relieves our abilities to provide the service that we need to, and doesn't leave us vulnerable anymore. But it's about providing the service to the people in Caldwell County out on 221. There's not very many of them. It's not a very big space. It's not densely populated. There's not very many calls, but there are some, and they are Caldwell County citizens. It's hard to get to, small, low volume call. So that's just telling to me the culture and the values that are reflected in the Caldwell County budget and in their system operationally. It's just different.
They're there to serve their citizens.
Correct.
Yeah.
All of them. Yeah. That's not to say.
Take a quick break.
Take a break.
Take a break. We're going to take a
show you how to do that?
You might hurt him, Elizabeth.
Stick your finger here.
That's the one you gravel me and Jim Steele down with?
Yeah, wasn't that fun?
I'm going to backtrack for just a moment. I had put on here Park Avenue one way, so I'm going to briefly bring that up and have just a decently quick conversation to pick back up where we left this morning. And then after that, I'll go into the Green Hill Communication Building. We will not have time, I don't think, to get through all these agenda items today. We did just receive word, and I say receive word as in no one came to our bid opening for the park. So
Are you serious?
no one came for the bid opening. So we received 0 bids for Memorial Park. That is on for in the morning. I think we put it on for an hour and a half or so. That is not going to take an hour and a half now. So we just need to briefly, we put it on for an hour. So it's going to take an hour to go over next steps. I can go ahead and tell you next steps for rebidding it. I mean, that's going to be the next steps. But Doug's going to be here just to give you his insight to maybe what's going on as well. He's going to try to call the contractors. I just texted with him and see if there were some issues that we weren't aware of. We had comfort in knowing 1 or 2 of them local were bidding. So again, we don't know what stopped them, because even last week we were getting the confirmation that they were going to bid. So maybe we'll have some insight by in the morning at 8:30. But point being, if you look at tomorrow's agenda, I think that's going to be shorter, and then the afternoon we got a little bit of time. So we'll go until 5 today if that's okay with you, and then I know we could probably use a break and go to dinner after that. So that being said, backtrack for just a moment. Park Avenue, and I will say, I think Chief Graham's here. Thank you, Chief Graham, for coming up and giving a wonderful presentation and telling the facts that need to be told. Thanks, Chief, for doing that. Park Avenue one way. Yeah. He's already standing. So I don't know the history of this topic. But when we went through and looked at agenda items, one of the things that came up was Park Avenue one way. And I think that was kind of in discussion with the paid parking, whether or not we could get additional parking spaces if we were to look at Park Avenue one way versus right now where it's two way. And again, I don't know the full history. I know there's been a sidewalk added and some other things done. But I did contact McGill. We looked at it. I've got a schematic here that Doug's put together that we'll pull up. Some of the things that we talked about was in order to meet street width specs, and this is McGill providing this data, is when you're looking at angle spaces, you should have 17 feet. So when he's looking at providing angle spaces, it should be 17 feet in length or width for those spaces. Traffic, two-way traffic, he said 20 feet is what the minimum is. They like to have 24. And then we're looking at parallel spaces, 8 foot worth of width. And so if you look at it from a minimum standpoint, to have a combination like we have on Park Avenue, which is angle spaces, traffic, and horizontal parallel spaces, you really need about 45 feet. Preferred 49 with an extra 4 foot there, 2 feet on each side with the road. We have 43 feet at the minimum point. So when we looked at this, and it may be hard for you to see, and I can read the numbers, can we go somewhere as, you know, again, this is Park Avenue, so Main Street's here, heading this direction, here's the library spaces. And we're heading this direction with angle parking towards the chamber. And then we've got horizontal on the town side. Could we potentially take this to one way and add parking spaces? And the quick answer is no. We do not have enough width to do that. So when Doug's looking at this, he said you really need to have, you know, let's say 17 and 17 with one path in the middle, which would be somewhere around, he said preferably 12 feet, you know, for one-way traffic within that. So that'd be 44 feet. We've got 43 feet here, 47 here, 48 here, and then we widen out. So if we did it, it would be difficult to start it until we got a little bit further down the road in order to have enough width there, especially with traffic backing up. That led into the conversation of, should this street be two ways to begin with? And so I was talking to Chief Miller, and again, this is for discussion, because I know from leaving this way every day and taking a right to come out of Town Hall, there is many, many close calls in this particular section right here. So that led to the conversation that a couple of you that you've had with me previously about, do we want to consider taking Park Avenue one way, which would be from Main Street towards Wallingford. I think Chief would agree with me, there's issues here with the width of this road, also with the turning out of this road. Not that it's not doable, but we did talk about Maple Street this past year. We did look at, stop signs, and we're always looking at our current situations, especially with traffic flow and logistics. I will tell you, the chamber is no longer planning on having farmers market, correct? So that's no longer in existence. Barton Park is still on this particular road. Other than that, which is 6 dates, 5 dates?
6.
6 dates. This road is obviously used for parking and maneuvering. So kind of quick, brief overview, but I know you all have had different histories with this. I know with adding sidewalks and some different things. If you're wanting to ask, Chief Miller can give his opinion towards this. It is manageable the way it is right now, but obviously there is some congestion and pulling out on the main street, especially left with the crosswalk that does exist in all 4 corners there. Can be problematic, especially during the busier time of year.
How many parking spaces could we gain if we did that?
Probably none.
Really?
So at the most, Doug said 3 to 4.
That's it, okay.
So it's not a parking gain. So your net parking gain with the current width would be, we'll say 3. Let's just say 3, but.
Shane, have we ever found out if at the far end of Park Avenue on the chamber side, is that town property to put parking spots down there?
The no parking area here?
Mm-hmm.
So the
All the way
areas,
to the end.
there are some, and Kevin can chime in, I do believe there are some parking spaces that go along with the house on the end. Is that not correct, Kevin? Do I remember that history? Do you recall that history?
That's probably history. What I mean by that is I don't know of anything written. I think it's kind of always been understood. There's in front of the other places, that's their driveway, but you're talking about the one on the end.
Yeah, non-driveways, the one on the end.
I was referring to the one on the end.
But wasn't that, Kevin, parking spaces when it was a florist and she had to have parking spaces out front?
They just were spaces. I don't know.
Yeah, because I think when it was a florist, it was required for her to have the parking spaces out front.
So there, we've got some areas, obviously as we look at this, there's no parking with driveway cuts now. So, we count 5 different spaces. We've got the hashed off areas up here that went along with our approval 2 years ago, 3 years ago with the market, I guess, that took into account for that. So I don't think, and again, we've got issues with driveway cuts here and then in and out with traffic in this section. So if we were to do this, I'm not sure we'd gain a great deal of benefit from a parking standpoint. It would be more logistics if that's, in my opinion, that's what we would gain.
Back on the left, you're talking about going east to west.
Yes.
That would eliminate that bad turn left if you're on that road into Maine.
Coming off of Park Avenue, trying to make a left.
Yes, leaving Park Avenue on the main street is a very difficult
It is.
maneuver most of the year. I mean, from a traffic standpoint, it is like other intersections, but it is more difficult because of the fact there is pedestrians on all 4 sides there, along with the parking spaces that exist that you can't see here on this section of looking to the lot. I think we've all seen that and encountered that pulling out. So Kevin, do you have a point?
Well, between the 2 great minds sitting at this table back here, might be another solution too. If you felt like you had to keep 2-way traffic. If the problem is the depth of the angled spaces, you're going to lose some parking, but you could look at doing parallel on the opposite side too. If you felt that, we don't want to go one way only, we want to keep 2-way. But one of the problems is the backing out into traffic. And if you had it parallel spaces, to lose some, it might be better than
It was enough to be a road when the sidewalk wasn't there.
Yeah, so we looked at parallel, and you can do basically two and 2. You could get 6-ish if you did parallel down through there. So you would lose parking. You can count there, between 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14. So you're going to lose. Yeah, you're going to lose about 7 spaces, 8 spaces if you go to parallel parking.
You're gonna lose about 10 if you take away the parallel.
Right.
And keep it two-way.
That's right.
Well, couldn't we take away the sidewalk, mean nobody uses it on this side? And that would just widen the road up, widen it up to do angle parking.
We just paid to do that.
I know, nobody uses it.
That's true.
So, yeah, this is a very popular sidewalk right there in the middle of Park Avenue. That is.
If it was parallel spaces, they'd use the sidewalk more.
Again, this.
Bumpers aren't hanging over it.
Yeah, I don't know the full history, if there is a history here. I know there was a sidewalk added, some other things added to it, but when it was brought up in conjunction, I think it was brought up with the thought of parking. Could we gain parking within this? The answer to that is not really. We could probably, more likely would lose parking if we made some changes to keep two-way traffic on that. That just led into a conversation that the chief and I had very briefly on just the similarities of this, maybe to like a Maple Street, and whether or not we want to continue having this two-way. Or is that going to upset the apple cart so much that it's not worth it? And again, that's, if you all have discussions or if we want
How about dispatch from the police department? That's going to take them longer to get to Main Street if they have to go out and make a left. What do you think, Chief?
Maybe, but on a really busy weekend day, I go the other way anyway because I know I can't go out.
Okay. Okay.
It takes forever.
You
So,
should be out on patrol anyway.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
Serious.
Yeah.
so Aaron, one of my questions would be, if we did that to one way coming in off of Main Street, going down Park towards Wallingford, how is that going to affect the 6 Art in the Parks loading and unloading? Because for that, they come in off of Laurel Lane.
The street's closed anyway,
Yeah.
so.
But I mean, that's going to
Well,
affect
Shane
your
and I, we
parking
have-
deck.
Shane and I mentioned to him earlier too, the decision would have to be made whether you wanted to make that one way only to the end to where it intersects with Wallingford and keep Wallingford two-way for access to those parking decks and things. So that street's closed to vehicular traffic anyway, so it really doesn't.
Okay.
Especially then can do whatever they want with the road closed.
I'd probably keep it two-way up to the parking deck.
Yeah, our
Thing I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would say that is
Talked about in our wayfinding conversations with Tracy and the company that we met with was maybe figuring out how to do wayfinding so that if one parking deck's full, they can get the other parking without coming back on Main Street. I think is important for our wayfinding, so.
Yeah, and flowing obviously from west to east, right, would allow for that. So coming off Wallingford, continue the transition on Park Avenue, would be the hiccup. You couldn't make that transition. I mean, so that's going to be the piece that would have to require that traffic to take that maneuver and turn around. So that could be cumbersome. I mean, that's the reality of it, is they're coming down Wallingford to take a ride on Park Avenue and it's one way that direction. They obviously can't do that.
But then they're making a U-turn and going through a parking lot to get back.
Yeah, we're making the U-turn back on Wallingford. And I'm sure that's part of the logic with this to begin with, right? So
They could almost keep it two-way, but just take out parallel parking.
I think if you watch, unless we do something else to try to move traffic in the direction that we want it to go, if you watch out there on a busy day, that's typically the way the traffic's flowing anyway. It's turning into that parking lot and flowing back out because they realize there's no parking.
yeah, we did talk. Doug and I talked about, could you leave maybe these 2 spaces and eliminate the middle section here, and move handicap down. I mean, that's an option as well. This is the choke point right here. It's the width. This is 4 foot difference between these 2. You don't have parking on this side over here. Not supposed to have parking on the side over here. So, that these 2 maybe aren't crucial as what these probably 4 right here are.
Aren't those parkings for the library?
We could make these 2 parking. Library did want me to pass along that they do hope, as we do pay parking, that we continue to honor their 2 parking spaces, free spaces.
Or widen it,
We're gonna give them up. What's that?
or widen it.
Or widen it, yeah. I mean, there's some options there as well. I don't know the history. Kevin, you all may know the history of why these are hashed off versus being, open.
Where?
These hashed
At
off
the market.
spaces.
Is that,
People still.
is that the market's property? Is that-
No,
So,
but it's loading.
It will become a no parking zone very quickly, when we go through paid parking.
It's kind of where they put their loading vehicles.
And we use that term loosely.
We're not going to that. We start charging, we're not going to.
I was taking part of the yard over here at the library and widening it that way.
Straightening it on down.
Yeah. Is that a white elephant?
Moving the sidewalk over closer to the library.
Yep. Moving Jesse. Wesley.
Well, how would that help?
What?
That's our
to
choke
widen it.
point.
To widen the
I thought
road.
the choke point was making a left turn there.
It's both. I mean, making the left turn is difficult, but there is a choke point right here that honestly shouldn't be here. I mean,
Yeah.
this really needs to be, like I said, between 45 and 49 feet. This is 43. So there is a little bit of an issue right here. It becomes 47 here, so it becomes, if you've driven that road like we do every day, there's always traffic.
Only
stopping.
worth worrying about. I don't think it
Right
is.
here at this choke point, having to wait for cars to pass.
Money we could spend to widen the road.
I'm not necessarily asking for
Sidewalk.
action today or just give some thought to this. Maple Street came up last year. Obviously, this is another one that came up, I think, with the intention of parking, but it did come up with maybe we want to consider, or think about something a little different here as we've gotten busier and busier in town.
Well, if we had to go out for bid for it, we'd be in a world of hurt.
No, we can't go out for bid. Shifts taking the sidewalk.
Blackburn's gonna have to build them.
Yeah.
I want to see you run the jackhammer.
Yeah, keep this in the back of your mind. Like I said, it will not gain parking. The unfortunate part is we went through this, we started thinking about losing versus gaining parking. But as we go into talking about paid parking, implementing paid parking, that may be something that we need to consider here.
Yeah, that was my thought on it, is if we could gain parking by going to one way.
And like a lot of things, I would have bet that we could have, until you just see this aerial for a minute and you're thinking, nope, I see the length of the spaces, and there's issues there, of course. Chief, you want to add anything I haven't said or missed?
Okay. Want to move on to the communications?
Go back through this. Questions? Okay, so we're going on this Green Hill Communication Building. So, those that have been on council are ducking their head. Doug's already got his head. So we're gonna go through this quickly. I'll show you some pictures in just a few.
I was thinking about this building.
Yeah, a few background points here. So, at the Green Hill water tank, which we all, affectionately found out, where it was and all that during July 18th. We all know where the Green Hill water tank is, and we know where our water system goes to and how it flows. So outside of the Green Hill water tank is a very old green building, which I'm gonna show you some pictures in just a few moments. Inside that building contains our radio repeaters for police, fire, and public works. So inside of this building contains our repeaters that allows our radios to work. So when public works, fire, police, all obviously pick up the radio to communicate, it is repeating through this building. So it houses very important data, and I'll talk about that in just a few moments. Currently, if you look at the picture, you'll be able to find out, or be able to figure this out pretty quickly, is that we don't have any security. It's a old wooden building that has been there longer than we could find, so we don't know. And if you've been here long enough, maybe Doug or somebody can give us an insight. It goes back, what's that?
I was gonna say Doug might know, because I think the fire department put it up there, right?
Yeah, the fire department put it up there, and I don't remember how we used to have to go up there and start the generator all the time to get the repeaters going in the wintertime.
So, this has not been on our radar, so at least not on mine. I've not brought this up. I think it goes back, beyond, like I said, 2010. It definitely hit a flashpoint during that time frame because it was in conjunction with conversations about cell towers. And we're not talking any of that. So we're talking repeaters is what we're talking. So we're not talking balloon test or cell towers. I've said that. I'm not saying that anymore. So that's off the table. So I'm talking radio repeaters. I'm talking the fact that we have no security up there. So there's an old wooden building with an old door that you'll see in a few moments. Inside of that contains all of our radio repeaters and all the software, all the technology we need to continue using our radios the way that we do right now. So no fence, no cameras. Fiber's now available. That's important. We'll come back to that. So fiber was not a thing way back when we were talking about this the first time around, right? So we were talking antennas and towers and microwave rays from one tower to Howard's Knob, and I'm not talking about that right now. We're not. That technology's much more advanced. So here's a picture of the building that has been there for we don't know how long, right? So it's been there for a while. Here's the door. So there's the generator.
Propane tank for the generator.
So here's the generator that does match the building in green. So we at some point painted that. I've been told stories of the generator, and again, not getting comical here, but apparently that is kind of comical on how the generator, if the power goes out, someone needs to go up there to get the generator. And we've had issues, I've been told, where the generator hasn't worked. And so there's concerns here. So there's the building. There is the generator. Here is a better look at the building. It does have two doors, if you want to say that. Here is the building in relation to the water tower or tank. So if you have been up there, it's actually a nice sunset. If you ever took that back. If you know where the water tank is, and everybody does, or off to the left, if you're standing looking at it, from the main entrance, you've got the building. So you do have a fence here that goes around this large concrete structure, but you don't have a fence around this building. So we'll come back to that in just a few moments. So when we were talking things that may need to come back up, this was mentioned by Matt, I believe. So we can blame Public Works on bringing this up, if I recall that correctly, about we may want to revisit this topic. So I know it's been put to bed for a while, so we're bringing it back up here in 2023. So again, that building contains the radio repeaters, police, fire, public works, no security cameras, no fence. Discussions began way back before 2010. Hit a point, died. So here's the building as of this week. These pictures were taken Monday. So here is an aerial view of from Google Earth of our large 3 million gallon tank. And here's the current building. Here is the generator. The thought process is that we would replace this building with a prefab concrete building, similar to what you've seen over at Station 1 with SkyVest. So I've got some pictures of what that would look like. These are 10 by 12, 10 by 10 type buildings that would be brought in to house this equipment. This is a box that I drew via Google Earth to show, I think, and Matt, Aaron, Chief can all jump in at the preferred location. So we'd like to move this thing back towards the tank a little bit from where it is right now. Redo the fence around the tank here and incorporate the fence around this building as well. We do have fiber now on Green Hill, which we did not have until just a few years ago. So we would like to have fiber ran to this. We currently use, I think as of today, we're still using AT&T, right? With a landline that is up there that is running higher and higher every year because that technology is outdated. So we currently have a landline, so to speak, as our alarm system and bells and whistles operating this thing. So fiber's currently not up here. So if we were to redo this, which is what we're proposing in this next coming budget. So again, I'll show the numbers to you in a few moments. Our goal here is to include this as part of capital in the 23-24 budget. So we're not asking necessarily for permission today. We're going to include this in the budget. We just want to make you aware of it, kind of like some of the other stuff we've been talking about. It's coming back up as part of the budget process in 23-24. New location of the building, new repeaters inside the building. Fiber's there. We'd like to run it up to the building, which would give us abilities to have cameras, not only on this building, but on the water tank itself, which we don't have right now. So here are our rough numbers of what we believe it would cost. And I'll show you some pictures of the building in a minute. We think a new building, we'll say, is $60,000. New generators, $20,000. New repeaters, as in all repeaters, that would be for fire, public works, and police, $40,000. New fence cameras, antennas, $30,000. So we're putting a cost estimate of $150,000. Until we get to the nuts and bolts of what this was going to look like in the nitty gritty, so to speak, the fire department will have a contribution towards this number. So this number will be less. So the fire department and the repeaters that they operate on would allow this number to go down. So this is a maximum number we feel like. So we're thinking this is probably more like 120 number when it's all said and done. It does include fiber for Viper, which was something that was brought up back in 2010 as being very important. So that was part of that conversation. So the fiber that's out there now can be ran essentially, to this building that would provide access to the Viper system, which we don't currently have in Blowing Rock. So Chief Miller attests to the fact and tell stories of the fact that the police department does not have access to Viper, the Viper system within Blowing Rock. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
And can you briefly just tell them what that means? I mean, what are we losing, or what don't we have access to without having Viper? So we currently don't have Viper within Blowing Rock.
Well, Chief Graham can talk about this too, but real quick, after 9/11, the big push was for everybody to have communication systems that would work with one another. So North Carolina's solution to that was the Viper system throughout North Carolina. So when we have pre-plans and we have meetings, when we talk about things like a mass shooting, we did have the bank robbery on 321 where we had multiple agencies respond to assist us. The system that everybody plans to use in these incidences is the Viper system, which is not available in Blowing Rock. So we have none of that.
So part of the original, and part of the original conversation.
That's one of the things that the fiber would do.
Yeah, so one of the conversations way back when was using a tall antenna with microwave signals, antennas or satellites, bouncing signals to get Viper. Is that correct? So fiber that we all have, or most of us have right now, have changed that need, so to speak. So we can run a fiber cable, which is already there, to this particular unit and give us that same access. Thomas, is that accurate to say? Yes. Okay. You hesitate.
I was thinking about
Okay. If I'm wrong, yeah. So this is going to be our proposal as part of the budget process of 23-24 is to replace this building. It needs to be replaced. You can see the pictures here. It's old.
We get the $1 million now?
What's that?
Can we get the $1 million now?
If you want to bring that back up, we can. So I'm trying to avoid that original conversation that included Viper and cell towers and I don't know the history. And I can ask Kevin to come up if he wants to and give the insight to that.
That was history.
I can remember it.
So what we're proposing.
Yeah, don't you?
This is what we're proposing here. So we're proposing a new building, which I think we can all agree we need. We are proposing a new generator, which apparently we need based on the stories I'm being told. That it's not really a generator. I mean, not in the sense of generators that we normally have. New repeaters would go in there, of course. As we're doing this, the technology we have in there is outdated, so to speak. But it doesn't make sense to put new repeaters in that building, in my opinion. That would also include the ability to put a new fence around it, cameras, and a new antenna on the existing structure that's there now. So that would, we think about $150,000 based on our best guess and estimates from contacting these entities. Again, talking with the fire department about helping contribute to that. Here's some examples of some buildings. These are like prefab, concrete buildings of what they would look like. We would do something similar to what the fire department did with SkyBest. And obviously it would go through Kevin and you all will see the final product of what that would look like and how that would better blend in with some of the natural colors and the tones that we use, that type of thing. So we believe, if nothing else, we can make the building that's there right now considerably better looking. And inside of that, obviously, have better technology and everything be, locked up, so to speak, behind a fence that's needed with cameras that we believe are coming as we discuss issues across the state with substations and power, issues. we have no eyes in the sky, so to speak, within our own infrastructure. So we would like to add some of that technology. Cameras, what they use, where cameras used to be, a very expensive endeavor, we're now seeing the highest tech, for the most part, cameras running what, $1,000 a piece, as long as fiber's available. So we would have that access, like you see on our webcams, that we have their TDA and RAM within that. So, yeah.
Designer.
Hey, David, could have been a new office.
So I'm going through this quick. What questions do you have?
It sounds like a need to me.
Oh, absolutely. Why wouldn't you do it?
I think we needed some time in between.
How tall would the antenna be, just so I would know?
I don't know. I mean, and I don't know how tall the antenna is there now. 60 feet, 80 feet that's there now?
It's a 50-foot pole.
There's a 50-foot pole there now. I don't think I even have a picture of it.
Okay.
It's an old wooden pole. We would suggest this one right here, right? Is that the pole?
Yeah, we'd like to put a metal pole.
Yeah, like a gray metal pole here. This one is wood again. It's not, it could blow over, so we'd like to, but the building and the repeater and all that stuff's the main focus here. We are not going.
Put a good heater in.
Satellite dishes and.
Put a good heater in there.
The antenna that's on the top of this right now would be, we potentially would use the same antenna. We don't know that, but it would be that same look to it.
And you're going to move the building closer to the.
We'd like to move the building, I think right here. Is that right, Matt, Chief? Is that what we're talking? Kind of right here in this section?
We're not moving the tank.
No.
Tank to the building?
Okay, David.
We'd like to tuck the building back here, back, and then just extend, a new fence around it. That would push it back a little bit further. But, like I said, right now, that house is the technology, the communication hub of our radio system.
I thought it was a mess.
I think it's strategic that you showed us stuff yesterday with millions of dollars. It made 150,000 look.
So do you build up or do you
No, you did it
write it
right.
off? Yeah, I'm saying that's how we strategic. All right. This would be part of our capital. We'd ask for this as part of our capital package in the 23-24 budget. I would say there's no hurry. There's a hurry. We need to do this, but it's not. We got to do it in the next 60 days. It's been here for a long time, so we just want to make.
Can we do the building and stuff in-house? In-house? Can we do the building in-house?
As in build a building, or
Yeah, with Public Works.
so. And again, we haven't discussed this, but I would assume that logistically we can do this. We can work together to do this. We don't need to hire a contractor to do this. We can order a building. We can have the building. We can do the foundation. We can have the building set. We did discuss that, and then everything else is just almost plugging and play. We'd have to have contractors like, is it Skyline that's out there? Scott, who's got fiber? Ridgelink. So we'd have to have, obviously them as a party to this, running the fiber up there. We did include that cost in this as well. But yeah, we're not hiring this, we're not bidding this, we're not going.
I was going to say.
So our folks can absolutely set the foundation and make the building and stuff on top of it. Yeah, we'd have the building delivered there. No issues with that. Yes, we don't need a contractor to do this.
Okay.
And then the other option that came up, painting the water tank. No, I'm joking. So that was okay. Questions on those last two topics? So kind of quick.
Nope.
All right, Thomas, I think you're up. If you're ready to speak on IT. I get to close out the day.
Surprised that one has flown under the radar for so long.
Yeah, I think there was a history there of.
I was gonna say, if you were here for the test, you would know why.
Yes. We're here when.
Is that good? I see.
He's gone.
Bill.
Yeah.
Rudy will let her build a tower up. Good. Chief.
All right, everyone's still awake? You might not be after IT updates. So we're gonna go through real quick we're in our final hour here. This should not take an hour, but we're going to go through just some improvements we had in 2022, some 2023 plans, and then public Wi-Fi expansion, which we've mentioned earlier for paid parking. So we'll start with our 2022 improvements, with the biggest one being my job. We created an internal IT department. Things that this helped us to do, brought day-to-day IT in-house, and that's big because of these reasons here. There's one point of contact. Every department, whatever IT issues they have, they can come to me. Even if it's not run through me, I'll figure it out or reach out to who needs to be contacted. So that's helped. Much faster response times to issues. I'm here, I'm on site all the time. We're not calling a service contractor who might show up in a few days, depending on who's available from their staff. Collaboration with all departments about future IT needs. This is something that wasn't really happening. If you have an outside IT that's just there to fix issues, they're not really going to be there to figure out what you need to do next, unless it's going to make them money. And then internally manage our data and security. We do not have outside hands daily messing around with our stuff. It's now in-house. So those are all positives of this new initiative to bring this in-house. And so we'll go over, this started July 1st, but it really didn't truly start probably until August, because that first month was just getting stuff up to speed and starting. So some things that we have accomplished. Post-COVID, meetings streaming online is now a thing. We were doing it before, but it wasn't a big deal as much as it is now. The council chambers were not wired or designed for that so much, because that wasn't really in the plans. So we've rewired the chambers, rebuilt the streaming platform. We've got a new projector and camera. This gives us higher quality streams. So that's the old, this is the new.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we made a big upgrade there. This was a big one. This is one of the first things we did, relocation of the town server network. This had to be done for 24/7 dispatch. It's now in a more secure environment, cleaned up and organized, easier to access. It's now connected to the generator in the police department, which is a big deal because when we had the power outage on December 23rd, they stayed up for 2 hours. The power out was out in Blowing Rock, and our PD with the dispatch phones, everything stayed online. So that was a big deal. This was before. So we had it split up in 2 locations, and it was kind of a rat's nest.
Wow.
So these 2 locations, one was basically in a water heater closet in town hall.
Not a good combination.
And so we took all of this, and Kent was helpful with this as well. And now it's all contained right here.
I was helpful with building the rat's nest.
So it's now behind locked doors and in a locked cage. So it's much more secure and a lot easier to work with when we need to work on it. Just some basic IT housekeeping and updates that, again, these are things that kind of fell through the crack because there wasn't someone here dealing with this day to day. We had some old accounts that were still active, which is a security issue. We had some firewall entries from old software and stuff that we no longer utilize. That is opening up holes into our network that were not needed anymore. So we cleaned those up. We now have more backups for our data, both on-site and in the cloud. So if we ever have any kind of breach or data outage, we can recover and start over easier. Restructured the phone system for every department. That's mostly the phone tree. So when you call a department and you go through the list, that had not been updated in a while. So now that's all pretty well updated, especially for the police department. They had some issues, but device monitoring. We have monitoring on all of our computers, security monitoring, update monitoring. So we don't have to go system to system to make sure everything's okay. We can keep up with everything centrally. And keypad access for all parks and recreational facilities. Jennifer, makes their life a little easier running out. They now can give out digital codes and change that code to make it more secure instead of handing out keys to people we really don't know. this was just a little pet project of mine that turned out to be bigger than I expected. We have 17 locations on Google Maps for the town of Blowing Rock. And I had to work with someone at Google personally to take ownership of all those, because you can't just go in and say, hey, I own all 17 town of Blowing Rock locations. That allows us to update the information because it was pretty out of date. But since I've done that, I've gotten several emails that some of those have been viewed over 100,000 times since we updated it. So that turned out to be larger than I expected. You see, they get real excited about it. This is amazing, 100,000 new views. Depending on who you are, that might not be an amazing thing. 2023 plan. So again, we're about 6 months into this, and we're still feeling out what all this position is going to entail. I'm going to be involved with the communications building, and I could almost work for the police department on their own with how many times they call me over there. But so our 2023 plans. It's mostly about upgrading some out-of-date systems. We've got some network hardware, not a whole lot, but we've got a few that we need to upgrade because they're to a point where they're no longer supported by the company because they're out so old. Upgrade older computers, every computer by October 2025. Our desktops are not compatible with Windows 11. Windows 10 will lose all support in October 2025, which means no security updates. So we just need to, within the next 2 to 3 years, make sure they're all upgraded before that time. Newtown website, this has kind of been kicked around for a couple years. It's probably, it's time. We're gonna have to start that push this year. Really needs to be more of a resident hub, because if we go forward with paid parking, permitting, all that, it's going to be a central location to easier access to these things. The setup right now, it isn't going to work real well for that type of stuff. So we're going to look at doing that and bringing that more in-house instead of the current company that we utilize. We'll be able to cut costs and have more control over it ourselves, so we can pretty much do whatever we want with it and change it as we need. Right now, except for updating text and some images, we really can't do much. So we can't make the big changes we need to make, but we'll be able to do that when we bring it in. And then, of course, the public Wi-Fi expansion for paid parking, which will be the last topic here. Plan is to cover both parking decks, Board Hill and Robbins Pool parking, the Bant Field parking, Main Street and Sunset on-street parking. And while we're doing this, it's going to give us the ability to add security cameras at each of the main parking areas. So we got just an overview map here. It's kind of hard to see, but you can see where the Wi-Fi is going to be and then the locations we're going to have security cameras.
Are those little blue do jobbers? Or are those the red do?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the blue's Wi-Fi, the red are where security cameras will
Okay.
go.
Okay.
That means I might can get it at that.
They'll be watching. Hey, they'll be watching you, Doug.
I don't care as long as I can get Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I won't be pointing at your house, I promise. Doug.
But you can get Wi-Fi probably.
Yeah, as long as I can get Wi-Fi now.
Yeah. Well, maybe your house too. So the rest of us are out of luck. So yeah.
So the quote for all of that is $65,000. That'll include all hardware, cameras, running new lines, and the installation. We've got the installation by end of May 2023. That was because of the potential to have paid parking by the end of May. It sounds like that might not happen. But as of now, we could potentially get this done by the end of May of 2023. There's some of this hardware that's about 3 months out on order. That would be the holdup. Now, there's some things we could do to limp around that if we needed to, but if that doesn't happen, you know.
Do we need to put this on our February agenda?
Yes, if you need this by the end of May, it would have to be on the February agenda.
I'll do it.
Yeah, I think one of the conversations around this, has been self-service or lack of self-service. And so right now, our current Wi-Fi is really middle of town centric. And so we were talking about expanding the Wi-Fi system, especially with paid parking. So if you roll into town and you don't have good cell service, which may happen, say, then Wi-Fi would need to be there and be strong in order for you to be able to gain, number one, public access, quickly, and then to be able to use the paid parking app. Discussion is if we do that in September, if we move towards a September, whatever, fall date with paid parking, do we want to have this before the busy season, or do we want to put that in conjunction with paid parking still with the timing of that?
I like the
That's what you
safety,
want.
I like the safety aspect with the cameras too, at the parking garages. What do you think?
Yeah, this is for you all from a timing perspective. This is a want, again, right? It'll become a need. So it'll become a need with parking. We do feel like that. We feel like this will become a need. It's more of a want, in May or June when this would roll out. If you want to wait and pair this with paid parking, that's an option as well. If you want to move this forward, it would need to become, before you all for a formal
I think we
vote.
need it whether we do paid parking
I
or
think so,
not.
too.
I think it's something that's needed in the town.
I think that's been, in the last 6 months or 8 months, that's really become a fairly large complaint that we have is the cell service and lack of Wi-Fi within town.
You have that.
You all have shared that.
Which brings up.
Have that in hidden funds.
Do you know?
Tourism related, TDA ought to pay for it.
Will
Is there
TD
any reason?
Yeah, could TDA pay for it?
Well,
We gotta look for 150,000 too, so.
Doug
I think Tracy's
Williams
out
is
here.
I think.
Albert.
Does that gather, gather the data that you have for analytics like on the network now? Does that expand the footprint of gathering that data for visitors?
It does. The data analytics is a little busted ever since Apple switched how their MAC addresses work. The randomized MAC addresses inflates that number, and they're still kind of working on that. But yes, it will significantly improve the analytics on how many people are on there and even where they are, for a general location of where they are.
TDA month.
Yeah, so the plan was to partner this with potential parking, right? So if you all wanted to move forward with parking, we would partner this as part of that upfront cost. So if we want to pull this out, we can discuss. We need to discuss. We haven't discussed where those funds could come from.
I think it's something that needs to be done before the parking.
Yeah,
Work out the kinks.
exactly. It needs to be stress test, so to say, to make sure that when parking is live, people can actually get on and use the app.
Yeah. Right. Doug and I don't know if anybody else has, never had problems with Verizon until the last few months. And dropped calls, and I think what I've heard from them is that they're doing something with 4G and 5G, which sounds like an excuse. Does anybody know what's going on?
Please hang up your phone and we cannot process your call right now. If you please hang up and call Carolina West at *611.
Albert, I heard from AT&T that they had changed the directional signal of their, whatever they call that, antenna or whatever, to feed back into Boone because that's where all the students were and those are the most prolific users.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true.
Doug
but-
shared a conversation with the Carolina West rep, I guess, and you want to share that?
It was odd, at the Economic Development Committee, we had a Carolina West rep sitting with us from Winston. And I asked her the question about why I was being I have a Verizon phone, why am I getting this message that I need to call Carolina West? Well, they're on the same repeaters, but then she told me that the problem was because of, one, the 5G that Verizon had went to and that my equipment was too old.
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, well, I've got an Apple 11. And she said, she just laughed and she said, that's what I said. It's too old.
I got a 13.
Yeah.
So I guess it's.
I don't know if we've gotten a good answer. I know that this.
I thought that was a strange answer from her.
Summer and fall, it became a pretty consistent complaint from business owners and visitors that we may want to think about upgrading our Wi-Fi. So
About what?
the Wi-Fi, which we can control. We can't control, obviously.
I think we ought to put it on the February agenda.
The coverage,
What do you think?
in the Blowing Rock
David?
area is from 26 or 27 small node cell devices that are on power poles, on Blue Ridge's poles throughout town. And when the change from 4G to 5G coincides with when we started to have trouble around here. And I think that there's something about the capabilities of those small nodes that has to be updated for capacity reasons. I don't know that for sure, but everything lines up.
I think a formal inquiry from our town.
Best answer I've heard yet.
Or our council could be, and we're getting off subject here, but, would be in order at this point.
I do too, because this is my connection to a fire department or police or anything.
We can definitely do so. I mean, we can try to find an avenue to place an inquiry.
Thomas, what is the age of the phone system in town hall?
It's a year or two.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been replaced fairly soon.
Were you on council when our phone stopped working? So I think that was 2 years ago when our phone.
That was pre-COVID, wasn't it?
Pre-COVID.
Yeah.
When the phone stopped working. Do you remember our phone system stopped working? Yeah. Was it pre-COVID or during COVID? So our phones just stopped working. Our IT subscription.
Couldn't even call over to the police department.
It was during, right in the middle of COVID. Remember that? You forgot about it? Remember that? Yeah. You blocked it out. Yeah, so it's within the last 24 months.
Yeah, and when that happened is when everything got switched over to this new system.
You're on fiber now, aren't you? Aren't we on fiber?
Yes, town hall, all the town's network is on SkyBest Fiber.
Yeah, okay.
So these cameras, are they just for recording purpose or are they monitored?
Aaron just walked out, but the plan is to have a screen in the police department where they could be monitored.
Yeah, the thought process is that this would only be available to the police department. I mean, if I needed access to it for something, but this is for security purposes and it would not be available for the public. So our two public cameras we have, the webcams, we're talking, this is just housed at the police department. This would be recorded on the police department. It'd be used if need be, but it just puts some eyes in the sky, so to speak, especially in our parking areas. As we talk about paid parking, some of the satellite locations, that's where part of that conversation began was, do we need to have some eyes on those locations? As we're putting Wi-Fi in. The cameras themselves are less than $1,000 each, so it's, they've become pretty.
Yeah. I think it's a good idea.
And a deterrent.
Yeah.
So it would be a screen in the police department. They do record.
It goes to the cloud too, doesn't it?
Yeah, the current ones, I think, we get about 2 or 3 weeks of recording time out of them. And in terms of privacy, our network allows us to very specifically set up who can view those and even log who views them. If something ever came up that we needed to look at that, we could.
Chief, we were talking about cameras, your thoughts on adding cameras. We were talking about the security features that you would have, the capabilities of having cameras in these remote locations.
Well, I always think it's a good idea for us to be able to monitor our town facilities in particular. I know one thing that we enjoy with the location of the police department is we can look out the window and see the park, so we can kind of know what's going on. When the new bathroom project goes on in the park, we're not gonna have a view of the park, so there are some locations we'd really like to be able to monitor. We have the capability now, staff there 24 hours a day, put monitors on the wall and be monitoring those camera systems. That kind of thing.
We did that at the Rock 2 years ago. We got everything monitored now.
Quit sneaking over the fence at night, David.
Yeah, look at this. I'm sending you an invoice.
How about the fish?
Huh?
They monitor?
No, they're employees there.
Thomas, let me ask you, question, then I'm not too tech savvy here. You was talking about, 10 is gonna be aged out. It's, would that mean that if you were sending me stuff from information from the town, my minutes, my agenda and stuff like that on my 10, that it would not accept it any longer?
No, you would still get it. So October 2025 is when Microsoft plans to cut off all support, which means they will not release any security updates, which in this environment, we can't do that. We would have to upgrade. But you would still be able to receive that, yes. We have a firewall on our network separate that it's going to take, if your computer were to try to send anything back because it wasn't receiving security updates anymore, we would still be able to block that. But yeah, that's not going to affect email or anything like that.
Maybe Charlie buy me a new computer.
How much learning curve to go from 10 to 11? Any?
It is a little different. There's some changes you can make to bring it similar to 10, but it's not a huge difference. You would figure that, yeah.
Right.
There will be a little bit of training probably for some employees because there are some differences. But that's always going to happen.
I keep getting asked to download it.
Questions?
Good job.
Questions?
Oh, great news, thank you.
Very good.
Thanks, Tom.
I think, are you all up, putting it on the February agenda? We're not packed yet, are we?
No, I mean, this is,
You okay with that?
if you all are okay with it, we'll talk about the financing and try to figure out some different options.
Nicole's loaded.
Yeah, just let me know any more details you might want or need for that. Because that was just a brief overview, but we can get some more details.
How far is Brom or Jenny Stevens Lane, the extent you're going that route, and how far down are you going north?
So we have fiber at Edgewood Cottage, and we're going to come off of that to the parking deck. So the Wi-Fi is going to be
Right there in front of your house.
at that parking deck.
I was wondering how far they went.
And then what was the other way?
Going the other way.
So that one, Kent, going towards speckled trout, do we have any options at all?
The only thing that we had explored was, there's probably, one of those MR 74s or whatever they are, the access point that you could mount on the library building, on the outside, on that side, on the Park Avenue side, and get probably just about the middle mushroom without an arrangement with with one of the property owners.
One of the businesses, yeah.
Out there like we've got with
Yeah.
the other direction on Main Street.
Yes, so we have fiber to Edgewood. We've got Dean Bullis's building here where he's allowing us to mount a repeater so we can jump. We've got 1888. We've got fiber down to the clubhouse, which we're going to shoot over to the ball field and the pool. So we've pretty much got everywhere. We've got fiber to the school, and we're going to be able to mount off of the school for up and down Sunset. But going towards speckled trout, unless we.
And if we was to get that parking lot, going back to the paid parking, would we be able to cover that if we don't have anything there?
How about the new hotel?
So, well, if we get that parking lot, we might be able to put something there.
I was talking about how would we cover the post office and that if we got that parking?
Mm-hmm.
Use the ice house for some of that.
You see Russia from there.
That's true. Runs into the ice house.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You can mesh pretty good with those access.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can also do it.
China gets in the way.
Inexpensive.
Get up there on the elevator.
It's just a matter of having an arrangement with somebody who's got electricity in the right place.
Right.
So between now and February, which is tomorrow, so February 15th. Should we think about the ice house and then have a conversation maybe with the Brinkers on speckled trout? Would that be another good location?
I was gonna say, the Brinkers have like that whole corner down there.
Anywhere in that intersection corner. If you,
Because providing them free Wi-Fi with trading for a little power, I would think is probably a good conversation. to have with
You don't want Albert to talk to Barker about putting it on the elevator shaft?
Yeah.
Up there at the Union Motel?
Yeah.
We have that conversation. I can have it.
Transmit to China.
Will, I can talk to Will.
Okay.
Get the
Russia,
whole
you can
town
see
easy
Russia,
there.
you can see Russia from that hotel.
Yeah, that is the one dead spot right now.
Yeah, that's what I thought. If we were doing parking,
Why are you stirring it?
We can have it, we can have something to you by February. I mean, on that end of town.
okay.
And if that's a meshing solution, that's not a fiber run, we're gonna come off of what we have on the library, so that would just be one more piece of equipment, which not much at all.
Good job.
Good job there, Thomas. Excellent.
Nobody appreciates Thomas more than I do, but, I just wanna say we're really, really lucky to have access to his level of talent in tech and, for him to bring us into this century and then on into the future, because, I can't do it, and, it's hard to find people that can.
Can't just have a compliment.
Yeah, he did. I think several members on council appreciate it.
Hey, what are you doing looking at Albert and I for? Hey, we resemble that remark, you know?
Very good. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, buddy.
You had to look right at Albert and I, didn't you?
Cleaning up those closets are worth whatever we're paying.
That's okay, I take care of
If you're good, I would say we can,
Unless y'all have any questions, do I have a motion to
Wait, there's something
adjourn?
else.
there is, we'll just do it tomorrow. We're gonna have some time tomorrow morning.
We have a,
Lack of bids, yeah.
we have a second.
Right.
All right. Meeting's adjourned till Wednesday morning at 8:30.